The nurse tied off my arm, told me to hold still, and my phone picked that exact moment to freeze on a casino ad. Big spinning coins. A woman in a red dress promising me 100,000 yuan in welcome credits, just for signing up, just for being me. I was sitting on a paper-covered bench in a Donghai City clinic with my sleeve rolled past my elbow and a needle in my vein, getting blood work done for a summer job, and this was the content the universe had picked out for me. I unlocked my phone for that. I want that on the record. Zhao Wei. Aunt Ling popped the vial off the needle without looking up. She has known my mother since before I could walk, which means she has never once spoken to me like a person who owns his own shoes. What kind of summer job needs a full blood panel and an allergy check on a 19-year-old? A big company, I said. Very official. They sent a letter and everything. They sent a letter. She wrote something on my chart with the specific slowness of a woman building a case. Those business parks across the border also send letters. They have HR. They have a dental plan. They call it a summer job too, right up until your mother is on the news holding a photograph. It's a resources development firm. That's what they always call it. Here's the part I couldn't tell her. The letter came at 2 in the morning. Not an email, not a text. A letter on my phone, in an app I don't remember installing, with my full name and my exam results and my home address and one line that said the position pays enough that you will never have to ask your father for money again. I had just finished the college entrance exams. 12 years of school compressed into 2 days and a number. My mother had spent that entire week doing the thing she does where she reads out apartment prices from her phone in a cheerful voice, like she's sharing a fun fact. My sister's bedroom is smaller than the bathroom of the show flat we walked through once for free air conditioning. She's 8. Her desk doesn't fit, so she does her homework on the floor with the chair as a table. So when a letter arrives at 2 in the morning and says you will never have to ask your father for money again, you do not report it to the police. You get a blood test. Roll your sleeve down, Aunt Ling said, and when they ask you to hand over your passport, you run. Say it back to me. I run. Good boy. The address was the International Trade Building, 88th floor. That's not a scam address. That's the tallest thing in the city with a helipad on it. I took a taxi, which cost me the exact amount of money I had, and rode an elevator that made my ears pop twice, and when the doors opened, I found out I wasn't the only one who got a letter. The corridor was packed, 60, 70 people, all around my age, all holding identical blue folders, all sitting on the floor because there weren't enough chairs. Somebody's mother had come along and was straightening her son's collar. Somebody else was doing breathing exercises. The company name floated over the door in gold, Global Resources Development Company, Limited. The door opened and a guy came out. He was maybe 22. He was the color of the wall. He got about 4 steps down the corridor before his legs stopped agreeing with him and he had to sit on the floor with the rest of us. What happened? Somebody asked. She asked me, he said, if I was willing to kill a man. Nobody said anything. I said I'm not a psychopath. He laughed and it came out wrong. I said I'm here about a summer job and she said thank you for your time. That's nothing, said a girl sitting against the wall with her knees up. She asked me whether I'd get on a ship going somewhere that isn't on any map of this planet. She turned a page of a folder she wasn't reading. I asked which country. She said that was the wrong question. 60 people looked at their folders. About 20 of them stood up and left. I stayed, because I have a very specific talent for staying in rooms I should leave. Inside, the office was empty. 88th floor, floor-to-ceiling glass, the whole city laid out underneath like a circuit board, and they hadn't bothered with a single chair for the guests. 1 desk, 2 people. The woman behind it had wine-red hair and the posture of somebody who had never once in her life waited for an elevator. She was flicking a lighter open and shut. Behind her stood a man who was less a man and more a load-bearing wall with a scar running from his eyebrow into his hairline. He didn't look at me. He looked at the door I'd come through, the way you look at a door you expect to have to break. Sit, the woman said. There's no chair. Then stand. 3 questions. She didn't ask my name. She already had it. Do you believe in aliens? I thought about it for exactly as long as it deserved. The universe is too big for humans to be the only thing in it. Statistically, we'd be an insult. She flicked the lighter shut. 2. Have you ever killed anyone? No. That's half an answer. So I gave her the other half. But if someone decides my life is worth nothing and starts stepping on it, I have no objection to that person leaving the world first. The scarred man made a noise. It might have been a laugh. It sounded like a chair being dragged. 3. She leaned forward and put both elbows on the desk. A mission is completely safe for you. 0 risk. But completing it will kill several million innocent people in a city. What do you do? And here's the thing. I know what the correct answer is. Everybody knows what the correct answer is. The correct answer is a beautiful little speech about human life, and then you go home and sit in a room too small for your sister's desk. I complete the mission, I said, And then whoever issued the mission personally keeps those innocent people company. The lighter stopped moving. That answer, she said, is barely acceptable. Barely? You passed. She took something off her wrist and threw it across the desk at me. A watch, black, heavier than it looked, warm from her skin. Put it on. Don't take it off. Don't show it to anyone. Go home. I caught it. How many people passed? She was already looking at her terminal. Out of the whole floor? Yeah. 1. I walked back out through 60 people holding blue folders, and I did not make eye contact with a single one of them. The watch woke me up at 11 at night by getting warm. Not buzzing. Warm. Then a panel of light unfolded above my wrist in the dark of my bedroom, and my little sister rolled over on the other side of the wall and mumbled something about a dog. Name, Chen Ming. Age, 19. Origin, Earth. Coordinates transmitted. Distance to muster point, 30,142 light years. Arrive within 1 hour, or the offer is withdrawn. Origin, Earth. Not Donghai. Not the country. Earth. Whoever wrote that form had a drop-down menu, and Earth was one of the options. I got dressed, took my sister's electric scooter, and rode 40 minutes out to a reservoir on the edge of the city, which is exactly the kind of place a normal person gets murdered in. The coordinates put me on a gravel access road with the water flat and black on one side and nothing on the other. The woman was standing at the end of it smoking. You're 11 minutes early, she said. I was motivated. She dropped the cigarette and ground it out with her heel. 2 options, and I'm only saying them once. Option 1, you come with us, and I promise you that within a year, you will make more money than everyone in your family tree combined. Option 2, you get back on that scooter and forget every single thing you've seen. What's the catch on option 2? You'll actually forget it. That's the catch. And option 1? There's no catch on option 1. She smiled with her teeth. That's the problem with it. Then she lifted her hand and the reservoir boiled. The whole surface of it, 300 meters of black water, went white and started turning. A hole opened in the middle. And out of the hole came something the size of an apartment block, water sheeting off it in slabs. No sound at all except the water. No engine, no roar, nothing. It hung there over the reservoir, dripping like a dog that had just come out of a lake. I want to tell you that I said something with weight, a line. What I actually did was walk toward the hatch because my legs had decided this on their own and my brain was still buffering. Huh, the woman said behind me. The inside was the biggest disappointment of my life to that point. I'd been shown a spaceship. I was expecting glowing panels and a floating map of the galaxy. What I got was a cargo hold, bare metal, cargo netting, a coffee stain on the floor that somebody had clearly given up on. It smelled like a garage. Are you aliens? I asked. Try this instead. She kicked a crate toward me. We're universe mercenaries, subdivision of the Galactic Federation, and Earth is filed under remote indigenous planet, which is a polite way of saying nobody's ever bothered to draw it on a map. We're here on a recruitment run. That's it. That's the whole conspiracy. So you're not here to take over the planet. Kid, nobody wants your planet. She threw a bundle at my chest. A suit, black, with plating at the joints. Put that on, and hold on to something because the first jump makes most people throw up. I held on to something. I threw up anyway. Base number 7 was inside an asteroid. We came out of a hole in space with a gray rock hanging in front of us the size of a province, and the ship went straight at it, and I had time to form the opinion that this was a bad plan before the rock opened. Not a door. The stone itself pulled apart like water skinning over and closed behind us, and then I was looking down at a city built inside a hollow shell, steel, all the way up the curve of the inside, gantries and docking arms and traffic. A 5-meter mech walked past our berth with a blue-skinned guy in the cockpit and 4 arms on the controls, 2 of them steering and 2 of them holding a drink. There was a bar right there on the dock with something in a glass that was bubbling upward out of the glass and staying in the air. I stopped walking. The woman didn't. Newcomer office, she said. Left, then don't talk to the vending machine. The clerk at the newcomer reporting office had 3 eyes and gray-scaled hands and the exact energy of a woman at a driver's license counter 40 minutes before lunch. She scanned my watch without greeting me. Mercenary rank, reserve, balance, 1,500 star coins. Personal terminal is bound, she said in a voice that could sand a table. It opens a micro wormhole to your registered homeworld at any time. Do not use it to move contraband. Do not use it to move people. Next. That's it? Next. So that's how it happened. On Monday, I was a kid who had just finished his exams. On Tuesday, I could walk from my own bedroom to an asteroid and back in the time it takes to boil noodles, and I had 1,500 of a currency I'd never heard of, and I still didn't know what the job was. They showed us the job in a domed room with a screen that went all the way around. There were maybe 200 of us, all in black, all new. The lights went down. The screen showed a planet from orbit, then dropped. And then the drop pods hit the ground like a meteor shower, and then it stopped being a nature documentary. The things came out of the ground. That's the part they don't warn you about. Not from a nest, not from a tree line, out of the ground, everywhere, all at once, the way water comes through a ceiling. A man in full armor got taken apart by something shaped like a praying mantis in less than 3 seconds. Another one was running, and a beam took his head off, and his body kept running for 2 more steps before it worked out what had happened. Somebody 2 rows behind me was quietly, methodically, being sick. And then the footage changed, and that's the part they actually brought us there for. A bald giant in an exoskeleton walked into a mass of those things holding a sword with 2 hands, and he did not stop walking. A woman in a gray suit cleared a 10-meter trench from a standing start, landed inside a knot of them with blades coming out of her forearms, and left with nothing behind her still standing up. A man raised one hand, and a wall of light came out of the air, and the swarm broke on it like surf. They weren't fighting, they were performing. "Kill count pays," the wine-haired woman said, somewhere in the dark. "Rank pays. Every star on your file multiplies your base rate. Survive, get stronger, buy better gear, take worse jobs." A pause. In that order. People who reverse the last 2 go home in a box, and the box costs extra. Somebody put their hand up and asked what the survival rate was. She said, "For people who ask that question, lower." I spent my 1500 that afternoon, and I want you to understand how thoroughly I got farmed. First, I found out star coins are worthless at home. I asked whether I could convert them, and the woman looked at me like I'd asked whether I could pay in acorns. Earth isn't a Federation member. To the Federation, your currency is Monopoly money, and to Earth, this is Monopoly money. Congratulations, you have 2 kinds of nothing. Then I found out what things cost. An energy pistol, the cheapest one, the one in the bin with the scuff marks, was several thousand. Armor was thousands. Everything with a trigger on it was thousands. And then I found the jean shop, and there was exactly one thing on the shelf I could afford. E-grade genetic optimization serum improves baseline physical attributes by approximately 100%. Price, 1,000 star coins. Approximately 100%. Doubles you. 1 tube, the cheapest grade they make, the equivalent of the own brand cooking oil, and it doubles a human being. I bought it. That left 500, and I spent 100 of it in the snack aisle on a box of alien pastries because I had just been told I was going to be fighting monsters for a living, and my one clear thought was that my mother would like these. Then I opened a hole in space in my own bedroom, stepped through it, sat down on my bed at 1 in the morning next to a pile of laundry, and drank the tube. It went down warm, then it went down hot. Then the lights went out. I woke up at 9 the next morning to my mother shouting in the kitchen, which is not unusual, and to the discovery that I could hear the refrigerator in the neighbor's apartment, which is. The shouting had a reason. My sister's school was running a food contest that day. My mother had made a mango cake for it at midnight, gone to sleep at 2, and slept straight through her alarm, and the cake had spent the night on the counter next to a window in June. It had achieved a shape. My sister was standing in the doorway in her uniform with her hair in 2 braids and her whole face doing that thing where an 8-year-old is not going to cry and is definitely about to. And my mother, who has never in her life been beaten by a situation, spotted the box on the table. "Xiao Yu, take these. Your brother bought them." "What are they?" "Snacks. Expensive snacks. Go." I was asleep. I was very, very asleep. Nobody asked me anything. I found out what happened later from 4 different people, all of whom told it like they'd been there for a religious experience. Jing'an Primary School, 3rd floor hall, 40 kids and 40 plates. Judges, a woman from the district education office who was mostly there for the photographs, and head chef Guo of Shiweixuan, 20 years in the business, the kind of man who has opinions about water. They had been tasting strawberry cakes for an hour. Chef Guo had reached the stage of the afternoon where he was chewing to be polite. Then my sister put a box on the table. It was dark green and it was slightly translucent, and the moment she opened it, according to 3 separate witnesses, the hall stopped. Not quieted down, stopped. 40 children and a dozen teachers all at once for the same reason, because something came out of that box that hit a part of your brain that predates language. Chef Guo described it later as smelling the way being warm feels. Inside, on a strip of something like silk, were 3 pastries, clear dark blue with points of gold suspended in them, and they didn't hold still, not moving exactly, just never quite the same shape twice. They had a taster. Every contest has a taster. He was a chubby kid from class 2 whose entire job was to eat things and give them a score out of 10, and he had been doing it with great professionalism all afternoon. He took 1 bite. He stopped. His eyes went wide, and then they went wet, and then he made a noise that the teachers described as somewhere between a sob and a howl, and he made it at the ceiling. Chef Guo got out of his chair. He took a piece the size of a fingernail. He put it in his mouth. And a man who has spent 20 years being paid to be unimpressed stood in the middle of a primary school hall with his eyes shut and did not speak for 11 seconds. It's like eating a compressed universe, is what he said afterwards, on the record, to a woman from the district education office who was writing none of it down. He said the warmth went out through his arms and his legs. He said his knees stopped hurting. He said, and he was completely serious, that he felt 10 years younger. Then he grabbed the education officer by the wrist, which is not procedure, and said, "This is not a snack. This is not a snack. Do you understand what I'm holding?" The contest did not recover. They gave first prize to a strawberry cake, because what else do you do? And everyone who ate one of those strawberry cakes knew exactly what they'd been robbed of. And Chef Guo crouched down in front of an 8-year-old in his whites in front of the entire school and asked her the question I would be paying for over the next 2 hours. "Where is your brother, the master who made these? Where is he?" And my sister, honest as a receipt, said, "I don't know, he's still asleep at home." I woke up the second time that day to 5 men in chef's uniform standing in my bedroom. I lay there for a moment and took stock. 5 strangers, full whites. One of them holding a hat. "Is this a new home invasion format?" I said. "Are the robbers doing corporate branding now?" Young man. The one in front was in his 50s, and up close he had the forearms of a man who has been lifting stock pots since before I was born. "My name is Guo. I have cooked professionally for 22 years. Until this morning, I believed I stood near the top of my profession. Okay, I ate one of your pastries." He said it like a man confessing to something. "And I understood that I have wasted several decades." Behind him, a young chef in a very clean jacket looked around my bedroom at the laundry pile and the desk with one leg propped on a textbook and made no attempt to hide his opinion. "Where did you buy them?" Chef Guo said. "Now, let's review my options." I could tell him the truth, which was a department store on a mercenary base inside a hollowed-out asteroid, currency accepted, star coins. That was going to go well. "You can't buy them," I said. The young chef laughed. He actually laughed. "Sir, with respect, we fly for ingredients. We have a butter supplier in France and a chocolate supplier in Belgium, and if a thing exists on this planet, we can source it. There is no such thing as can't buy." "Fine," I said. 10,000 a box. I want to be honest about my thinking here because I'm not proud of it. 10,000 yuan for 3 pastries is an insulting number. That was the point. That was a number designed to make 5 men leave my bedroom. Chef Guo said, "Good." "What?" He had his phone out. His hands moved so fast I genuinely lost track of them. "Your account has been credited with 10,000 yen. From the kitchen, I heard my mother make a sound like she'd stepped on a plug. I sat there on my unmade bed holding a phone with more money on it than my father brings home in 2 months, in a room where 5 professional chefs were now looking at me with an expression I had never had aimed at me before in my entire life. It's the expression people use on a slot machine that is just paid out once. On the way down, in the stairwell, the young chef said, "Master, have you lost your mind? 10,000? And Chef Guo, I heard this through the window, because apparently I could hear through windows now, said, "That was not a box of pastries. That was a printing press. If we can reverse engineer even half of it, this city will queue around the block for the rest of my life." Which is how I learned that the most dangerous thing you can do with something valuable is let a professional taste it. I found Guo Wei where Guo Wei always is, in seat 12 of section C at the internet cafe, dying repeatedly. Guo Wei has been my best friend since we were 7. He is a man of enormous confidence and no ability whatsoever, and he has monetized this by selling in-game accounts to people even worse than him. "Mr. Chen," he said, without looking away from the screen, where he was in the process of being shot in the back for the 3rd time in a minute. "Weren't you going to find a summer job? Any luck? Which company was visionary enough to take you?" "I start tonight." "Tonight?" He turned around. "Tonight? What kind of job starts at night? Are you a male model at a club?" Xiaozai, look at me. "Are you selling something? Are you selling a kidney? Give me a round." He gave me the mouse mostly to watch me lose. Here's the thing about the tube I drank. Everybody talks about strength. Nobody warns you about the other part. The map came apart in my head. Not metaphorically. I could hold the whole thing at once. The corridor, the 2 rooms off it, the angle of the window, the guy who had to be behind that crate because there was nowhere else for the footsteps to have come from. My hand went where I looked. That's it. That's the whole trick. My hand went exactly where I looked, at exactly the speed I decided, and it turns out that's the only skill the game was ever testing. First guy, headshot. Second guy came around the corner, and I was already there. Double kill. By the middle of the round, the cafe had gone quiet in a spreading circle around us, which is a thing that physically happens in internet cafes, like a stone in a pond. Final score, 38-2. Guo Wei pointed at the screen with a shaking finger. "You're cheating." "Playing well is cheating now?" "Nobody plays like that. That's not playing. That's one-on-one. Right now. Me and you. One-on-one? One-on-one my ass," he shouted, having thought about it for 1 second. I gave him a pastry on the way out. I'd kept one back, wrapped in greaseproof paper, mostly because I wanted to see this exact thing happen. He ate it standing up. Then he stopped moving for about 30 seconds, completely still, with his eyes open, in the middle of a room full of teenagers shooting each other. Then he grabbed my collar with both hands and yelled, at a volume that got us both looked at by the entire C-section. "What is this divine pastry? Give me another one. I will wash your socks for a week. I will wash them by hand." The alley was on the way home, and there were 4 of them in it. Bleached hair, all 4, which around here is less a fashion choice and more a job title. The one in front had a folding knife out and was doing the thing where you don't point it at anyone yet, you just let it exist. 2 handsome little brothers. He smiled. "Out awfully late. Help your big brothers with some cigarette money?" Guo Wei was doing an impression of a man standing very still. "Run," I told him. "I'll hold them." "Xiaozi, run." The one with the knife reached out to put a hand on my shoulder, which was polite of him because it meant he came to me. I stepped inside the arm and put a foot into the meat above his hip. I did not kick hard. I want to be extremely clear about this because I have gone over it many times since. I kicked the way you kick a football back to a kid in a park, and he folded up like a prawn dropped in a pan and went down on the concrete making a sound I hadn't heard a person make before. The other 3 stopped, so I turned around and ran, not after Guo Wei, the opposite way, up the long straight stretch of Manhua Road, which is the direction that took all 3 of them with me. I could hear them behind me, then I could hear them further behind me. Then I could hear one of them saying, between breaths, "Is that guy? Is he on the provincial team?" A police car went past the top of the road with 2 men in it. I found out later exactly what happened inside that car, and it's the funniest part of the whole night, so I'm going to tell it properly. The young one was called Liu Yang. Liu Yang had that week run the 100 meters in exactly 10 seconds flat, which broke the station record, and he had been finding ways to mention it since Tuesday. 10.0 Captain, on grass, in boots. Captain Zhao in the passenger seat was watching the street. Manhua Road is 100 meters long. He knows that because he's walked it. And a shape had just gone the length of it, and Captain Zhao has spent 20 years being a man who counts things without meaning to, and the number his mouth had arrived at while his brain was still catching up was 7. 7 and a bit. He put his foot on the brake hard enough to lock the belt. "Xiao Liu," he said, "how fast did you say you run the 100? 10 flat, Captain. Station record." Why?" "Because I just watched somebody do it in a little over 7. Liu Yang laughed. He genuinely laughed, and then he saw the captain's face, and then he stopped laughing and started arguing, which was worse. "Captain, that's not possible. That's not a matter of training. Bolt is 9.58. 9.58 is the human ceiling. Bone structure, muscle fiber, nerve conduction speed. 9 seconds is the wall. It's in textbooks. It's science." Captain Zhao started the car. "Science," he said, "and when something unscientific runs past your window at 2 in the morning, what exactly is your science worth?" I went back up that night with a gift because I am, at heart, a person who brings something to a party. 95% grain alcohol, 2 bottles. Ironhide held one up to the light like a jeweler and said something in a language my translator refused to touch, and then he drank a third of it without stopping, and then he told me I was a good boy. Mara's advice: never bring them the good stuff. They can't tell, and then they expect it. Then the watch lit up. Mission type: Outpost Relief. Planet K734. Forward post, Eagle's Nest. Objective: clear the Leviathan swarm. Payment: 500 star coins. 500. I had 410. The armory was 2 floors of things I could not afford. Gauss rifles behind glass. Beam pistols in a rack with a price tag that made me do the conversion twice. Plasma cannons that needed 2 people and a cart. I walked the whole length of it with my hands in my pockets like a man pricing a car he is not going to buy. And then, in the back, past all of it, there was a corner where they keep the melee weapons, which on a base like that is basically the section for people whose plan has failed. That's where I found the chainsaw blade, smallest model on the rack, blade a little over a meter, teeth all down one edge, and heavy enough that when I lifted it off the hook, my shoulder made a note of the event. No ammunition, no charge cell to run flat, nothing to run out of except me. Ironhide watched me carry it out and made that dragging chair noise again. "Kid's got a hard core," he told Mara. "Kid's got no money," Mara said. Both true. The transport held about 4,000 of us. I found a spot by a viewport and stood there the whole way, which everyone else thought was funny because everyone else was asleep. I used to look up at night from the roof of our building and feel small. That's the standard reaction. That's what you're supposed to feel. The humbling, the dust mote thing, the we are nothing speech. I stood at that viewport looking at a nebula the color of a bruise, half a galaxy wide, and I did not feel small at all. Turns out for 19 years, I hadn't been feeling small. I'd been feeling locked out. K734 was green, and it was moving. The outpost sat under a dome of energy shield, and against the shield, all the way around it, from the wall out to the horizon, was an ocean of them. Bugs the size of hunting dogs, shoulder to shoulder, climbing over each other's backs to get at the light. The shield held them off, and the shield was 2/3 down, and everybody on our side had been told the number. The drop doors opened at 40 meters, and 4,000 people went out of them at once. Mara hit the ground, already moving, with a whip that cracked like a starter's pistol and lit up blue where it touched. Ironhide landed like a dropped safe and brought up a portable rotary cannon thicker than his own waist, and the first thing I properly learned about the universe is that a man laughing while operating a rotary cannon is louder than the cannon. My first one came at me low and fast. I brought the blade down, and it went through that thing the way a hot knife goes through the diagram they use to explain hot knives. No resistance at all. Green sprayed across my visor and I wiped it with my forearm without thinking, and then 2 more came in from the sides and I turned on the spot with the blade out and both of their heads went up into the air together. 1 swing, 2 kills. I stood there for a second with my arm ringing. I'd like to say I was horrified. I want to be a person who was horrified. What I actually felt was the specific clean feeling of a thing finally working, like when you've been pushing a door that says pull. Mara looked over at me from 30 meters away with an expression I couldn't read at the time. I know it now. She was checking whether the shy kid who stared at a nebula for 6 hours was still in there. "Good lad," Ironhide bellowed. "You've got guts." So I went for the gate. 50 meters, 30, 10. I could see the shield generator. I could see the men on the wall. I could see the exact place I was going to break the line. And then the swarm in front of the gate came apart from the inside. The thing that came through it was the size of a jeep. Armor plates over armor plates. A head that was mostly wedge. And it did not scuttle like the others. It picked up speed like a car. I got the blade up and it hit me the way a bus hits a bicycle, and I was in the air, and then I was 10 meters back with the taste of iron filling my mouth and the sound gone out of the world. It came again. I got both arms crossed in front of me and it closed its jaws on them, and I felt my bones make a sound they have no business making. The blade was somewhere on the ground behind me. My arms were shaking. My vision was going in from the edges. Then, off to the left, a voice. "Ugly, over here." Ironhide was walking toward it with the rotary cannon at his hip, screaming abuse, putting round after round into that armored back. And none of it was getting through, and all of it was making the thing furious. It dropped me. I hit the dirt, rolled, got the blade in one hand, and stood up, and something had changed in the 4 seconds since it let go of me. It came in a third time, and I did not brace, and I did not dodge. I slid. Straight down, flat on my back, under the wedge of its head and along beneath it, into the one part of that thing that wasn't armor. Soft, pale, unfinished, with the plumbing right there where anyone could reach it. And I put the blade up and dragged it the whole length of the underside as I passed. The crusher stopped like a car with the engine pulled out. I lay under it for a moment. It settled. The light went out of those red compound eyes in stages, like someone shutting down a building floor by floor. Then I crawled out from under it, stood up on the blade like a walking stick until my legs agreed to the plan, and went back into the swarm. Ironhide would not shut up about it afterwards. "He's still a newcomer? He's still registered as a newcomer?" He was pacing. "That's a crusher. That's an elite. Most people see 1 bug, 1 E, and lose their legs. If a rookie keeps his trousers dry, we call him a man. This one's out there like he's at home. No, better than home. Nobody works that hard at home." "My instincts have never been wrong," Mara said. She was watching me instead of him. "It's the speed that's rude." I was sitting on a rock with the blade across my knees, dead, drained flat. My suit had stopped being black. I couldn't have told you my own address. What I said was, "The ones who died today. Can the Federation bring them back?" She stopped being flippant so fast it was like a channel changing. "No," she said. "Write this on the inside of your skull. You get 1 life. There is no technology anywhere that undoes death, and anyone who tells you different is selling something." Then, "But while you're alive, money fixes almost anything. Lose an arm, they'll grow it. Lose your legs, lose your face, lose everything but the brain. If you can pay, you walk out. Mission rating, a plus. Base pay 500, kill bonus 500, special contribution, elite unit crusher eliminated, 2,000, total, 3,000 star coins. 3,000. 12 hours earlier, 1,500 had been my entire net worth in the universe. I was still looking at that number when the pressure arrived. It came the way weather comes. Everyone within 30 meters stopped talking at the same time, and Ironhide, who had spent the morning laughing at a rotary cannon, went stiff as a sheet of iron. Mara moved, and I only understood a second later that she had moved to put herself between me and it. He was over 2 meters, in silver armor, no helmet, weathered face. He looked at the crusher's carcass, and then at me. "So it was you who killed that crusher." Flat, almost bored. "I was going to collect it, trade it in for drinking money. Didn't expect a little fish to get there first." He looked me over one more time. Wanted to see who stole my dinner. Then he walked away, and over his shoulder, without stopping. Soloing a crusher at your age. Doesn't matter whether it was skill or luck. Call it a young hero. Keep it up. Mara called after him. Mr. Warhammer. He grunted, and that was the whole conversation. Ironhide let out air like a tire. I thought he was going to tear you in half. Who is he? 3 stars, Mara said. Ironhide and I are 1 star each. Take 100 of us, tie us together in a bundle, and give the bundle to Warhammer. It wouldn't be a warm-up. Then she explained the scale, and it's the first time the universe properly reached over and flicked me in the forehead. 1 to 9 stars. Base rate multiplies with every star. Same mission, same planet, same day. The 2 of them clear a few thousand. He clears 10,000 minimum, and that's before the parts of the job that only get given to people like him. That's not a gap, Mara said. That's a cliff face. I looked at my 3,000 star coins. 60 seconds earlier, it had been a fortune, and I want to be clear about what happened inside me at that moment, because it wasn't disappointment. Disappointment is what you feel when a thing is out of reach. This was the other one. This was the feeling you get when someone shows you the ladder. I said, out loud, to nobody, then I'll be a high-star mercenary. Ironhide laughed so hard he had to sit down. Mara didn't laugh. She sent me a file instead. 2 stars, you may purchase a personal fighter craft. 3 stars, you may hold property, an estate, land, on certain planets, in your own name. And then further down, past ranks I had no business reading about, a line that I read 4 times standing in a corridor. Eligible to bid at auction for a planet of your own, your city, your laws, sovereign lord of a world. I closed the file and went shopping. The E-grade combat suit was 1000D composite weave with thin alloy plates at the joints, the cheap one, the one that stops a bug and apologizes for anything bigger. F grade is 100, E is 1000, D is 10,000. That's how the ladder works. Every rung costs 10 times the last one, and the ladder does not care that you can see the top of it. That left 2,000 and change, and I spent 2,100 of it on 3 tubes of E-grade serum from a girl with cat ears who told me, kindly, that I was making a mistake. Diminishing returns, she said. Same grade. Second dose is about half. Third is a third. After that, you're drinking flavored water. Most people save up and jump a grade. How long does saving up take? She did the math on her face and didn't say it out loud. 3, please. I took them one after another, sitting on the edge of my bed at home with the door locked and a towel over my mouth. The first one had been warm. This was not warm. This was several million ants deciding, unanimously, to eat the marrow out of me. Red-hot wire threaded through every muscle fiber and then pulled. My skin went the color of a boiled prawn. My veins came up like tree roots. My back arched off the bed and my teeth cut the inside of my cheek, and I could hear my own bones creaking like a ship's hull. I did not make a sound because my sister was asleep 8 feet away through a wall you could hear a phone charger through. Somewhere in the second hour, the whole thing stopped being pain and became mechanical. Something was taking me apart, checking each piece and putting it back in a slightly better position. The doorbell went at noon the next day. I got up, went to the peephole, and there was Captain Zhao on my doormat with a young officer standing behind him. I opened the door doing my best impression of a teenager who has been asleep, which required no effort at all. Were you out running last night? Zhao said. Around 10, Nanhu Road. I was running. Is running illegal now? There are cameras the whole length of that route. He said it without any triumph, which was worse. The 4 individuals have been detained. They've given statements. A beat. Have you ever considered a career with us? I want to go to university first, and that would have been that, except the young one couldn't hold it in. Liu Yang stepped forward with his phone already out and shoved it at me. Camera footage, time-stamped, a stopwatch overlay ticking in the corner. 7.53 seconds/100 meters. That is more than 2 full seconds under the world record, he said, and his voice cracked in the middle of it. We've checked the file 10 times. There's no cut. There's no splice. That's you. 2 things went through my head. 1. I had badly underestimated what 3 tubes of the cheapest serum in the alien discount aisle actually does to a body. 2. I had spectacularly overestimated my ability to be inconspicuous in a Chinese city where there is a camera every 40 meters and all of them work. Captain Zhao watched me work it out, and then, calmly, like a man laying a single card face up on a table, he said, "Come to the base. You can handle a weapon. Type 191, the new rifle. Fire whatever you like." I have never in my life reconsidered a position so quickly. "All right," I said. "I'll come take a look." There were about 60 of them formed up in a square on the parade ground when we arrived, standing at ease, waiting for the important visitor. Then a 19-year-old got out of the jeep in a t-shirt. You could hear the ranks re-evaluate. Somebody near the front said, not quietly enough, that I looked younger than the youngest man in the unit. Somebody else offered the theory that I was somebody's son. Captain Zhao walked to the front and told them that last night on Nanhu Road without equipment, in ordinary shoes, this student had run 100 meters in 7.53. The reaction was instant and it was unanimous, and it was, from 60 throats at once, a flat refusal to accept it. Then let's settle it, Zhao said. 5 of you, your best 5. Their best runner did the 100 a shade under 11. He was 24 and he had legs like mooring ropes, and he shook my hand and told me not to feel bad. I stretched. Then I yawned, which I would like to say was tactical and was in fact because I had been taken apart and rebuilt overnight and it was a warm afternoon. The pistol went off. 5 men came off the line like they'd been fired from something. And I didn't. That's the part nobody could describe properly afterwards. There was no explosive start, no lunge. I just went from standing to moving the way a picture cuts to the next shot, and by the second stride I was a body length up. At the halfway mark, they were at the halfway mark. I was past the line and still going, because at that speed, you don't stop, you negotiate. Captain Zhao stood there holding the stopwatch in 2 hands that were not steady. 6, he said. 6.5. Nobody said anything at all. 60 men on a parade ground, and the only sound was somebody's radio going off in a jeep and nobody moving to answer it. Then Zhao turned around and took his own unit apart. That's it? That's the ceiling you've all been so proud of? Put your pride away. It's embarrassing. And here's what I noticed. Standing there getting my breath back, not one of them looked at me with resentment. Not one. Their faces changed all at once, the way faces do in a room full of people who have organized their entire lives around a single simple idea that the strong get respect. Liu Yang caught up with Zhao on the walk to the range. I heard the whole thing because apparently I could do that now too. Sir, can we really hand him a weapon? Regulations. That boy is a national treasure and he doesn't know it yet. Zhao didn't break stride. Let him take the range apart brick by brick if he wants. I just need him to still be standing here in an hour. Type 92 pistol. 12 rounds. Target at 100 meters, which for a pistol is not a shooting distance, it's a suggestion. A new shooter putting 1 round on paper at 100 meters is a story he tells at dinner. Zhao started explaining the stance and I was already in it. I didn't aim, exactly. I looked at the middle of the target and let my hand agree with my eye. The same trick from the internet cafe, except a pistol is honest in a way a mouse isn't. First round, 10. Second, third, fourth, 10, 10, 10. Zhao stopped talking and shouted for the range instructor to go and physically verify the target with his own eyes. I put the last 8 through while they were arguing about it. 12 rounds, 120 points. And when they brought the paper back, the holes weren't grouped. Grouped implies separate holes near each other. It was one ragged opening with 12 rounds worth of edges. Captain Zhao took the paper. He looked at it. He put it down. Then he walked to the rack, came back with a Type 95 rifle, and slapped it into my hands with the particular energy of a man who has stopped caring about his own career. Pistol's not enough. Try this. 35 rounds. 34 10s and 1 9. 349. The 9 annoyed me. I want that in the record too. The silence afterwards had a texture. And then somebody at the back, a sergeant with 20 years in, said out loud what everybody was thinking, and he said it the way you'd say it about weather. Is that thing human? Captain Zhao made his pitch on the walk out, and he made it well. Special intake, top band terms, housing. He said the words don't worry about school or work. This can be your home, and he meant every syllable of it. And I watched a man who has spent his whole life being told no, get ready to be told no again. Thank you, I said, but the job market's competitive. I'd like to finish university first. He laughed, one honest bark of a laugh, because he'd finally understood the thing that had been bothering him all afternoon. It wasn't that I was refusing him, it was that rank and status and a guaranteed career for life genuinely did not register as objects to me. He might as well have offered me a nice rock. Then at least tell them something, he said. 60 men just watched their world get smaller. Give them something. So I stood in front of 60 armed police officers and said the only true thing I had. I got lucky. That's all it is. So don't envy it. And then, because it was in my head, and it came out before I checked it, and don't get too attached to the ceiling. All of you are going to be like this. Humanity's about to walk into a new era. Complete silence, then applause that went on for a lot longer than it should have, from 60 people who had absolutely no idea what I had just told them. My phone rang on the way home. Guo Wei, at a volume you could hear standing next to me. The police took you. Xiaozi, listen to me. Is it a pyramid scheme? Is it gambling? Do we need to take up a collection? I can get 800 from the class group chat by tonight. I fired a few dozen rounds. 3 seconds of nothing. You did what? The noodle shop on base number 7 was run by a very fat man with 2 meat-colored tentacles growing out of his skull, and he greeted me the second time I came in with the usual, which I think is the moment I actually became a mercenary. The usual was noodles made from the root of a gray-green plant with slices of gila beast in the broth. 10 coins. It was good. It needed salt. I have never once gotten the salt. Mara and Ironhide were at the end table with a crate between them, arguing over a Federation logistics bulletin. Divine Wing personal reconnaissance drone, one issued to every registered mercenary. It was the size of a football and shaped like a toy cruiser. 30 days on a charge, 15 if you're having an interesting week, optical and thermal, a tiny EMP charge once for when things are going badly enough that you don't care about the drone anymore. Say the words, Ironhide told me. Divine Wing, combat mode. It came apart in the air, not opened, came apart, into about 40 pieces that all moved at once, and then were a 30-centimeter humanoid mech with a single red optic and a barrel on each arm, hanging there over my noodles, waiting. That's the toy part, Mara said. Here's the part that keeps you alive. The tracking module registers its owner as a protected target. From then on, it flies with you, and it does not watch what you're watching. It watches everything else. Specifically, it watches your back. Bugs come from the ceiling, from under the floor, and from behind, Mara said. A person has one set of eyes and they point one way. That thing is a second pair that doesn't blink, doesn't panic, and never gets bored. Ironhide dropped a spiny sandrunner out of a box to prove it. A gray streak out of the maintenance pipes, the sort of thing that lives in the walls of a mercenary base and eats what falls off the tables. I didn't move. I didn't even see it properly. The drone's arm came up and the runner stopped being a problem in under half a second, and then the drone went back to hovering over my left shoulder like nothing had happened. What happens if I break it? 1,000 coins, Mara said. That's 100 bowls of noodles. That's the correct way to think about money, she said. And I hate that you got there so fast. Ironhide finished his drink and set the cup down. Technology, he said. That's the whole answer. That's why the Federation runs the universe and your planet is a line in a database. Everybody's got courage. Courage is free. I got about 4 hours of sleep before a hand landed flat on my forehead. You promised. My sister was already dressed. She had the specific stance of a person who has been holding a grudge since Thursday. You promised the park. So I put a reconnaissance drone in a school backpack and took an 8-year-old to Donghai Central Park, which is how the entire course of my life changed on a Sunday morning before 10. It started fine. She wanted to see it fly, so I let it out over the grass, and it did what it does. Right-angle turns with no arc at all, dead stops in midair, no sound. Within 90 seconds, I had 6 boys standing in a line watching it with their mouths open. Mine only goes forward, one of them said, in the voice of a man betrayed by his own government. And then we drifted toward the fountain, where there was a crowd, and in the middle of the crowd, there was a black mechanical dog. It was about knee-high and built like a Doberman that had been designed by people who bill hourly. Carbon shell articulated everything, a sensor cluster where the face should be. It walked over a bench, turned, and walked back over it, and the crowd made the noise crowds make. Standing over it with a controller was a big, cheerful, sandy-haired man in a polo shirt who was very obviously working. 90% traversal on complex terrain, he was saying, in accented but comfortable Mandarin. Infrared and sonar, payload 150 kilos. This dog carries a wounded man out. Top-tier AI chip. He let that sit. 200,000 US dollars. The crowd made the noise crowds make about money. And then he added the extra bit. The bit he didn't need. I know there is similar research being done locally. Forgive me for being direct. A little smile, an apologetic little shrug. But what I have seen is closer to toys. Somebody in the crowd muttered something. His head came up straight away. He'd been fishing for it. Does the gentleman feel he has something better than my Cerberus? Please, show us. Let us backward Western companies learn something. Nobody said anything, because what are you going to say? Yeah, I said. You're right, actually. He turned. Everyone turned. My sister looked up at me with the delight of a child who can smell a scene. This foreign friend probably won't enjoy hearing it, I said, but that dog is out of date. My toys are better. I took the Divine Wing out of the backpack, cruiser-shaped, a bit bigger than a football, matte and unimpressive in my palm. The laugh went around the whole crowd. Somebody said out loud, he wants to compare a model kit to a combat platform. Johnson, that was his name, he had it embroidered on the shirt, was extremely gracious about it, which is the most annoying thing a person can be. Of course, please. Round 1, I just opened my hand. The drone came off my palm and stopped, about level with everybody's eyes, and hung there. No rotor, no downwash, no jet, nothing under it moving at all, and nothing making any sound whatsoever. Not a whine, not a hum, not even the sort of pressure you feel when a thing is holding itself up. The crowd didn't get it. The crowd was waiting for a trick. Johnson got it in about a second and a half because Johnson is an industry man, and industry men know exactly which impossible thing they're looking at. His face went through several stages very quickly and settled on none of them. Then the shell cracked open along 4 seams. Blue light came up through the gaps like nerves lighting, and in 3 seconds the football turned itself into a 30-centimeter humanoid with an optic like a single red eye. A kid behind me said, "Transformers," in a small voice, like a prayer. Johnson recovered by getting louder. Fine, but war is about payload." He pointed at his dog. 150 kilos. "Can your flying toy lift a bottle of water?" "Get down," I said to my sister. She got off the bench. I reached up and took hold of the drone's arm, and it lifted me. 5 meters. Straight up, at a constant rate. No wobble, no strain, no adjustment. And I weigh 71 kilos, and it took me up the way you'd pick a leaf off a table. I came back down. The crowd had stopped laughing quite a while ago. "Round 3, Johnson said. His voice had a crack down the middle of it now. "Fire control." He snapped a bracket onto the dog's back with a compressed air gun on it, and someone set up 8 paper cups on the rim of the fountain at about 30 meters, and the dog put its feet apart and steadied and started shooting. 8 cups. He hit 3. There was a silence with a very specific shape to it. 3 of 8 on targets that small, Johnson announced. At that distance is an excellent result. Which is true, and which everybody could hear him needing to be true. And then he turned to me with his chin up, playing to the crowd he'd already lost. "Hey, kid, can your flying toy shoot?" "Target the cups," I said. "Fire when ready." There was no bang. There were 8 small sounds like somebody flicking a wet finger against glass, and they all happened inside 1 second. All 8 cups went up in blue flame, including the 3 with holes already in them. Then the flame went out, and there was nothing left on the fountain rim but 8 little smears of black ash, and a light wind took most of that. Johnson sat down on the grass, not dramatically. He just stopped standing, the way a man does when a load-bearing belief goes out from under him, and he sat there on the wet grass in his polo shirt with his controller in his hand looking at 8 ash marks. The chess grandfathers arrived within 30 seconds. There is a category of retired man in this country who can detect an incident from 400 meters, and they surrounded me completely. "Son, where do you buy the little plane? It's not for sale. It's a test unit. How much? Name it." My grandson would be king of the courtyard. "It's really not. I'll pay double." I was extracting myself when a hand touched my elbow. An older man, 60-something, gold-rimmed glasses, a very ordinary jacket, holding the hand of a boy about my sister's age. He didn't ask to buy it. He said, "Young man, there is no company on this planet that makes a toy at that level. Not on the market, not in a lab, not one." He gave me a business card. He Qingshan, Director, Donghai Municipal Institute of Applied Research. Walking away, his grandson tugged his sleeve. "Grandpa, was that the big brother with the transformer?" And the old man said without looking back, "He isn't a boy who owns a transformer. He may be the person who changes the world." I gave it 40 minutes on the walk home, and then I made a decision. The decision was this. There had been about 30 phones in that crowd. The video was already up. It was already spreading. There was 0 chance of putting this back in the bag, and that meant somebody was going to come and find me, and I got exactly one choice about who that somebody would be, because the people who find you when you don't invite them are never the ones who knock. So I called the number on the card. The institute was in the north of the city behind a wall you don't notice until you're at it. Fingerprint at the gate, iris at the inner door, and a passcode at the third, and none of them were for show. He Qingshan had cancelled everything. He'd pulled people out of running projects. I found out later he'd killed 2 experiments mid-run, and the corridor outside the conference room was full of researchers who had been told nothing except be there. His deputy, a broad man in his 60s called Sun Jian, who had worked beside him for 30 years, cornered him at the door. "Old he, you've never in your life done this. What is it? You'll see. Give me one word." Zheng told me later what convinced him. It wasn't anything Chen said. It was that Chen, a man famously incapable of drama, had phoned him at 6 in the morning with a voice like a person who has found an alien in his garden. Then Chen walked into a room containing 11 senior researchers and sat me down at the head of the table. In his chair, you could feel that land. "This student," he said, "is going to show us a miracle. Blinds, please." They ran the drone the length of the room. Vertical climbs, right-angle direction changes its speed, full stops. In a sealed conference room with the air handling switched off, and the loudest thing in there was a pen rolling off the table when somebody's hand jerked. Then it extended the barrel and put a hole in a steel wastebasket in the corner, a hole about the size of a coin with a perfectly clean melted rim and no sound at all. Sun Jian hit the table with his palm. "You call that a drone? Where's the rotor? Where's the ducted fan? There is nothing there. Nothing. How does it fly? Anti-gravity. Are we saying anti-gravity out loud in this room?" "It doesn't obey Bernoulli," said a woman down the table, "to nobody." She said it 3 more times over the next hour. "Forget the lift. Listen to it," somebody else said. "Nothing that small holds that power budget. Chemical cells can't." "What's in it? A microreactor?" He Qingshan stood there and could not answer a single question, which for a man in his position is a kind of public undressing, and to his enormous credit he did it without flinching. Then he turned to me, and I didn't answer the engineering because there was no answer they could use. I said, "Do you believe in extraterrestrial life?" It went very quiet. "It doesn't obey aerodynamics," I said, "because it isn't from here. This drone is from an extraterrestrial civilization." The room came apart, unscientific, unrigorous. One man actually stood up, and the aerodynamicist, an older man who had not spoken once, cut through all of it with the argument that was genuinely unanswerable. "Young man, even granting alien life exists, the probability that two civilizations ever meet in a galaxy this size is effectively zero, and you're asking us to accept not only that they came, but that their equipment ended up on Earth, in this city, in the hands of a 19-year-old sitting in our conference room. That is not one lottery win, that is several, stacked, in a row." "You're all completely right," I said, and I stood up. "Logically, it's impossible." I raised my left hand. "But exceptions happen." The crack opened in the air about a meter in front of the table. Not a light, not a glow. A black seam in the middle of a well-lit room, hanging there, and the thing that made two people push their chairs back was that it did not reflect anything. Every surface in that room had a highlight on it from the ceiling panels. That one had nothing. I stepped into it. I stood on a hillside on a planet whose name I couldn't pronounce, in air that smelled like wet iron, for about 50 seconds. Long enough to pick a leaf. Then I stepped back out into the conference room, the way you come back from the toilet. "So," I said, "am I still talking nonsense?" Nobody in that room made a sound. 11 senior researchers, 1 director, 1 deputy director. The woman who'd been muttering about Bernoulli had both hands over her mouth. I put the leaf on the table. It was dark blue and slightly furred, and there was still dew on it, and the dew was from a star that isn't ours, and this is the part I'd thought hardest about on the way over. I could have kept going. I could have opened a bigger door, or brought something bigger through it, or shown them the base, and every extra thing I showed them would have made it worse, because there is a line where amazement turns into fear, and fear turns into a man in a suit deciding that the asset needs to be contained. I didn't want to be an asset, I wanted partners, so I sat back down and said the plainest thing I own. Before anything else, I'm a citizen of this country. I've got parents here and a sister in the 3rd grade. I don't want the place I'm from to be somebody's line in a database. I pushed the drone into the middle of the table. You will not be able to copy this. I want to be honest about that, because I'd rather disappoint you now than in 2 years. But if you understand 1/100th of how it works, 1,000th, that is not an improvement. That's a different century, Sun Jin said quietly. You're giving it to us? I'm giving you a different one, in 2 days. This one's mine, and I need it. Then I said the thing I'd been carrying since the viewport on the transport. From the first fire to today, all of human civilization is one blink by the standards out there. We're locked on a blue marble and we can't get out of our own solar system, and in the places we can't even see, there are civilizations that have been living in the star sea for billions of years. I looked at the leaf. I want us in the family, as fast as possible, before somebody decides for us. He Qingshan took off his glasses and cleaned them on his shirt, which I think was mostly so he could look at something else for 4 seconds. When he put them back on, he didn't call me student anymore. Comrade Chen Ming, he said. I have to report this, immediately, and not to the city. I know. This is past my institute, it's past this city. He was already reaching for the phone on the wall, and his hand wasn't steady. You understand what happens next, stops being a scientific discovery and becomes something else. I did understand, that's why I'd come. That night my father asked me over dinner how the summer job was going. It's fine. What is it you actually do? My mother put more fish on my plate. My sister was telling a story about a boy in her class who ate glue. Resource work, I said. It's the safest place in the world, which was a lie with a true thing hiding inside it, because sitting at that table with the rice cooker clicking and my sister doing the glue boy's voice, I understood exactly what I was going to be paid for. This is the safest place in the world, and it is only safe because nothing has come for it yet, and the entire point of me getting stronger is to keep that sentence true. I told them I was studying for university and went to my room and stepped through the wall. Clearance operation, planet Grasso 7, target population, fierce beast, base pay, 2,000 star coins. Note, complex terrain, targets are highly mobile and attack in coordinated groups. Mara was already on the pad in dark red, hair up, and she straightened my collar while she briefed me, which she did with the total unself-consciousness of an older sister and which made Ironhide snort into his drink. We've worked Grasso before, fast. Claws go through E-grade like a can, and they hunt as a pack. You never get one. She flicked the collar flat. Last time we had open ground. This time it's jungle, and jungle means you can't see anything. Stay close. No improvising. Ironhide had a new blaster cannon that made his old one look like a hairdryer. The trees on Grasso 7 are taller than the tallest building in my city. Not as a figure of speech, the canopy is 200 meters up and it is solid, so at noon down at ground level it's about as bright as a stairwell, and the vines coming down out of it are the diameter of a person. And it was silent, not quiet, silent. No insects, no calls, nothing. The food's already smelled us, Ironhide said cheerfully. The first 3 came in together, bigger than cattle, scaled, with hind legs built like a catapult, and they crossed 20 meters in one jump. Ironhide flicked an alloy shield out of his left forearm and punched the first one in the ribs. Just punched it. It made a sound like a car door and went into a tree. Mara went through the second one like a red butterfly, and the head came off and rolled and stopped against my boot. The third was mine. I brought the blade up from below and opened it from sternum to jaw, and it went past me and hit the ground behind me already finished, and the blood woke up the jungle. They came from everywhere, not a dozen. 100, minimum, out of the dark, between the trunks, from the sides, from above, coming down the vines. We've kicked the nest. Ironhide was already dropping his shield into the dirt and going down on one knee behind it with the heavy blaster on top. Mara, left. Kid, right. And let the drones hold your back so you don't waste time on it. Fierce Beast eliminated. 20 star coins. 20. Double what a bug on K734 was worth. I did the arithmetic while I was working, which I'm aware is a strange way to be. But there is something extremely motivating about a number appearing in the corner of your eye every 4 seconds. Ironhide fired rarely. When he did, the beam opened a corridor of carbon through the pack and out into the trees. Most of the time he just used the shield and a fist the size of a saucepan. Mara was the opposite. Mara was tidy. She never used a whole movement where 2/3 would do, and she only went for 2 places on the body, and I do not think she took a single unnecessary step in 20 minutes. And then there was me. I want to be honest. I wasn't fighting. Fighting implies an exchange. I was taking them apart, and the drone hung above my shoulder and cleaned up everything that came from behind so completely that I stopped checking, and once you stop checking behind you, you get about 40% faster. When it stopped, I had personally accounted for at least 50. This summer job, I said out loud to nobody, is unbelievable. Mara threw me a rag. Why do you think it's 20 ahead and not 10? Different bug? Different planet, payment scales with the objective and the hazard rating of the ground you're standing on. She nodded at the trees. Get to real missions, and a single kill is worth tens of thousands. Ironhide stood up out of a pile of them and cracked his neck. Warm-up's over, he said. The actual fight starts now. We found the locals about 2 kilometers on, and after that there were bodies in the leaf litter. Ordinary army uniforms, ordinary rifles firing ordinary chemical propellant. There was a line of sandbags with maybe 40 of them behind it, and 3 times that many beasts in front of it, and while we were still coming through the trees, a man's rifle jammed and something opened his throat in the time it took him to look down at it. Ironhide went through the sandbag line like a truck through a fence, in the good direction. The blaster burned a lane 40 meters long. An officer was screaming, "Universe mercenaries! It's the mercenaries!" And men were standing up out of the mud and cheering, and Ironhide killed the mood in one sentence. Don't celebrate, this is meat. He was scanning the tree line, not them. These things are moving in formation, something's running them from out there. It doesn't stop until the leaders stop. Their sergeant was a man called Liam, who looked about 40 and was probably 25. We call them head beasts, he said. Smarter, bigger. We've sent 4 teams to find them. A pause. We've received 4 teams worth of nothing. We'll pay any price you name. I sent the Divine Wing straight up above the canopy in wide thermal, 5 returns, all running at roughly double the ambient body temperature of everything else on that scan. Grouped 2, 2, and 1. Ironhide tapped the single one on the display with a finger like a sausage. Newcomer, that one's yours, which is how I got my first solo. Try not to die, he added warmly. The paperwork is genuinely awful. The clearing was about 60 meters across, and the thing in the middle of it was over 5 meters long and 3 meters at the shoulder. Dark red hide with bone spurs coming out of it in rows. A tail that was carving furrows into the dirt just from the animal breathing, and on its forehead, 2 things that were not part of an animal, a pair of semi-transparent swellings the size of footballs, turning slowly, independently, like radar dishes, with something electrical flickering around inside them. That's the transmitter. That's how it runs the pack. That's also the only part of it that isn't armored, which tells you everything about how evolution feels regarding fairness. 7 or 8 elite beasts were arranged around it. Not milling. Arranged. I did not walk in. I picked up a rock about the size of a human head and threw it 120 meters into the trees on the far side, and 3 of them peeled off to go and look at the noise, because they were smart enough to investigate and not smart enough to leave 2 behind. I killed the remaining 5 in the trees in under 15 seconds, one at a time, in order of how much noise each one was going to make, and then the head beast woke up, the swellings on its skull crackled, and the world went white. I want to describe this properly because it was the first time and it's important later. It was not a sound and it was not a light. It was a hammer, inside my head, in a place I had never previously been aware of having, and every muscle I owned simply stopped taking instructions for about 1.5 seconds. The tail caught me in that gap and put me through a tree trunk. Blood in my mouth, a dent in my chest plate the shape of a spoon. The shield emergency was screaming in my ear, and while I was still trying to remember which way up I was, the tail came around again and cut a tree 3 men couldn't join hands around clean in half. New plan then. Direct is death. Direct is very obviously death, but that thing was 5.5 meters of muscle built around a charge, and a charging animal has exactly one flaw, which is that it has agreed to go in a straight line. So I let it see me, and I put a tree between us. It didn't stop. It never stops. It hit that trunk at full speed, and while the whole 200-meter tower of it was still deciding to fall, I was already going up the next one, feet on bark, hand over hand, 12 meters, 15, and I came off the falling canopy at the top of its arc and dropped onto the back of its neck with the blade already running. The teeth went into the base of the left, swelling like it was tofu. It went insane. It threw itself sideways, it rolled, it beat its own back with the tail hard enough to break its own spurs, and every one of those blows landed 40 centimeters behind where I actually was, because a thing that big has a blind spot on its own shoulders, and I was living in it. I drove the blade in deeper until the crackling stopped. Then I pulled it out, which was the worst 4 seconds of the afternoon, and put it into the other one. 5.5 meters of animal went down like a demolished chimney. Head beast eliminated. 2,000 star coins. 2,000 for one animal, my entire net worth, 48 hours earlier, times 1 1/3. I did not stop to enjoy it because I had taken one, and the others were on 4. I heard Mara before I saw her. 2 of them had her, and they were not attacking her together. That's the thing. That's what took me a second to understand as I came through the trees. They were taking turns. One would engage, and the instant she committed, the other one came in from her flank, and she was rotating between them fast enough to survive and not fast enough to win. And then the third thing happened, which was the one that was actually going to kill her. An ordinary beast, a nothing, a 20-coin one, came out of the long grass at her hip. It hadn't been fighting. It had been waiting. It had been lying in the grass for the whole exchange, waiting for the 2 big ones to fix her feet. It hit her in the side and she went down, and the world turned over, and the last thing in front of her was 2 open mouths coming down. She told me later, much later, that she had time for exactly one thought, and the thought was, so this is it. I got there. I got an arm under her and took us both out sideways in a roll, and the jaws came together on the ground where she'd been, and threw gravel hard enough to sting through my back plate. She was warm, and she weighed nothing, and there was absolutely no time for either of those observations. I let go with my left hand and took the head off the ambusher with my right on the way past, because that one had earned it. Left one's mine, I said. She was already up. I came off the line of its charge and opened its belly to the bone as it went by, and Mara went straight up over the second one's shoulder and put a blade through the eye socket with her whole body weight behind it, and then there were 2 more dead things in the clearing and the 2 of us breathing. She looked at me for a long moment. Your progress, she said, is too fast. I got lucky. That's what I said. What I thought was, every single fight where I could actually die squeezes something out of me that training never touches. Experience becomes reflex about 10 times faster when the alternative is dying, and I had been doing nothing else for 3 days. After this mission, you'll probably be promoted to 1 star, she said. What am I now? Trainee. So, worse than a temp. Considerably worse than a temp. Ironhide found the actual problem 20 minutes later, standing over one of the corpses with a knife. He opened the chest of the head beast the way you'd open a suitcase, went in past the ribs, and came out with something on the end of the blade. It was black, and it was as long as my forearm, and it looked like a centipede that had been designed by someone who hated centipedes. Its mouth parts were grown into the wall of the aorta, fused, part of the plumbing. The host had been dead for half an hour. It was still moving. Second one's the same, Mara said from the other carcass. Her voice had gone flat. Only this one's into the brain stem. Ironhide turned the thing over on the blade. Zerg larva, he said. I watched Mara's face, and here's the part that got my attention. 20 minutes earlier, she had been pinned by 2 head beasts and about to die, and she had looked less frightened then than she did now. That's not possible. She said it like a person checking a lock they know they locked. Grasso 7 is interior. This is a Federation resource world. This is the middle of human space. Then Ironhide gave me the lecture, and I'm going to give it to you the way he gave it to me, because he did it in about 90 seconds, and I have not stopped thinking about it since. The Zerg are parasites. They don't have their own soldiers, not to start with. What they have is a nest, and the nest drifts through space, and if it hits a world with life on it, it lands and it goes to sleep. It can sleep for centuries. When the conditions are right, temperature, mostly, the nest opens, and every animal on that planet starts getting larvae. Infected hosts turn aggressive and spread it further, and this goes on quietly for years while the population of the planet is converted from the inside out. And then, at a moment the nest decides, every infected creature on the world stops what it's doing and walks home. All of them, at once. And they go into the nest, and they are used, and what comes out is a queen. After the queen is born, a pheromone net goes up over the entire planet, and every infected thing on it moves as one animal, and the world stops being a world. So bomb the nest, I said. Ironhide laughed at me, not unkindly. He laughed the way you laugh at a child who asks why the sea doesn't just go somewhere else. Zerg are the best adapters in the universe, Mara said. Their genetic chain metabolizes almost any energy input, including radiation. Then she told me about a world where the indigenous civilization worked out what was in their mountains and put their entire nuclear arsenal into it. Everything they had in one day. What came out of the nest afterwards was bigger and faster, and it glowed faintly green because it had spent the last of its incubation swimming in the most concentrated energy source anybody on that planet had ever built. The world lasted 3 standard days. The Federation cleanup fleet was still filing paperwork when it ended. And that's before you get to the shell, Ironhide added. The outside of a mature nest is harder than it has any business being. Railguns don't mark it. Kinetics don't mark it. Then he brought up a photograph to show me what a mature one looks like. 500 years old, he said. Grown in. It was a mountain. Dark green. Gone over with growths and fungal shelves and things that were not rock. Dozens of openings in it. Huge ones. The size of highway tunnels. And out of each one came a slow drift of green spore mist. And underneath, spreading out into the ground for kilometers, roots like twisted blood vessels pulling the life up out of a planet the way you drink through a straw. I looked at that photograph for a long time, because I had seen that outline before. My homeworld, I said. My voice came out sounding like somebody else's. I've seen this. They both looked at me. There's a mountain, I said. It's about 2 hours from my city. There's a resort at the bottom of it, a lake, some hotels, school trips go there. And on the west side, there's a peak nobody's allowed on. It's fenced. It's been fenced since before my father was born. What's it called? Mara said. The locals call it Spectre Cry Mountain. I could hear myself explaining it, calmly, like a tour guide. It's full of natural caves. When the wind's up, they make a noise. That's where the name comes from. It's been there, I don't know, forever, since my grandfather at least. Mara's hand closed on my shoulder hard enough to hurt. Are you sure? I got out my phone. Out. Are you sure? And then she let go, and she said quietly, then it's over. Ironhide did not soften it. I've been grateful about that ever since. Earth, he said, is not a Federation member. Earth is filed as an unregistered wild civilization, under the supreme law, the Sentient Life Protection and Isolation Act, and doesn't that name land beautifully? The Federation does not intervene in the affairs of non-members, not to help, not to warn, not at all, so nobody is coming. And then he told me the second half, which is worse, because the moment the Federation registers that a planet inside its own territory has been fully taken by Zerg, there is exactly one procedure, and it is not a rescue. You do not let an infestation establish a beachhead in your interior. You sterilize it. Orbital, indiscriminate, one pass. A world scrubbed down to bedrock in an afternoon by a fleet doing routine hygiene. My mother, my father, the girl who does her homework on the floor, Guo Wei, Aunt Ling, Chef Guo, Captain Zhao, and 60 men on a parade ground. 7 billion people who have never heard the word Zerg turned into a warm cloud by people who will file it and go to lunch. Mission's over, Ironhide said. Go home. Go now. Confirm it with your own eyes. He put a hand the size of a dinner plate on my shoulder. If it isn't a nest, come back and get drunk with me. If it is one, call me and I'll assess it. Then, because he could see my face, kid, it hasn't hatched. As long as it hasn't hatched, there's a road. Mission complete. Base 2,000. Kill bonus 5,600. Total, 7,600 star coins. I did not look at the number until much later. I didn't change out of the suit. I sat down at my desk at 1 in the morning, still wearing armor with alien blood dried into the seams, and opened my laptop. The wallpaper is a photo from a beach trip 4 years ago. All 4 of us, everyone squinting. My sister has a hat on backwards. I searched Lawai Mountain. The tourism board site had a notice in bold red at the top of the page, the kind of notice that has been on a page so long that nobody reads it anymore. Attention, The Spectre Cry Mountain area in the west of the scenic zone is undeveloped wilderness. Terrain is hazardous, caves are numerous, weather is unpredictable. For your safety, entry in any form is strictly prohibited. Then the forums. A hiker who'd gotten as far as the outer slope 4 years ago and posted 3 photographs of a rock face full of holes arranged in a pattern that his camera did not like. He wrote, "Even on a clear day, the air coming out of there is cold, and you can hear something low, and I did not stay." Then a news item from a few years back, man missing in the Laowai range, search called off after 11 days. Family appeals for information. Last confirmed position given as the southwestern approach to Spectre Cry Mountain. And then I did the thing I had been avoiding for 40 minutes, which was open my own social media and scroll back to the summer I was 14. The app has a memories function. It surfaced the post for me. It was very pleased with itself. School trip to Laowai, absolutely wrecked. But the views are unreal, especially that weird mountain they wouldn't let us near. 9 photographs. The 7th one is me, in school uniform with a backpack, standing at a police barrier, grinning, throwing a peace sign at the camera. Behind me, filling the entire frame, is a mountain with a wrong shape. Curves that lean the way nothing geological leans. And openings in it, dozens of them, dark, arranged in that pattern. I put the photograph on one half of the screen and Ironhide's 500-year-old nest on the other half. You would not be able to tell me which one was which. So that's the situation, and I want to lay it out cleanly, because I laid it out cleanly to myself at 1:30 in the morning, and I have not needed to revise it since. There is a Zerg nest on Earth. It is about 2 hours from my house. It has been asleep since before anyone alive was born, and it is going to wake up, and nobody is coming. And if it wakes up all the way, the people who could stop it will arrive only to burn the planet flat so it doesn't spread. And in that photograph, 14 years old, in a school uniform, with 2 fingers up, is a very happy boy, standing 300 meters from it and smiling directly at the camera. So I did what anyone does at 2 in the morning with a problem too big for them. I went online and asked strangers. The mercenary network is a proper system once you're registered. Mail, mission hall, market, personal file, forum. My inbox already said 99+, which turned out to be mandatory orientation modules, and I spent an hour reading about my rights, which are enormous, and my obligations, which are heavier. Then I searched insect nest. Results, over 1 billion. Right. So it's not a rare topic. I made a thread instead. Urgent, need advice. Dormant Zerg nest confirmed on a non-Federation indigenous world, outer edge of the Orion Arm. Is there any hope at all? And because I am an idiot, I attached the school trip photo. The replies came in faster than I could read them. First, run. Buy the cheapest ticket off that you can find. That rock is finished. Don't die for real estate. Second, oh, another lottery winner. Condolences, friend. Next life, pick a planet nearer the core. The bugs mostly can't be bothered coming that far in. Third, the boy in the photo looks so happy. Is this the famous ignorance is bliss? 17th. Have you tried going to the Federation? Oh, non-member? Ah, well, never mind then. 34th. Camouflage grade on that one is very high, which means it's old. Once it opens, it eats a planet in about 7 days. On the plus side, from the growth stage in your picture, you've probably got 2 years. That's practically lucky. 59th. Prepare, he says. That model has S-grade shell hardening. Conventional explosives are a massage. Do you have orbital guns? Do you have a star destroyer? No? Then wash your neck and kneel comfortably. I closed the browser. Because they weren't being cruel, that's the thing. Nobody there was mocking me. That is just what it looks like when several hundred professionals all independently arrive at the same answer, and the answer is that this isn't a war or a conflict or a fight. It's weather. You don't beat weather. You leave or you're in it. Run where, though? That's the part they hadn't thought through. Run where? With what? And carrying whom? And then, while I was sitting there, a letter came in with a gold border on it. Federation Mercenary Management Committee. Your potential evaluation substantially exceeds the standard band. You have been designated an extraordinary talent. By unanimous decision, and as an exception to normal progression, you are hereby granted the status of official 1-star mercenary. 11 days. I want to note that. 11 days from a blood test in a clinic. And with it came the new registrant package, which is 3 items, and each one told me something about the job. D-grade genetic optimization serum. A crystal tube with something in it like melted sapphire and silver sparks turning over slowly inside, so that holding it up was like holding a slice cut out of the night sky. Market value 10,000 coins. Improves the genetic sequence itself. Cell activity. Neural development. With no side effects. Interstellar medical access. Basic tier. 1 free emergency teleport out of a mission if you're critically injured, plus full physical restoration on arrival. Sit with that for a second. They give that to beginners, not as a bonus, as standard equipment. The single most expensive thing they hand a new employee is one guaranteed resurrection adjacent retrieval because the actuarial tables say he's going to need it. Portable virtual access helmet. Entry to the virtual starnet. Learn, train, spar, and talk to thinking beings from other systems without any of them being able to physically remove your arms. One item to make me stronger, one item to keep me alive, and one item to open a door. I did not drink the D grade. I wanted to. It was right there, and it was worth 10,000, and it was the single most valuable object I have ever held. But 3 tubes of E grade were still working through me. I could feel them, a low background ache in the bones like a fever that had decided to stay, and putting a higher grade into a body that hasn't finished processing the last grade isn't optimization, it's demolition. So I put a star in a drawer under my socks and put on the helmet instead. Darkness, then an avalanche of data with no shape to it, then weightlessness, and then the specific and deeply unpleasant sensation of being disassembled into pieces and reassembled somewhere else, which they do not warn you about because if they warned you, nobody would go. I opened my eyes on a plaza that ran to the horizon, silver metal underfoot. Overhead, instead of a sun, nebulae, slowly moving, the whole sky a river of them, and ships going through, from little shuttles up to things the size of mountain ranges passing so high and so slow they looked painted. And the people, a 5-meter giant in crimson plate with 4 arms, having an argument. 2 blue-skinned children about half a meter tall chasing each other between everyone's legs. A creature made of liquid metal in polite conversation with a creature made of light. Somebody in a full-sealed suit with green gas rolling behind the faceplate. I stood there for a while like a tourist, which is exactly what I was. Interstellar arena. Entry, 1 star coin. Thousands of arenas hanging in the air at once. On one, 2 people were doing something that was recognizably unarmed combat, except each impact sent a visible ripple across the arena's shield. On another, a man with frost coming off both hands was fighting a woman with a sword made of light. And on a third, 2 figures were sitting completely still, opposite each other, not moving at all, and the space between them was folding. A staff member drifted over. First time? Come and fight. Death is free. The system repairs you. You only pay the arena rental. No thanks. Everyone says that. I don't know anything about how anyone out here fights, I said. Getting in that ring today isn't training. It's just paying money to be embarrassed. He looked at me for a second and then said, huh, and left me alone. And I have thought since that this was the first time an adult in the universe took me seriously. I bought a house instead. Basic detached villa, Newcomer District 0713, 300 square meters, 10 star coins. 10 coins, 1 bowl of noodles, living room, bedroom, study, training hall. My sister's actual bedroom is 9 square meters, and my parents have been quietly not talking about apartment prices for 6 years. And I bought 300 square meters with the change in my pocket, in a place where the sky is made of nebulae, and I sent the coordinates to Mara and Ironhide with the message, got a place, come round. The villa has an environment simulation mode, which is the entire reason anyone buys one. I set it to Ruined City, because that's the map I know from 1,000 hours in Seat 12 of Section C. Broken concrete, a collapsed overpass, the burnt shells of cars. Order 1, 5 Siberian tigers, peak adult condition. The first one I opened along the neck as it came at me. The other 4 I did not fight so much as dismantle, one from underneath on the jump, 2 heads with 1 horizontal pass, and the last one took an elbow backwards without me looking at it, and then the blade coming down. 11 seconds, and I wasn't breathing hard. Too weak, I said to an empty simulation like an idiot. Order 2, 5 brown bears. 3 meters, enraged state. The first paw strike missed me and hit the concrete and made a crater in it that I could have lain down in. And when I put the chainsaw blade across the shoulder of the second one, the blade that goes through a fierce beast like a hot wire through butter, it left a scratch. A scratch. I was still standing there processing that when the third one reached me. Claws went through my left shoulder, top to bottom, and it shook its head the way a dog shakes a toy. My left arm came off. I want to be precise about the next part because it's the only genuinely useful thing that happened in that hour. I didn't step back. Stepping back was death. I went forward, one-handed, and put the blade into an open mouth and kept pushing until it was in the brain. Then I killed the other 3. Then the simulation ended and I was standing in my own living room with both arms attached, restored by a wash of white light, no blood, no scar, nothing, and the ache in my missing shoulder took about 4 minutes to admit that it wasn't there anymore. I sat down on the floor of a house I'd owned for 11 minutes. Against absolute strength and absolute armor, I said out loud. My speed and my technique are worth nothing. Getting through them is very hard, and one hit that lands is a hospital. Which brought me to the thing I'd been avoiding for a week. I don't have a technique. I have a fast body and a heavy tool and a willingness to go where sensible people don't. That is a style in the same way that falling downstairs is a dance. Against animals, it's fine. against anything that can watch me for 10 seconds and think, every hole I have gets found on the first exchange. The market has a whole section for this. Motion capture combat methods, recorded by the people who invented them, installed straight into muscle memory in the virtual space. Frenzied slaughter, 72 strikes, 120,000 coins. Whirlwind of blood and flesh, 180,000. I had 7,000 and change. So I did what my mother does on shopping apps and resorted the entire section by price, ascending, and about 2 pages in, wedged between a knife-throwing course and something for a species with no elbows, was this: Eightfold Sword, author, Lone Wolf, rank, 5-star, description, a desperate method built for the chainsaw blade, go forward, do not think about living or dying, original price 100,000, newcomer discount, 0.1%, price, 1,000. I checked it 3 times for a decimal error. It isn't a bug. High-rank mercenaries put a handful of slots out at nothing sometimes, partly for connections, partly because a man who has spent 40 years building a way of fighting would quite like somebody else in the universe to use it. Bought. And in the same seller's window, 1 item down. Rock gene evolution method. Description. The method I used when I was young. Nothing flashy. Extremely stable. Raises baseline physical quality across the board. Builds a foundation that doesn't crack. 5,000. 5,000. That was everything. Here's the argument I had with myself, and it took about 4 seconds. Money is recoverable. I had made 7,500 in one afternoon on a planet I couldn't point to. Lose your life and every number goes to 0 permanently. And on top of that, this isn't spending. Nobody calls a shovel spending. Bought. Which left 1,000 exactly, and I spent it on a second divine wing because I'd promised an institute full of scientists a drone in 2 days, and I am not a man who breaks a promise to a room of people who canceled 2 experiments for me. Balance, a few hundred coins, 7,600, gone in 10 minutes. My mother would have needed to lie down. The next afternoon, somebody touched my cheek while I was asleep, and my body handled it before I was consulted. I have a very clear memory of the ceiling arriving. Wrist caught, hip turned, and then I was off the bed and over him with an arm under his jaw and a knee in his back, and the whole thing had taken about 1.25 seconds. Underneath me, going purple, Guo Wei slapped the mattress 3 times like a man in a wrestling match. I let go. You? He sat up holding his throat. You were going to kill me. You were going to kill me and inherit my game account, or my cloud storage. Which is it? You touched my face. I poked your cheek. That's a legal thing to do to a sleeping friend. He held up his wrist, which had 5 red fingerprints on it in a neat row. What kung fu is this? You nearly snapped my neck. Look at this. Look at my wrist. Then he sat on the end of my bed and pitched me a business opportunity because that is who he is. Right. Genius plan. There's a guy paying 1 yuan a card to slide those hotel girl cards under doors at night. 300 cards, 300 yuan, 1 night's work, and you're already nocturnal. That's illegal. It's barely illegal. We're not organizing anything. We're distributing paper. Worst case is a verbal warning. And there aren't even cameras in those corridors. I checked. You checked. For research. Don't do it, I said, and I won't either. We should make money. Not like that. He deflated all the way he does. Fine, fine. Still the same annoying moral person you've always been. Then he wanted to know about the job, so I gave him the cover story I'd built. Account boosting for online games, a few thousand a month, flexible hours, mostly at night. He accepted this instantly because it explained everything he'd noticed and flattered his worldview. And the police? Auntie Zhao said a police car came to your building. Weapons Research Institute, I said. They liked a drone I modified. They wanted me to explain the concept. Half-truths. Always half-truths. A lie has to be defended. A half-truth defends itself. You got in with the military, Guo Wei breathed. And a state institute. Shaozi, Shaozi. When you're rich, don't forget your brother. Let me hold on to your leg. I'll hold the leg. Hold the leg, don't pull the trousers. The doorbell rang. 2 men in black suits that fit far too well. The older one was pushing 40, square-jawed, with the eyes of something that hunts in daylight, and he opened a wallet with a gold emblem on it and held it steady at exactly the height where you can read it and can't touch it. Ministry of State Security. We'd like to ask you some questions, he said. Come with us, please. Behind me, Guo Wei made a sound like a kettle. 60 seconds ago, we had been joking about a weapons institute. Now it was state security in the stairwell, and I could see him arriving at the only conclusion available to him, which was that whatever I had put in that drone had a warhead in it. Inside, I was completely calm. This wasn't a surprise. This was the appointment I had made myself, 4 days early. All right, I said. Do I need to bring anything? The older one looked past me, into the flat, at the black case on the table. Bring the drone. Guo Wei sat down on the stairs as we left and said, to nobody, My brother is about to take off. The car was a black sedan with plates that made a guard salute before it stopped moving. The man beside me was friendly the entire way. Don't be nervous. We find you very interesting. We'll ask some questions and take you home. The compound had no sign on it. The elevator went down. B1, B2, B3. The doors opened on -7. The corridor had no light fittings. The walls themselves were lit evenly from inside, which is a small thing and which told me more about this building's budget than anything else that day. The room had a metal table and 3 chairs. The first hour was 2 men in white shirts asking questions in an order that made no sense until it did. Where I was born, every school, every kindergarten, the names of my class teachers at each stage, in order, who I sat next to in the 2nd grade. My father's job title in each of the last 4 years and the exact month each change happened. I understood the shape of it about 10 minutes in. Nothing I said was being evaluated for content. Every answer was hitting a database in real time, and the instruments in that room were recording my pulse and my breathing and whatever my face did in the quarter second before I spoke. Then the second wave, which was worse because the second wave was nice. A woman in a light gray suit with a tablet who introduced herself as Sister Guo and said we were just going to chat like family. My worldview. My values, what I thought love was, whether I had a girlfriend, what I would do if the truth and my family pulled in opposite directions. 2 officers came in for the 3rd wave and did not chat like family. Comrade Chen Ming, demonstrate the drone's full capability. So I did. Flight, transformation. And then a shot into the far wall, which left a circular hole with the edges glassed over, not scorched, glassed, vitrified by a temperature that arrived and left before the material could decide what to do about it. One of them put a finger near it and pulled it back. Then the scan, which is the part that actually scared them. The drone mapped the room and put it up in the air, dimensions to the millimeter, material composition of every surface, air mix, humidity, and the electrical runs inside the walls. And the 4 devices in those walls that were watching me. Nobody said anything about the 4 devices. Last item, the senior officer said, and the most important one, demonstrate the spatial transit. Do you want to step outside? That will not be necessary. The air about a meter in front of me went across in ripples, like a lake taking a stone. Light bent around it. The temperature in the room dropped about 2 degrees. A black point the size of a fist opened and widened into an oval a person could walk through. I'll be quick, I said. I was gone 11 minutes, which I spent queuing. I came back with a silver white box of pastries. The senior officer took that box from me with both hands, and he did not hold it like confectionery. He held it the way you hold the flag off a coffin. Then he stepped back, straightened up, and saluted me. I was 19, and I was wearing a t-shirt with a hole in the hem. What I didn't know until afterwards is that 400 people had been watching. 2 rooms over there is a tiered hall that seats several hundred, and it had been filling up all afternoon. Chief designers from the space program, the country's leading people in new materials, quantum physicists whose names are on textbooks, directors of high-energy institutes, bioengineers. Chaired by Qinwei Guo, Old Zhao, one of the founders of the academy, 81 years old, and the only man in the room not visibly rattled. There were 30 seconds of complete silence when the feed cut. Not because they had nothing to say, because none of them could work out where to start. The aerodynamicist got there first, and his hands were shaking so badly he had to put them on the table. That is genuine anti-gravity. There is no propulsion system we have, or have theorized, that produces that flight profile. Forget the flight. The materials man was up on his feet. Did you watch the transformation? Shape memory alloy? No, absolutely not. The speed is wrong and the precision is impossible. That is a programmable material with per-molecule structural control. Give us 20 years. Give us 50. We could not build the theoretical model. The weapons man hit the table. High energy, perfect precision, silent, and 0 recoil. 0. Where does the momentum go? And then a quantum physicist with hair like a fire hazard stood up and shouted at a room of his peers in a voice that cracked. The wormhole, stable, controlled, bidirectional, opened at room temperature and normal pressure and closed again on command. We are still arguing about whether Einstein permits it in principle, and they are folding space and using it as a door. And then they ran the pastries through a mass spectrometer, which is the detail that ended the argument. Because the organic chains in the pastry and the atomic structure of the metal box it came in do not appear on the periodic table. Not an unusual isotope. Not on the table. Somebody in the 3rd row said, Comrade Chen Ming must be placed under protection immediately. His value exceeds the combined value of everyone in this hall. He paused, and then he corrected himself. No, he exceeds our entire strategic arsenal. And old Zhao, who hadn't spoken in 20 minutes, said the sentence that ended up in the report, he isn't a weapon, he's a bridge. Then old Zhao did the thing that made me decide I liked him. Everyone else in that building spent the afternoon analyzing me. He stood up and said, Rather than sit here guessing, why don't we ask him, and had someone walk me in. I have watched the evening news my entire life. I recognized 6 faces in the first 2 rows. Where does the door go? Somebody asked. A base inside an asteroid, about 30,000 light years out. It's called base number 7. Is it the only one? Is there one civilization out there? Or, there are more than anyone has counted. The ones that made it to interstellar travel built an organization to manage the traffic. We call it the Federation. Then why has nobody contacted us? And I gave them the honest answer, which was rude, and which was the whole reason I'd come. Because Earth doesn't qualify. On the Federation star chart, this entire region is flagged as uncivilized space. That silence had a different quality to it than the others, because every person in that room had spent a career being the smartest human being in whatever building they were standing in, and I had just explained that from the outside, we are a fish tank, and the fish have a very sophisticated theory about who owns the room. What's the entry requirement? Sustained presence in open space and the ability to conduct interstellar communication. A white-haired academician laughed, and it was not a happy sound. With every resource this country has, a permanent lunar outpost is a 10-year program. Controlled interstellar communication isn't a target, it's a wish. Director Shu, Materials, asked the practical question. What does membership actually get us? 3 things. I counted them off, because I'd asked Mara the same question with the same face. First, technical support. A new member gets a full development plan for its technology tree, controlled fusion, materials, genetic engineering, propulsion, every wall you are all currently standing in front of with a door drawn on it. Nobody breathed for a second. I watched 2 men in their 70s put their hands flat on the table because their hands were doing something they didn't want anyone to see. Second, trade. Earth has biological resources and minerals and genuinely art that other civilizations will pay a lot for. The unit is star coins. And third, protection. Director Shu said quietly, protection implies a threat. So I told them, the universe has never been a garden. Where there's a civilization of order, there are also things that live outside the order. They consume the matter and energy of a world, and they reproduce, and they move on, and they end civilizations doing it. Locusts, plague, we call them the Zerg. And then I told them the rest, because there was no version of this conversation where I got to go home without saying it. There's bad news. They're already here. I put the 2 photographs up side by side, mine at 14, at a police barrier, throwing a peace sign. And a mature nest, 500 years old, photographed by a mercenary on a world that no longer exists. That's a dormant nest in the Laowai range, about 2 hours from where I live. The estimate from someone who has fought these things is that it wakes up in 2 years at the outside. When it does, it produces a swarm that does not stop, and it strips every organic thing on the surface until the planet is a rock. A man in uniform stood up. Then we destroy it before it wakes. We have weapons. If conventional ordnance won't do it, tactical devices will. If tactical won't, we have strategic. I refuse to believe anything survives tens of millions of degrees. It won't work, I said. The shell absorbs energy. That's what it's for. Nuclear weapons don't kill a nest. They feed it, and then the thing that comes out is bigger and it glows. Then he asked what we do instead, and I gave them the plan, which had exactly 2 steps and which I had been rehearsing on the drive over. Step 1, starting today. Seal the mountain. Full military exclusion, highest classification, every approach closed, and a standing order that nothing goes in that could accelerate the wake-up. You are not fighting it. You are not going near it. You are watching a fuse. And step 2 is that we wait 2 years to die. Step 2 is that we get into the Federation as fast as it can possibly be done. I said it slowly, because it's the only sentence in the whole meeting that mattered. That's the road. It's the only road. A member planet gets help. Membership means the nest stops being our problem and becomes an item on somebody's work schedule. Old Zhao had a phone in front of him with the screen down. He turned it over, read something, and turned it back. The instruction has come down, he said. From this moment, within the limits of the Constitution, the state gives you whatever you require. Money, equipment, people. There is no ceiling on this sentence, Comrade Chen Ming. There is no ceiling on it. And I had to disappoint an entire room of the most decorated minds in the country. You've misunderstood what I am, I said. I'm a student who finished his exams 11 days ago. I don't understand research. I couldn't tell you how any of this works. I put my hands on the table. What I actually am is a registered mercenary. I take contracts. I complete them. They pay me in star coins, and with the coins I can buy technical data, finished equipment, and key materials, and I can carry them back here through a hole in my bedroom wall. You could see it land. Around the room, 1 face at a time, as they revised what I was. Not a master of alien technology, a porter. The economist in the gold glasses got there fastest, because economists always do. Can we convert currency? If star coins can be purchased, we will commit the reserves, all of them, tonight. No. Name a rate. There isn't one. Gold, diamonds, every national currency on this planet, at the scale we're discussing, all of it is decorative paper. There is no exchange window because there is nothing on our side of the counter that anyone out there wants. I let that sit for a second and then gave them the actual good news. But I'm going to send you a box of virtual access helmets. Know the enemy and know yourself. The world is going to change in ways none of us can picture, and the people in this room are the ones who'll have to catch it. Get on the network. Start learning now. Old Zhao gave the helmets to a Secretary Wu and told him to build a unit around them out of the best linguists and analysts in the country, quietly, by Friday. Then he asked about my personal security, and I said yes, with one condition. No surveillance in my home. None. I need one place where I can lie on the sofa in shorts and slippers and think about nothing, like a person. And that, I'm told, was the moment the room finally understood what it was dealing with. That the pioneer holding the future of the species had spent the previous week arguing with his mother about the air conditioning. I noticed the changes before I got to my own front door. The little shop on the corner, the one that had been shorting people on change for a decade, was gone. In its place was a new 24-hour store, spotless, staffed entirely by men over 1.80 meters in matching blue uniforms who stood very straight and looked at the door every time it opened. The stray dogs were gone. The bins had been scrubbed to the metal. Inside, our sofa had been replaced. Our sofa was 15 years old and had a valley in the middle where my father sits, and in its place was Italian leather with the tag still on. New television, so thin it looked like a mistake. New table, new desk, new bed, new wardrobe. A man came out of the flat across the hall as I was unlocking mine, about 190, perfectly ordinary polo shirt. Just moved in, he said. Name's Shu. He shook my hand. His palm was wide and dry, and there were thick calluses across the knuckles and at the base of the thumb, and they are not calluses you get from any job that has a desk. I have no doubt whatsoever that if I hadn't asked out loud for one unwatched room, I would have been living inside a military compound by that evening. 2 hours away, a loudspeaker at the Laowai resort was saying, by order of higher authority, this scenic area is designated a temporary military zone. All visitors and staff are to depart by 1800. A man in a windbreaker was shouting about refunds and moral damages, and his wife had a hand on his sleeve and was saying quietly, "Didn't you hear him say military? Don't." The last bus went at sunset. Behind it, they dropped the barriers and ran the wire and the checkpoints filled with armed sections, and the light on those mountains at that hour is genuinely one of the best things in the province. Same view as any other evening, different country. I got home to my mother coming out of the kitchen holding a spatula and glowing. Today, she announced, is a wonderful day for this family. My father had been promoted, full section chief. He'd been on the same rung for 10 years, and she told me his hands were shaking when he called. And she told me this 3 times, and each time she got to the shaking hands, she had to stop. Let's see who tries to trip him up at that office now. And then, without pausing, your sister's teacher called. They've opened a new advanced foreign language class at the school. Fully qualified foreign teachers, all of them. And they specifically asked for your sister, and the fees are exactly the same, not one extra fen. Isn't that a gift from heaven? Has the sun come up in the west today? Really, I said, that's good. She didn't notice anything unusual about her son because she was completely underwater in happiness. She kept saying it, a gift from heaven, a gift from heaven, while she cooked, to the fish, to the extractor fan. I sat at the table my parents had owned for 18 years and had not owned since Tuesday, and I did the arithmetic on what had just been given to my family and what it cost and who had signed for it. 10 years my father waited for that rung. It took a phone call. There was a white feather on the boarding ramp. I picked it up. It was about as long as my forearm, and it weighed nothing at all, and I was still holding it when I walked into the crew lounge and found out where it came from. There was a woman sitting with Mara. She was over 1.90 meters, and she was sitting down and still hadn't fully solved the problem of where to put her legs. Her face looked like something a very good sculptor had spent a career on. Her skin did a thing under the cabin lights that I can only describe as almost glowing, and her eyes were pale gold, and folded down her back, the tips nearly touching the deck, were 2 enormous white wings. An angel in a steel corridor next to a coffee machine with a note taped to it saying, "Do not use." "I'm Ling Ling," she said. "Winged human race," Mara said, not looking up from her terminal. "I gather your planet's mythology already has a word for them. They're all like that, the whole species. Extremely popular in about 400 systems and insufferable about it. I am conducting sociological research," Ling Ling said. "Mercenaries are my first subject. Simply put, I am here to live the life." I said carefully, "You want to come on missions?" "Yes. To watch. To record." Mara finally looked up. "Don't get the wrong idea, and don't underestimate our scholar. Winged humans are built to fly. Physically, she's well ahead of anything from your planet, and if things go badly, she'll be gone before you've turned around. She is not a vase. She put the terminal down. But she is not a fighter, and she does not understand what our line of work does to people who aren't paying attention. So from today, your first duty on this contract is to keep Miss Ling Ling alive. On top of the mission payment, 3,000 star coins as a protection fee. My account at that moment contained a few hundred coins. I would like to report that I took a dignified moment. I'll take it, I said. Give me every detail. The planet was a 7, and the briefing came with a warning label I hadn't seen before. Protected primitive civilization. Social development approximately equivalent to Earth's feudal dynasties. And therefore, under Federation law, absolutely no advanced technology may be introduced, no area effect weapons, no energy weapons of any kind, not even a pistol. Because they study the natural evolution of civilizations, Ling Ling said, and any interference destroys the sample. So what am I allowed? A knife, Mara said, and a silent kinetic sidearm, which is a gun that fires an actual physical bullet like an animal, and which you get exactly 1 magazine for. The job. Several members of the local nobility had been infected. A ship had come apart in that region a while back and vented parasitic spores into the atmosphere, and the spores had found hosts, and the hosts had money and land and staff. The Federation is not going to send a fleet and reshape a planet over something this small, Mara said. So the dirty work comes to us. That's what we're for. There are a lot of infected down there. 3 of them are worth money. 3 portraits in ancient dress with addresses. And it's an open contract, she added. Gone out to the whole guild. First one to finish a target gets paid for it. Second one gets nothing at all. I'll come, Ling Ling said. My subject is the behavioral patterns of mercenaries across differing civilizations. This is an excellent observation set. Mara winked at me over her head. And with her along, your 3,000 is entirely legitimate. Isn't that convenient? Money, I was learning, is the load-bearing principle of this entire industry. The drop was a black assault boat and the descent was in the dark. Below us, when the clouds broke, a walled city that ran to the horizon. Gray-blue ramparts, flying eaves and bracket sets and tiled roofs stepping down in layers, watchtowers, and streets with carts on them at 4 in the morning. And above all of it, in optical camouflage, a ship from a civilization 30,000 light-years away, hanging there like a ghost that had wandered in from a different genre. Ling Ling looked down at it for a long time. Then she said, "How beautiful," and I realized it was the first thing she'd said all day that wasn't in a report voice. "Your appearance is going to be a problem," I said. "They worship gods, and they don't like foreigners, and you're 2 meters of," I gestured at all of her, "solvable." The wings glowed softly, and their outline blurred, and then they weren't there, not folded, gone. We went down on anti-gravity into an alley behind a tavern, 2 feathers dropping. She immediately crouched and put her fingers on the moss growing in the wall joint. "So this is the texture of history," she said. "It is considerably more interesting than the models in the archive. Stop that. It is relevant to, we are 2 out-of-towners who came to Pingyang looking for work. Please stop touching the wall like a tourist." She stood up. And then she looked past me, at the corner of the alley, where there was a beggar. "His vital signs are extremely weak," she said. "Given the overnight temperature at this latitude, he will not survive tonight. That's not our problem. But he is a significant component of what this society is made of. Poverty, class, mortality, these are all observation samples. I felt the specific headache arrive that I would be carrying for the rest of the operation. It occurred to me that I might have made an error, bringing a scholar, elsewhere in that city, 3 floors underground, behind a door with no handle on the outside. The man we had come for was eating. He had been the Prince of Pingyang. He was still wearing the robes. A parasite that gets away, that isn't found and burned in the first week, needs to take in an enormous amount of biological energy before it can finish. It needs the richest fuel available on whatever world it's landed on, and on a world with people on it, the richest fuel available is obvious, and I am not going to describe the room. I'll tell you the 2 things that matter. The first is what he said when he finished. He said, "Not enough. It's still not enough," in a voice that was mostly not his anymore. The second is what he said after that. "And the mercenaries will be here soon." Because he knew. He knew that a hole in the Federation's observation net closes eventually, and that when it does, they arrive like sharks on blood. He had done the arithmetic on his own timetable, and he had decided that he could finish before we got there. He was out by about 11 hours. Ling Ling gave the beggar a gray-silver cube from a pouch and told him, "Do not eat large quantities of high-density nutrient at once. Your digestive system will not tolerate it." He ate the whole thing in 2 bites. Then he sat up straighter, and some color came back into a face that had not had any, and I decided that arguing with her about this had a bad cost-benefit ratio. "The Prince of Pingyang," I said. "What's he been doing lately?" The beggar's eyes went to the mouth of the alley and back. Sir, it's better not to ask. Try me. They say the prince is gravely ill. He hasn't been seen outside the residence in months. He lowered his voice anyway. But tonight there's a great event at the residence. A selection. Concubines. He wiped his mouth. He's been holding one every night lately. Every night, sir. All the daughters of the wealthy families are queuing, and the ones from out of town too, because whoever's chosen never has to worry about anything again. I got up on the wall and looked. He was right. There was a crowd of young women at the gate of that residence with lanterns strung above them and family members fussing with their hair, and the whole thing had the atmosphere of a festival, every night. Daytime, the guard rotation on that compound is too tight to be worth trying, I said, coming back down. Tonight, with several hundred strangers walking through the gate on purpose, the odds are considerably better. Ling Ling pointed at her own face. According to the archive, my physical characteristics qualify as beautiful within the aesthetic standards of the Great Wasteland Dynasty. My height is above local average, but this is attributable to exotic origin and in fact improves my ranking. She said all of this like a weather report. I can present as a noblewoman at the selection and bring you inside. I looked at her for a second. Whatever else was true about that woman, she was not short of nerve. All right, but listen, the moment they choose you, he comes out to look at you personally. I made sure she was actually hearing me. I don't think this is a selection. I think this is how he shops. Once I have his position, I move. Until then, you do nothing. Understood. The selection ran like a livestock market, and I watched most of it from a roof. An old man with a thin beard sat at a table without raising his eyes and said next at intervals of about 4 seconds. Too thin. Next. Bad teeth. Next. Country accent. Next. Nobody argued. The fathers standing behind their daughters didn't argue either, which told you the most about that city of anything I saw there. While that was happening, I found a guard who had stepped into a corner to relieve himself, put a hand over his mouth and the edge of my other hand into the side of his neck, and spent 4 minutes putting on his armor. Then I stood at his post, and nobody looked at me again for 2 hours, which is the single most useful thing I have ever learned. Nobody looks at a man who is standing where a man is supposed to be standing. Ling Ling came through the gate and the courtyard went quiet. The old man raised his eyes for the first time that night. Who are you? Ling Ling. I am from the Western lands. I have heard of His Highness's virtue and came to pay my respects. Not bad. Stay. The second courtyard had a woman they called Granny Song, who worked with a measuring cord and a list, and I'm going to keep this short because it deserves to be short. They measured them. They eliminated girls for skin and for the thickness of an arm, and one for having hands that had obviously done work. Nobody's face was mentioned once. When Granny Song got to Ling Ling, the numbers came out somewhere off the end of her experience, and she stood there for a moment with the cord in her hands, unable to find anything to object to. 5 were left. You're all very lucky, Granny Song said. Come and be washed and changed. Tonight you will see the prince's face. The fourth courtyard had no lanterns. 2 horn lamps, low, and a building with no windows and no second door, which is an unusual way to build anything for a person to live in. Behind several layers of gauze there was the shape of a man. Come here, it said, the one on the far left. She was small, and she went in with tiny steps, and the door closed from the inside. I was on the ridge of the roof by then, flat, with my chin on the tiles. After a while the door opened again. Nothing came out. The doorway stood open on the dark, and the courtyard was completely silent, and the voice inside said, perfectly conversationally, as though picking a second course, the tall one. Come here. Ling Ling, standing at the bottom of the steps, lifted her head and looked directly at the darkest point above the courtyard, where I was. Then she stepped through the curtain. I came off the roof like something dropping out of a tree. Granny Song first, edge of the hand. Then the 3 remaining girls, 1, 2, 3, a needle at the base of the skull, and they went down where they stood and would wake up in an hour with a headache and no memory of the evening, which of all the outcomes available in that compound was the best one anybody got. The doorbar snapped. The room inside was almost empty, which is the tell. Nobody lives in an empty room. Behind a rosewood cabinet there was a second door, and behind that, stairs. Underneath the Prince of Pingyang's residence, there is a network of tunnels with torches burning in them, and the torches were maintained, which meant staff, which meant this had been going on a lot longer than recently. A patrol came up the corridor straight at me, and I put my back and feet against the 2 walls and went up into the dark of the ceiling and hung there like a spider while 6 men walked underneath me talking about somebody's brother-in-law. I followed the smell. At the end, there were black iron doors, and standing in front of them with his back to me was a man in a dragon-embroidered robe. And standing behind him was Ling Ling. Your Highness, he said, through the door. She's here. And I have never been so pleased about hesitating in my life. because a voice answered from the other side of the door, and it was not his. The one in the robe was a stand-in, a man they dressed up and sent out to do the walking so that nothing in the household would notice the master had stopped using his own legs. "You may go," the voice said. The stand-in turned around, one hand on the jaw, one on the back of the skull, and turned. He went down without touching the door. Then the door opened, and I saw the room, and I saw the thing standing in the middle of it. Its face was not a face. About half of it was mouth. The rest was black plating that had grown up through the skin in overlapping scales, and the eyes were green and set wrong. Over in the corner, under a cloth somebody had thoughtfully thrown, was the answer to what had happened to the first girl. It came at me without any preamble at all, and it was faster than anything a human nervous system is built to answer. So I didn't answer it. I went forward. You cannot beat a thing that is faster than you by reacting to it. You can only be somewhere it has already decided you aren't. I dropped inside the ark and put the knife into the meat of its leg on the way past, and the knife skated off something under the skin and threw sparks and nearly came out of my hand, and I let the same rotation carry the butt of the pistol into the side of its other knee. Something in there gave. It went down onto one side, and I put 10 meters between us because I could not fire that weapon in a stone tunnel with 40 guards in the building, and it understood. That's the part that still bothers me. It understood immediately that it had been found, and that being found meant more of us were coming, and it stopped trying to kill me and started trying to leave. "Ling Ling, hold the door." Second pass. It came along the wall this time with the claws in the stone, throwing chips, and I went underneath it, flat on the ground, and put the knife into the gap behind the kneecap, and it came down on both knees like a man who has been shot in a film. I got onto its back, brought the blade down on the base of the neck, and the blade went in half an inch and stopped in the plating. So I hit the butt of the knife with my elbow. It went through, and then it went all the way in, and then I used the spine as a lever and finished it. Then I cut off one ear because the contract requires proof, and I would like to state for the record that proof of kill is the single most administratively unpleasant part of this job. Upstairs, through the door at the top of the stairs, I could see torchlight and about 40 guards, and the courtyard was sealed. The first man through the doorway took a kinetic round in the chest plate and went back into the three behind him. We went up onto the roofs. You can move very fast across the roofs of a city like that if you don't mind about the tiles, and I did not mind about the tiles. Behind and below us somebody was screaming, "Shoot them down," and arrows started coming up through the roof line, dozens of them, most of them nowhere near, a few of them close enough to hear. And then we got to the outer wall, and I looked out at the city, and my stomach dropped. Every street was lit. Every junction had a squad standing in it. They hadn't been chasing us. They'd been walking us, pushing us out toward a wall with a ring of iron around it. "I can't get us out," I said. "Get ready to move. I'll hold them." She didn't answer. She put both arms around my waist, and she opened her wings. The whole courtyard behind us looked up. I had never flown, not once, not on a plane, and the city dropped away underneath and turned into a model of itself, all the lit streets becoming a diagram, and the arrows fell away behind us in a slow curve like they'd lost interest. She was carrying an adult male. Her speed was terrible, and her energy budget was worse, and I could feel the effort of it going through her back. We came down in a dead-end lane on the far side of the district, and when I stepped away from her, she stayed exactly where she was and did not turn around. There was a black arrow in her back. The fletching was still moving. The blood had gone all the way down through the white. She had taken that on the way up. She had taken a heavy arrow between the shoulder blades at the start of the climb, and she had not made a sound, and she had flown 4 kilometers with a person in her arms. I was still processing that when 3 men walked into the mouth of the lane, mercenary gear, proper gear. The one in front had a scar down one cheek and the eyes of an animal that eats things it didn't kill, and he wasn't looking at Ling Ling, and he wasn't looking at my face. He was looking at the pouch on my belt. "Kid, you've had a night." He sounded genuinely admiring. "We watched you come off that wall with half the garrison behind you. Beautiful. Brothers, we're not here for trouble." He put a hand out, palm up. "Hand over the proof, and we never saw you. And if I don't?" He drew a heavy cleaver off his back and held it loosely, the way you hold a tool. "We came for money," he said. "But we'll kill you if you make it about something else. The Federation forbids mercenaries cutting each other up on contract, sure. And there is no observation on this planet. You die here and nobody ever finds out who did it." The thin one behind him nodded at Ling Ling and smiled. "Look at your friend, though. She's not doing well. Pretty wings. Real shame about all that blood." He tilted his head. "You keep talking. She doesn't live long enough for the city guard to find her." And the third one, the small one, at the back, leaned in and said, in a whisper he thought was quiet, "Boss, why are we even talking? Kill him. Winged ones are rare on the black market. We could sell her for 100 times the contract." The scarred one turned around and hit him across the face hard enough to put him on the ground. "Shut your stinking mouth." He was suddenly not casual at all. You want to die, don't take me with you. Sell a winged human? What is in your head? Do you know how those birds are about their own? Any serious one of that species could take this planet apart with a gesture, and if it ever came out, there'd be a price on all three of us that never expires. He turned back to me and shrugged, and his face went pleasant again like a light coming back on. I came out here to earn, not to die. Which is how I learned what a professional looks like. 3 of us, the scarred one said. 1 of you, and you're holding a child. He nodded at the pouch. Hand it over and I'll tell you where the nearest physician is. You lose 1 contract. We save an afternoon. Everybody sleeps tonight. I stood there in that alley for about 4 seconds, and the thing that made it unbearable is that he was right. That was the correct answer. Every single part of that arithmetic was correct, and I ran it 3 times looking for a different result, and there wasn't one, because behind me, a woman who had taken an arrow for me was quietly running out of blood. I threw the pouch. He caught it without looking. Right at the end of the lane, shop with the broken lantern, he said pleasantly. Old man in there loves money and doesn't like people. You'll get on fine. I took the door off its frame. The old man behind the counter had white hair and 1 working eye, and he opened his mouth to start shouting, and I put a silver ingot on the counter, cut off a palace guard's belt an hour earlier, and said, "Save her and it's yours." Then he saw the wings, and he sat down. To his eternal credit, what he said next was not a question. To save her, first the arrow. Pulling an arrow is a skill. Lay her face down, arch the spine so the muscle relaxes around the shaft, or you'll tear a channel twice the width going out. 1 hand presses the flesh flat at the entry. The other pulls. He looked at me. Fast, straight, firm. If you hesitate halfway, you will kill her, so don't. I did it. Not bad, he said, and threw me a jar of yellow powder. Now the wound. You're the physician. I'm 81, my eyes are gone, and my hands shake, and I have no apprentice. He was already walking out. Fine work is for young men. Call if she stops breathing. And he closed the door behind him. So I cut the cloth away from the wound and packed it, and she pushed her face into the pillow and her shoulders shook and she did not make 1 single sound, and then I asked permission and took the shirt off and folded those wings in along the back the way you'd stow something you were afraid of breaking and strapped them down and bandaged over the top. Then I sat on a stool in a lantern shop on a feudal planet at 4 in the morning and looked at her for a while. The angle of that wound. She'd been climbing when it hit, which meant she took a heavy arrow between the shoulder blades at the bottom of a climb with my full body weight in her arms, and she chose to keep going instead of putting me down. I called Mara. There was music behind her, and glasses, and somebody laughing. What? Lost on a feudal planet? Do you need me to come and get you in the ship? Ling Ling's hurt. The music went away. I told her all of it. Then I said, can I file against them? With the Alliance. It's robbery. There has to be a process for robbery. There was a pause on that line that went on a beat too long. Little Chen Ming, very gently. Where did it happen? You know where it happened. There's no observation on that planet, so without evidence, everything you just told me is a story. She let that sit. You're a newcomer who got his first star 11 days ago, accusing 3 registered veterans of armed robbery. Who do you think they believe? That's not cynicism, that's just the shape of the room. And then she said the sentence I have thought about more than almost anything else anyone has ever said to me. If your fist is strong enough, then your fist is the rules. You think mercenary losses come from monsters? A lot of them come from each other. So I let it go. So you get her healed, and you get strong, and then you go and settle it, and nobody files anything, because by then, you won't need to. Glass clinked. The universe is a jungle. It always has been, and it isn't going to stop for you. And in a tavern in the west of that same city, at that same hour, the thin one poured a cup and said, "Boss, you're a genius. That idiot will never work out that the heavy arrow that nearly killed the bird came out of your bow." The scarred one drank. The contract says 3 targets, he said. The boy's still got 2. Let him do the work. We'll turn up to help. He set the cup down. No evidence, no comeback. He can hate us all the way home. I got the evacuation request out at 5:45 and they took her straight into surgery. By 7, I was home. At 7:02, my phone rang. Jiaozi, Guo Wei, full volume. School gate, 8 o'clock, we've hired a bus. We're going to Xishan. I haven't slept. Nobody slept. That's the point. So that is how I came to be on a chartered bus into the mountains, 40 hours awake, with alien blood under 2 of my fingernails, next to a man doing a bit about our chemistry teacher, which is when the bus went off the road. We were on a switchback, and the driver took it slightly wrong on a surface that should have been resurfaced 4 years ago, and the whole thing slewed and went nose down into the drainage cut with a bang that stopped everybody's hearing. Luggage came off the racks, somebody's window starred. A girl 2 rows up was screaming in the specific way people scream when they haven't decided yet whether they're hurt, and Guo Wei stood up in the middle of the aisle and took command of the situation. I want to be clear that this actually happened. Right, he bellowed. Guo Ling, you've got the most life experience of anyone here. You handle the girls, keep them calm. Zhao Qiang, you climb the school fence 4 times a week. You know terrain, plan our route out. Qin Ping, Chen Xiaodan, you two have kissed in every corner of that school, so nobody knows the safe spots better. Find us one. Qin Hao, you download 11 gigabytes a night. You have the fastest phone in this class. Get our position and call it in. Han Hu, you have put 3 separate classmates in hospital. Congratulations. You are now security. Anybody who panics, you handle it. Nobody argued with a single one of these appointments. That's the part that gets me. Every person named simply accepted the assessment and got to work. Then he turned to the back of the bus, where our year supervisor was sitting very pale and very still, and his voice changed completely. And everyone drop what you're doing and give Teacher Shu a proper beating, he said evenly. He's been putting his hands on girls in this year for 2 years, and he had the nerve to get on this bus today. There was about a second of silence. Then several boys got up. All right, Guo Wei said, a couple of minutes later, checking his watch. Don't actually kill him. We've got a real problem to solve. The real problem was that the door had jammed shut with the frame packed into the earth bank, and the emergency glass had taken a thermos flask and produced a single white dot, and the bus was resting on a slope above a drop that went down about 40 meters into scrub. Han Hu, who is genuinely a large human being, put his shoulder into that door until he was soaked through. You'd need hydraulic cutters, he said. It's not a strength thing. The frame's bent onto the lock. Somebody at the back started crying and asked if we were going to die in here. I stepped up over the folded seats. Sorry, excuse me. I kicked the lock. The door frame bowed outward, the lock folded up like a paperclip, and the door left the vehicle entirely and landed 6 meters away in the ditch. The silence inside that bus was total. Guo Wei pointed at me with a shaking finger. Have you been training iron sand palm? I used to kick cows, I said. In the village. Which is a completely insane sentence, and the reason nobody challenged it is that there was a bus door lying in a ditch. Outside was worse than inside. Rock wall on one side, the drop on the other, and the driver slumped over the wheel unconscious with a head wound and a handful of dislocations and 1 bad laceration among the students. Qin Hao got 1 bar, twice. It's too remote, he said. Nearest police post and the nearest ambulance. They're saying 2 hours minimum. 2 hours. The driver did not have 2 hours. 2 of the injured did not have 2 hours. I walked 20 meters up the road, and I sent a text message. 5 words. Come quickly. We have injured. The contact had no name on it. It was saved as a single character. 1. Who are you texting? Guo Wei said behind me. Does your relative have a helicopter? Something like that. 10 minutes later, a black dot came over the ridge and got bigger. It came in on us directly, flared, and held at 10 meters, and lines went out both doors and men came down them in full kit. Not one wasted word. Assess, immobilize, stretcher, lift. The way people move when they have done a thing so many times that the talking part has been worn off it. Don't be alarmed, we're rescue services. Casualties out first. Ground element is inbound. One of our classmates, hanging onto the door of a helicopter with his eyes like dinner plates, yelled, "Boss, what organization are you from?" The man was already on the line, going up. "Special unit," he said, and that was all he said. 10 minutes after that, from the switchback below us, came the sound of a great many sirens at once, and then the lights, a column of them coming up the mountain road at a speed that road did not deserve. They said 2 hours, Qin Hao said, in a small voice. What is this? It's like somebody kicked a hornet's nest. Nobody asked us for names. They counted us, put us in vehicles, and went. Halfway back, the convoy slowed, and I looked out. There were 4 black sedans stopped on the verge. In the middle of the road stood a man of about 50 in an ordinary white shirt with his hands behind his back, and bent almost double in front of him, sweating through his jacket, was a heavy man with a receding hairline that Guo Wei recognized immediately from the local news. Director Guo, Municipal Roads Authority. Our window was open a crack. We very nearly had an incident here today, the man in the white shirt was saying. He wasn't raising his voice at all. I don't care how this road has been maintained up to now. You have 1 week, beginning to end. Sir, a week is perhaps a little. The man in the white shirt looked at him. Director Guo's face went the color of raw liver. If you can do it, the white shirt said. If you can't, resign this afternoon, and I'll find somebody who can. You came extremely close to putting me in prison today. Back in the city, they took us in through a side entrance at the best hospital in the province with no registration and no queue, and doctors already standing in the corridor. Guo Wei, who did not have a scratch on him, spent 40 minutes inside a CT scanner and got a more thorough workup than he'd had before the college entrance exams. Then police cars drove every single one of us home individually. Xiaozi, he said at his door. About today. Get some sleep, I said. Call it a bad dream. The medical bay had her floating in a holographic support pod with the tubes already out. pale blue light moving up and down her back, the wound closing while I watched. Surgery went well, a white-haired researcher told me. Nanomedical assemblers are rebuilding the tissue. She'll be walking tomorrow and irritating everyone by the day after. Mara was waiting in my quarters. She threw 3 portraits up in the air. Your 3 flies are identified, all registered, all 1 star. She said it flatly. They've got a nickname on the network. The 3 rats. Eldest is Slayer, second is Serpent, the little one is Rat. Their entire business model is robbing newcomers on planets with no observation coverage. Under the portraits ran their records, in red, and there was a lot of red. They're not cowards and they're not amateurs, and there is more than 1 death on that list. If you're thinking what I think you're thinking, understand that it will not be simple. They knew, I said. What? They knew I was a newcomer before they walked into that alley. That's why they picked me. My file is completely empty. No missions, no record, 1 star, 11 days old. I found that I was smiling, which surprised both of us. To an old fox, that file says fat sheep, freshly arrived, will not be missed. Mara didn't say anything. There's a saying at home, take 1 beating now, and you avoid 100 later. I pulled the black case out from under the bed and put it on the bed. If I don't answer this today, they will come back for me eventually, and they'll bring friends, and I'll be a slightly better mercenary with a slightly better weapon, and it will end exactly the same way in a different alley. Mara looked at the case for a moment, and then she sighed, and it was almost fond. Be careful. They aren't weak. At the door, I stopped. Beautiful. Have a jug of something ready, I said. We'll drink when I get back. She looked at the empty doorway for quite a long time after I'd gone, and then, to nobody in particular, she laughed and said, "This kid gets more interesting every week." I put the ship down in Forest and walked into the capital alone. 100 coins buys a biological mask, which is a thin film you press onto your face and which turns you into somebody else entirely. I picked a bearded man of about 40 with a weathered face and bad skin. Nobody in that city looked at me twice for 3 days. Mara's intelligence was correct. All 3 of them were still there, sitting on the planet, waiting for the idiot to go and do the remaining 2 targets so they could turn up at the end and collect. Which meant I had time, and they didn't know it. I went to the most expensive brothel in the city. The Yihong Tower had 2 rows of red lanterns burning at 3 in the afternoon, and a proprietress in white powder who came at me with a fan already moving. I put a silver ingot on the table. Which would Sir prefer? We have every build, every accent. The 1st star. The fan stopped. Ah, such a pity. Our butterfly dream is engaged. An out-of-town gentleman, extremely generous, he's been in her rooms for half a month and says he'll stay until he's bored. I put down a bigger one. Room 1, top of the 5th floor, at the very end. She leaned in. And sir, if the waiting is difficult, I was the first beauty of this house once. For you, no charge. That's all right. I sat in the corner with a jug and waited until the building went quiet, which took until nearly 3 in the morning. Through the door at the end of the 5th floor, drink it, and when you've finished, I'll tell you how I finished off an idiot last week. Rat. Cheerful. Ha! A woman's voice, very tired. Sir, truly, I can't take any more. Can't? I paid for you, so you drink. Quickly, we've business later. I didn't knock. He came around with his mouth already open. I told you nobody comes. And the blue line went in through it and out the back of his skull, and the cup he was holding hit the floor and broke, and the woman on the other side of the room did not scream, which told me a great deal about her month. I took the watch off his wrist while it was still warm. 3 dots on the map, one of them now permanently stationary. Serpent was in an underground gambling house on the east side, at the busiest table, in smoke you could lean on. Thin, deep-set eyes, that particular unhealthy shine, a woman on either side of him, a pile of silver in front of him that he was pushing out in handfuls, the way you'd throw gravel. I stood in the corner for 3 hours and watched the room's opinion of him curdle. It goes envy, then resentment, then something with a shape to it. And he read it a beat before it arrived, because whatever else he was a professional. Right, that's me. I'm too lucky tonight. Carry on, and you'll all be pawning your trousers. He swept the silver into a bag and went out into the dark with a woman on each arm. 10 steps into the alley, he sobered up completely, because 20 years of this work will give you a sense that has nothing to do with alcohol, and he threw himself flat. The shot took the hair off the side of his head and left a charred hole in the wall behind him. Christ. Came out to enjoy myself without a weapon. He ran, and he was fast, and it didn't matter. A man on foot cannot outrun me, and there was no version of that alley where he got to the other end of it. The bag came open when he went down and silver rolled everywhere, and I didn't touch a single coin of it. I took the watch, and the watch immediately buzzed in my hand with a face on the screen. Slayer. I answered it. Serpent, where the hell are you? Rat is in trouble. His signal's dropped. Get back here. I held it up to my mouth. He isn't coming back. Complete silence on that line. Who is this? Where is Serpent? Serpent isn't coming back either. They're both dead. You. The word came out of him like something tearing. I took one contract off you. One. And you had the nerve to kill my brothers. Took a contract. I was walking while I said it. Slayer, that's remarkable skin you've got. Here's what happened, and you can tell me which part I've got wrong. When that arrow went into Ling Ling, I knew immediately something was off, because it came from behind and below at 100 meters, and there is not one soldier on this planet with the bow or the eye for that shot. That was you. You put a heavy arrow into the person I was contracted to protect over a pouch. I stopped walking. If she died, my rating goes to 0, and my career ends in the second week. You didn't take a contract off me. You tried to take the whole thing, and you did it in a way where I'd never be able to prove it. That's fine. That's the business. But don't stand there sounding wronged. A pause. You wanted my life, so I'm taking yours. I cut the connection. The last dot on that map didn't move at all. It was sitting in the middle of the city, waiting. He came off a thick branch in the courtyard of an abandoned manor, and the ground shook when he landed. Enormous cleaver, yellow teeth in the moonlight. You actually came. He rolled his shoulders. Kid, if you've got anything between your legs, put the gun down. Just you and me. I tossed the energy pistol on the ground at my feet without looking at it and took the chainsaw blade off my back. First exchange, his whole arm went numb from the wrist up, and the shock of it went across his face like weather. He'd expected a boy, he'd planned a cat and a mouse, and what he'd actually walked into was a much heavier man who was also faster than him. And by the fourth exchange, he had 3 shallow cuts on him and had landed nothing at all because his swings were built for width and I was not being wide about anything. He worked it out. To his credit, it took him about 12 seconds. He also, out of the corner of his eye, worked out where the pistol was. So he bellowed like a lunatic and came down with everything he had in a straight overhead trade, the kind you only throw when you've decided to spend something, and I took his left arm off at the shoulder, and he let the momentum drop him exactly where he wanted to be. Rolled, came up, pistol in his right hand, muzzle on my face. On your knees! There was red in his teeth and joy in his eyes. 3 kowtows and I'll make it quick. I just stood there and looked at him. He pulled the trigger. Nothing. He pulled it again. Energy remaining, 0%. And I watched it arrive on his face, the understanding that the weapon had not been thrown down out of some code of honor between duelists, that a man who counts everything had counted this too, and that the gun on the ground had not been a gesture. It had been a chair, set out for him, with his name on it. I put a foot into his chest and he left the ground and came down and could not get up. Don't kill me. It was getting hard for him to get the words out now. My brother is a high-rank mercenary. He'll find you. Wherever you go, he will find you. Take the money. Take everything I've put away. It's enough for the rest of your life. I didn't break stride. Go to hell. I took the leather pouch off his belt and left. For the record, I did think about the threat. I thought about it for most of the walk back to the ship, and then I filed it, because the universe is enormous and there are more mercenaries in it than there are people on Earth, and somebody dies on a contract every hour of every day. A high-rank relative is an inconvenience. It is not a reason to lie awake. 10 hours later, when I was already at base number 7 with my boots off, the air over that courtyard went across in ripples, and a black private vessel came out of nothing. The figure that jumped from it did so from several hundred meters and landed without bending much. 2 meters, dark gold uniform, 4 gold stars on the collar. He crouched over what was left of his brother for a while and closed his eyes for him with 2 fingers and said quietly, I was late. A dozen operators fanned out and sealed the courtyard without being told. Captain Vulture. He read the body the way I'd read a map. Left arm removed by a rotary weapon, a chainsaw blade probably. The finishing strike clean, single, precise, straight to the heart. My brother was not a good man, and he was not a strong one, he said. But he was experienced. To do this to him, you would have to be a lunatic or you would have to be very, very good. He stood up. So this is addressed to me. Sir, scan it. Residual energy, biological traces, every particle on this ground. He was already looking at the sky. I want to know who killed my brother, and I want to know what hour it happened. Then he said the rest of it to nobody, in a completely level voice, which is what has stayed with me. Whoever you are, wherever you've gone, you killed blood of mine. A pause. I will grind you into dust, and I will not let you die while I'm doing it. Mission complete. Base 3000. Bonus. 3 Zerg-infected targets. 6,000. Total. 9,000 star coins. I looked in on Ling Ling on the way through. She was sitting up in bed scrolling a data panel and told me, without being asked, that her recovery was proceeding well and that winged human tissue regenerates efficiently and that she would be fine in a day. Then she went back to reading. Mara was in my quarters with 2 bottles and one of them was already open. She pushed the other one at me. Did those 3 give you much trouble? I took a long pull straight from the neck and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. Killed them all. She stopped for about half a second. Then she drank. That's the first time I've killed a person, I said to the ceiling. My heart's still going. It's been 10 hours, and it's still going like it wants out through my throat. You'll get used to it. That's the part I'm worried about. Then get used to it faster. She put her feet on my table. There is garbage under this sky. There are people whose continued existence produces nothing except more suffering and more paperwork. You didn't kill a person tonight. You took out the trash. She shrugged. Once that lands properly, you'll sleep fine. Take out the trash, I repeated. I did not sleep fine. But I have used that sentence since, and it works, and I'm honest enough to find that unsettling. I'm going home for a few days, I said. I need to put my head back on. Good. Everyone's like this at the start. Pull the string too tight and it snaps. Then, as though she'd only just remembered, oh, you're always going on about helping your planet with technology. I had an excellent thought. Go on. There's a thing on the base market called an artificial mini-sun, 2,000 coins, absolute bottom shelf. She examined her nails, and it ships with the complete manufacturing documentation. I put the bottle down. Is that controlled fusion? Roughly. How long does it sustain output? Our most advanced experimental setup holds a burn for a few minutes, Mara snorted into her fist, and then held up one finger. 100 years, she said. It runs stably for 100 years. Controlled fusion isn't a secret out here, Chen Ming. It isn't classified. It isn't guarded. It isn't valuable. It's just something your planet happens to be completely ignorant of. I sat there for a while. Solve energy, I said slowly, and everything else moves. Correct. Your rockets stop having to carry 40 tons of fuel to escape your own gravity. You go further, and you go to places you currently write poems about instead of visiting. And once you have a Mars outpost or a lunar base, you have the entry requirement, and then you apply. I'm going to the market. Sit down. She didn't move. First, iron rule of this profession. Memorize it. Your energy pistol is a controlled item. It does not go to your homeworld, ever. If you're caught, best case is life, worst case is worse, and your planet gets entered on the hazardous civilizations register, which you cannot pay off in 10 lifetimes. The four-armed shopkeeper didn't look up. Artificial sun? Oh, the plant lamp. Corner on the floor. Dig for it yourself. It was on the bottom shelf in a clear box behind a crate of couplings, a sphere about the size of a football giving off a soft red glow. Is there a manual? Who reads a manual for junk like that? 2,000. No haggling. Then, after I'd paid, he warmed up considerably, the way people do. You're new, aren't you? You bought it for a bloodlight orchid, right? Word of advice. Shine it on her every day. Grows faster and comes out prettier. I opened the documentation file in the corridor outside. 3-dimensional structural schematics that reconfigured themselves as I scrolled. Formulae that combined and divided and evolved while I looked at them. I could not identify the base units they were built from. I have finished secondary school. That is the entire extent of my qualifications. I stood in a corridor holding a plant lamp that contains 100 years of controlled fusion and a heavenly book I cannot read, and I laughed out loud once in a way that made a passing lizard person change course. It isn't for me. It was never going to be for me. It's for the 400 people in that tiered hall who have been standing in front of a wall their whole careers. Then I spent 4,500 more on 5 discounted E-grade serums. One for my father, whose face at 46 looks like weather has happened to it, and who has been carrying a shoulder since I was 12 and has never once mentioned it as a problem. One for my mother, who complains about her back to the extractor fan. One for my sister, because a body that repairs itself perfectly for a century is a better inheritance than an apartment. One for Guo Wei, and one to hand over to the state because I had watched a room full of the finest minds of my species learn that they were fish, and I had a small idea of what one tube of the cheapest gene serum on the shelf might do in the hands of people who actually understand what they're holding. Balance, 2,314 coins. I was a rich man 40 minutes ago. Then I went to the shops. Ling Ling was waiting at the mouth of the transit tunnel in a hospital gown. I would like to visit your homeworld, she said. For my research, it would have enormous reference value. My first instinct was no, immediately, with feeling. Earth is the beginner village. Earth is the place I go to hide. Bringing an actual alien down there was an unnecessary risk with no upside. I have reviewed the Federation guidance on transit, she said, before I could get the word out. A single-user tunnel is mature technology. 2 people is well within tolerance. It isn't the technology. My homeworld has a specific situation. It isn't in a position to receive extraterrestrial guests. She thought about that for a moment. I swear on the honor of the winged human race, she said, that I will never disclose the coordinates or any information about your planet, and that I will strictly observe local law and custom. I am an observer and a recorder, nothing else. And I gave in, partly because a species oath is not a small thing, partly because being owed a favor by the winged humans struck me as an asset with a long shelf life, and mostly because I was 19 and she asked nicely. Fold the wings, I said. Completely. There are cameras on every corner where I live, and anything unusual is a video by lunchtime. 5 in the morning, my bedroom. I gave her the largest tracksuit I own. I am 1 meter 78, which is respectable for my year group. She is over 190. The trousers finished halfway down her calves, and the top fit like an accusation. If my mother had walked out of that bedroom door, there would have been a family incident that outlived all of us. We went across the dark living room on tiptoe and out. The all-night soy milk place 3 streets over does the best breakfast in the district and does not care who you are. 2 soy milks, 2 baskets of pork buns, 2 yuqiao, 2 bowls of tofu pudding. Ling Ling drank the soy milk first and stopped and looked into the bowl. This is warm, she said, and sweet. It resembles nothing in the nutrient catalog. It's beans. It is beans, she agreed, and had the rest of it. And that is the exact moment Guo Wei walked in, mid-argument with Qin Hao from our class. We agreed we'd play ranked, and you spent the entire night downloading films in high definition, Qin Hao, and your taste, I have to say, is genuinely troubling. It's art, you wouldn't understand. Guo Wei's eyes went around the room the way they do when he's looking for a free table, and they stopped in the corner and they stuck. Because sitting in the corner in the morning light with a halo of steam off a bowl was not a pretty woman. It was a piece of art that had gotten up and come to breakfast. He has spent 18 years looking at photographs of people who have been extensively improved by software. He has never once seen the actual article. A fairy, he said out loud, has come down to live among us. And then, very slowly, with visible effort, he moved his eyes across the table to see who the fairy was having breakfast with. Holy, I got a hand over his mouth before the second word. He got loose and drifted to our table like a ghost with a grievance. Brother Xiao, when did you stop being alone? No, hold on, back up. When did you acquire that? Did you win something? Were you abducted and improved by aliens? Distant cousin, I said. Just back from overseas. Don't make a scene. Cousin. He looked at her. He looked at me. Every relative you have is round. Every single one. Your uncle is a sphere, and this is 1 meter 90 of, he gestured, and then his brain served him a solution. She's a model. Yes, I said. She's a model. Qin Hao got him out of there, mostly by promising him things. The shopping mall took 2 hours, because it turns out that when you are 190 with the bone structure of a religious painting, everything technically fits, and nothing actually fits. Halfway through, while she was in a changing room, I said one moment to a cashier and sprinted home, full sprint, 400 meters in about 20 seconds, up 11 flights because the lift was doing its thing, under the bed for a football-sized sphere and a crystal tube, back down, back across, and I was standing at the counter looking at my phone when she came out. She came out in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, and the entire women's wear floor stopped pretending to shop. Outside, a black sedan came to the curb without a sound, and 2 men got out. Student Chen Ming, do you require anything? Take me to the base, I said. I've got something to hand over. The vehicle entrance was under an ordinary office building, and behind the ordinary wall the concrete parted, and behind that there were 4 separate airlocks with face and iris checks at each one. Old Zhao was waiting with 4 academicians, and all 5 of them stopped talking when Ling Ling walked in behind me, and I let them look because they'd earned it. Then I put a bundle on the table and pulled the cloth off it. The room filled with warm light. Not a lamp. Light, the way an afternoon is light, coming off a sphere the size of a football sitting in a clear housing, silent, steady, doing nothing at all except being a small sun on a conference table in a basement. The academician in the gold glasses took his glasses off, cleaned them furiously on his tie, and put them back on. That is an artificial sun, he said. What do they use it for? Houseplants mostly. They grow vegetables with a star. Old Zhao ignored all of it and went straight to the only question that mattered. Output duration. Their best facility in the country had held a burn for 217 seconds before the containment materials gave up. An hour? He said. I shook my head. A day? I shook my head. 100 years, I said. It runs stably for 100 years, and then you throw it away. Nobody said anything for a while. Controlled fusion, old Zhao said to himself, and then he sat down, which at 81 is an act with some risk attached. You're right, I said. And one sphere on its own is going to be worse than useless. You can take it apart and you still won't understand the structure or the principles. Of course we won't. He said it without bitterness. He'd worked it out in 4 seconds, which is why he runs the country's science. It's a smartphone handed to a man from the Bronze Age. He can turn it on. He can even use it. He cannot make the chip, and he cannot make the operating system, because between him and it, there are 4,000 years of everything else. He looked at the sphere with an expression I don't ever want to see on an old man's face again. There is a gold seam in front of us and no tool on earth to cut it with. That is worse than having nothing. So I put the flash drive on the table. The shop includes the manual free, I said. It's not a summary. It's the complete manufacturing process and the underlying principles. Controlled fusion is baseline infrastructure out there. It runs kitchens and it runs starship engines, and nobody thinks about it, the same way nobody here thinks about a wall socket. 5 people looked at that flash drive with an intensity that could have softened metal. They put it in an encrypted machine with the network physically removed, the scroll bar on the directory listing compressed down to a thread. Volume 1, Foundations of Plasma Physics. Volume 2, Synthesis Pathways and Formulae for Superconducting Magnetic Materials. Volume 3, First Wall Materials, Neutron Capture and Thermal Conductivity. Volume 4, Containment Field Control Model Library, 37,000 Simulated Extreme Environment Runs. Volume 99, Design Principles for Miniature Domestic Suns. They forgot I was in the room within 90 seconds. Look at this. Look, they went from raw first-generation tokamak data to a 5th-generation spherical torus error correction algorithm. That's centuries of development. It's all here in order. Come here. Come here. This is how they solved radiation damage in structural materials. That's insane. We have been walking in the wrong direction for 40 years. Old Zhao stood up. Secretary Zhao, convene the extended senior session. Everybody. I don't care if they're on foreign inspection or standing on a mountain. I want every responsible person on video inside 2 hours. Then he turned around and did something that made the whole room go quiet. You have opened a door for this civilization, he said to me. The country does not fail people who have earned something. Name it. If it can be done, it will be done, and there will be no discussion. Every person in that room understood the size of what had just been offered. Wealth, position, authority. Any one of those at that scale sets a man up above other men permanently. Old Zhao, you're putting me on the spot. Name it. Honestly, I said. A few weeks ago, I was looking for a summer job, and I'd have been thrilled with $2,000 a month. I could hear how strange that sounded in that room, and I said it anyway. Then I watched an interstellar cruiser go over my head. Then I fell out of orbit onto somebody else's planet and fought a swarm for 8 hours. And after that, every single thing people chase here for status stopped looking like anything at all. Then there's nothing you want? There's one thing. I put my hands flat on the table. Whatever comes out of that drive, put it into people's lives first, not into prestige projects, not into a handful of pockets. Progress shouldn't be a privilege that a few people get to own. I nodded at the sphere. I want it to be that. A sun in every house. Warm and free. Old Zhao came around the table and took my hand in both of his and did not let go for a while, and his eyes were red, and he is 81 years old and has buried most of the people he started with. Our generation gave our whole lives to science, he said, for exactly the sentence you just said. We took bad roads, we lost people, all of it so that one day everyone would live well. He gripped harder. History will remember your name. The people will remember your name. If you keep talking like that, I'll get a big head. I'm an ordinary person who did what he could. Ordinary. In a room where every single individual is a national asset, and not one of them was willing at that moment to call themselves outstanding while standing next to me. Then I remembered the other thing and took the crystal tube out of my pocket. Clear crystal, silver fluid inside, the light in it turning slowly like something breathing. Genetic optimizer. Universal. Works on anything with a genome. It cleans hereditary damage, raises cell activity, and improves the sequence without harming it. I want it reverse engineered. I want us making these ourselves. My eyes went along that row of white heads while I said it, and everybody understood exactly why. Academician he, biology, and the most decorated man in the room, came out of his chair red to the collar. Xiao Chen, you may not be aware, germline editing is illegal in this country. There are extremely good reasons for that. Reckless modification is how you get a catastrophe you cannot take back. Professor He, I understand the objection completely, and in your position I'd have made it too. I put the tube down where he could reach it. But the biotechnology behind this is older than our whole species. It isn't crude editing. It's induced optimization. It doesn't add anything and it doesn't invent anything. It takes what your own body already contains and brings it out to its best condition. I let that sit. There are no side effects. I'm the proof. I've taken 4. Chen sat down slowly. We are going out there eventually, I said, and out there the weak have a very hard time surviving and the backward get hit. That has never once stopped being true. Old Zhao raised one hand and the room stopped. Our generation respects procedure, he said. We go one step at a time. We cross the river by feeling for stones, because for our whole lives there has been no road. He was looking at the tube. There is a road now. It is directly under our feet and it goes straight up into the sky. So do we keep feeling for stones or do we walk? He looked around the table at men who had all been young in the same decade. Fall behind and you get hit. That sentence is carved on our bones. Have we not been hit enough? Nobody argued. I am forming a special group under my personal direction. We will master this technology whatever it costs. That is an order, not a proposal. Then I'll wait for good news, I said, and picked up my bag, and I have been told since that the way I said it, like a student handing in a term paper, is the detail several of them mention when they tell this story. If there's nothing else, I should go. I'm taking someone to a theme park. The theme park was a success. The fireworks were at 9. The hotel afterwards was where it got difficult. The night clerk was a soft-looking man of about 22 watching an anime on his phone, and when Ling Ling came through the door, the phone hit the desk. Brother, he said with enormous feeling, you eat well. I put my ID on the counter. 1 room. He looked at it. Chen Ming, 19. He looked at me the way you'd look at a shrine. Some people are 19 and this walks in with them, and some people are 19 and their entire evening is on a screen. Your best room, please. Say no more. He was typing before I finished. Then he made a face of tremendous professional sorrow. Ah, what a shame. Busy night. All the standards are gone. All I have left is the top floor themed suite, waterbed, massage chairs, glass bathroom wall, enormous jacuzzi. He leaned in. A night you'll remember. No thanks. A standard is fine. His smile froze on his face. He actually put a finger in his ear and worked it around, as a man does when he suspects his headphones have finally damaged him. That's the wrong script, he said. That is the wrong script, brother. A woman like that, and you want a standard? Are you unwell? Do you not like... If it's 2 guests, I'll need her ID as well, yes? Ah, yes. She left it at home. We were in a hurry. I put 100 on the counter, on top of my own ID. Put it under my name, make an exception. He took the 100, and his whole demeanor changed, and I watched him arrive at some completely private conclusion about the 2 of us that I have never wanted explained. Of course. Just be careful. They've been checking hard this month. He slid a key across. 8808, left out of the lift. I walked her to the door and gave her the key and went back down, and he watched me the entire way across the lobby with an expression of profound personal loss. My phone rang on the way out. Xiao Zi, where have you been? You vanished for an entire day. I genuinely thought aliens had taken you. Now confess, what did you and your cousin do today? We went to the theme park. There were 3 full seconds of silence. Xiaozi, Guowei said, and his voice had gone strange and formal. In this life, there are 4 kinds of people I respect. 1. The man who watches a film without skipping ahead, patient and respectful of art. 2. The man who watches and does nothing, calm, focused. 3. The man who does something without watching, imagination, creativity. 4. The man who afterwards keeps watching the film with the same expression on his face, cold-blooded and relentless. I'm hanging up. But today, he said, I have discovered a 5th type, greater than all 4 combined. It's you. State security, helicopters, a goddess. All of it revolves around you, and you went to the theme park. I don't understand you anymore. I don't think I ever did. Battery's going, I said, and hung up. There is a version of me that tells him everything. That version gets him killed inside a month. They were waiting for me in the short dark alley on the way home, at both ends, which showed some planning. Same 4. Bleached hair, one of them now green. Bet you didn't expect this, the blonde one said. Small world. We did 3 days in the cells because of you, the green one said. He spat a cigarette out and ground it flat with his shoe, slowly, the way you would if you were imagining it was a face. Tonight we're going to show you why flowers are red. I didn't change my stance because I didn't need to. The first punch came and I stepped off the line and caught the wrist and turned it, and the sound it made brought him to his knees around his own arm. The second came in with a kick, and I met the knee coming the other way, and he went down without making any sound at all. The last 2 got a hand and an elbow respectively. 10 seconds, 4 on the ground. The blonde one backed up into the wall with both hands out. Don't. My brother is. I have never been less interested in anybody's brother. I was still walking when the alley filled with blue and red, and here is the part I enjoyed. He threw himself at the older officer's leg and wrapped both arms around it and wept. Comrade officer, help me. He's beating us. Look at my teeth. Look, he's knocked out several of my teeth. Ah! The old officer looked down at him for about a second. Take him in. The crying stopped instantly. The blonde one's face lit up like a festival. He got up, pointed at me, and shouted, You hear that? The officer says you're going inside to think about your behavior. You just wait. And I could see him already picturing which of his friends were going to be in that cell with me. Then the cuffs went on his wrists. Brother, wrong guy. He's the one who, Gao Lei, street name Gao Guang, released the day before yesterday, previous conviction for a fray. The officer didn't even look up from the cuffs. Have I got any of that wrong? This is a joke. All four of us are on the floor and his clothes are clean. We're the victims here. Shut your mouth. The old man's voice didn't rise. He was walking alone. There were 5 of you and you closed both ends of an alley. Would you like me to explain to you what that means, or shall we do it at the station? He turned. Take all of them. And then a familiar unmarked car pulled up and Captain Zhao got out. Student Chen Ming, it's been a while. He looked genuinely angry, and not at me. I apologize. That was our failure. It will not happen again, and if it does, I'll hand in my uniform. I nodded, accepted the guarantee, put my hands in my pockets, and walked home. The flat smelled like dinner. Sweet and sour ribs, steamed sea bass, greens, all of the things I like, which is not a coincidence in our house. It's a weather report. Eat the ribs, my mother said. You've got thin. My father cleared his throat. Something happened at work, he said to his bowl. There was a conversation. From next week, I'm transferring into the municipal committee office. My mother dropped her chopsticks. That's a move from the periphery to the center. That's 2 grades, Chen Hai. That's 2 grades. It's a lateral transfer, my father said. It's just a busier posting than a quiet one. And his eyes were shining like headlights. That's not all. My mother had both hands up. The school ran the selection for distinguished teacher. 1 place, 1, for the whole school. She waited exactly long enough. They chose me. Even my father put down his cup. That's assessed at provincial level. The competition for that is savage. How? The principal told me himself. The awards next month. Double happiness, my father said. That deserves a drink. Don't rush. My mother was enjoying herself now. There's a third thing. Auntie Guo from the residence committee came round this afternoon. The whole compound is being completely rebuilt. The paperwork's already come down. New perimeter wall, proper gatehouse. And here's the thing. Do you know what they told her? From now on, the security staff are all ex-servicemen. Everyone. 24-hour patrols. She was beaming. Auntie Guo says it'll be the safest compound in the city. My father sat there with a rib halfway to his mouth and stopped. He looked at the table for a moment. Since Chen Ming finished his exams, he said, slowly, good things have been falling on this family, one after another. He shook his head. It's like a dream. I ate my rice. Mara was on the sofa in my quarters with 4 empty bottles when I got back up, and she opened one eye. Weren't you going home for a few days? What, the cooking wasn't good? Came up for air. She stretched. Do you know your head's on the network? I stopped. The man who posted it goes by Vulture, she said. His brother died on a certain feudal planet recently. He couldn't find who did it, so he's opened it up to the public. She held up one finger. 5 million star coins. 5 million. You can buy a private ship with that. You can raise a small crew and equip them. Fortunately for you, she went on, mission records and personal data are confidential. Not even Vulture can pull a name out of the system, and he's a 4-star. If he could, you'd already be dead, and there is nobody in this galaxy who would have helped you. She pointed the finger at me. So be careful, and never, ever let it slip that you worked that sector. Then she threw the empty bottle in the bin and stood up. Right. Your story's finished. Here's mine. I'm gone as of tomorrow. Big contract, ugly one, but it pays well enough that I can take 6 months off afterwards. She picked her jacket off the back of the chair. Greystone, I'm going to collect a debt. A debt. Every civilization that joins the Federation gets the protection and the technology, and in exchange, it obeys the rules. Tax is assessed once per decade. She shrugged into the jacket. The natives of Greystone signed up in a hurry 10 years ago. Now the bills come due, and they haven't just refused to pay it, they beat the collection officers. Isn't that a fleet problem? She looked at me the way you look at a child who is asked why the sea doesn't just go somewhere else, which was becoming a theme in my life. Sending a fleet over unpaid tax is expensive, and it looks terrible, she said. So the dirty jobs come to people like us. The Federation pays, we work, they pay their tax, everybody files their paperwork and goes home. How much would Earth pay if we joined? No idea. Every civilization gets its own rate. A commission comes out and assesses your resources, your technology level, and your population potential and hands you a number. She saw my face. Don't worry about it. Federation tax isn't heavy. It's never heavy. They want you connected, not extinct. A dead member pays nothing forever. At the door, she stretched until something in her back clicked. I'm going to go and pack. The crew on this one are all charming individuals with the morals of a binfire, and I hear Greystone's been unsettled lately. Other species involved. She waved a hand without turning round. If something happens to me, come and get me. She said it exactly the way you say, see you Tuesday. I left Ling Ling in the city with a classmate of mine as a guide and my bank card. which turned out to be a decision with consequences, and took the fast train south. There was a dark green off-roader with military plates waiting outside the station, and a man leaning on it who introduced himself as Wei Feng and did not smile. By order, I'm taking a unit into the Laowai range to conduct a reconnaissance of the objective with you. The base was 40 minutes past the last village, behind wire, with towers on the corners. There was a helicopter on the pad and more than 10 men in 2 ranks beside it in full kit, and when we walked up, Wei Feng stopped in front of them. This is Comrade Chen Ming. He is the commander of this operation. Nobody's face moved. I appreciated that. I'll say the top-line principle once more. From this moment, Comrade Chen Ming's safety is priority 1. Our entire task is to guarantee it. If every one of us stays in those mountains, he comes out alive. Can we do that? Yes, sir. In the air, Wei Feng briefed me over the headset like a man reading his own obituary. The Laowai Range is one of the worst pieces of terrain on the southwestern frontier, and it's 200 million years old. 500 kilometers east to west, 55 across at the widest, main peak at 3,166 meters. High ridges, deep gorges, snakes, insects, and enough mineral content in the rock that satellite signal drops out in half of it. He paused. The weather is famous. Sunshine on one side of a ridge, storm on the other, 40 minutes apart. And last year, 3 geologists went in. We ran the search for almost a month. Over 1,000 personnel, 110 vehicles, drones, dogs, 2 helicopters on air search. He looked out of the door. Nothing. Not alive, not dead, not a boot. Then he turned to me. One more thing, comrade. My priority is your safety. I want to be precise about what that sentence means. If you decide to do something that endangers you, my men will restrain you physically. We will fail the mission before we let anything happen to you. Understood. I don't think you do, but you will. Fog's coming up, the pilot said. Clear day, but it's climbing the valleys. Visibility's going. We couldn't get lower. You can't put a helicopter down onto ground you can't see. So we went out on ropes into white. Under the canopy, visibility was under 10 meters. Trees with trunks bent at angles that trees have no business at, dripping with moss, and aerial roots coming down out of the fog as thick as pythons. GPS was gone before we hit the ground. We went to offline maps. 1.2 kilometers, straight line, to the peak of Spectre Cry Mountain. 10 minutes in, I put a fist up. Stop. Silence. There were no insects, no birds. In a subtropical rainforest at that altitude, there should be a wall of noise, and there was a hole in the world where the noise was supposed to be. Then there was a sound ahead, first like wind moving leaves, then heavier, and then like something very large sliding across the ground. The soil trembled underfoot in a slow rhythm. A tree 2 men couldn't get their arms around swayed at an angle that had nothing to do with wind. And out of the fog, 50 meters ahead, came a head bigger than a car wheel, dark blue and scaled, moving left to right across our line, not hurrying, not remotely aware of us. It took about 9 seconds to go past. The demolitions man, call sign Cougar, swallowed audibly. I've read about anacondas, he said in a completely level voice. Records a bit over 10 meters and 200 kilos. That was 30? And thicker through the body than I am. The range is effectively cut off from the outside, I said. And the nest has been putting energy into this ecosystem for a very long time. Nothing here is going to be the size it should be. He was right about the rest of it too. A centipede 1/2 meter long on wet rock. An earthworm going into the soil as thick as my forearm. A snail the size of a football grazing on a shelf fungus and leaving a silver trail behind it as wide as a road marking. And every single one of them ignored us completely. That's the part that should worry you, by the way. Not the size. The indifference. Everything in those mountains was enormous, and nothing in those mountains was hunting, and when nothing is hunting, it's because everything already knows what the actual predator is, and it isn't us. 600 meters from the peak, we hit a smell. Rot with a chemical edge under it. Wei Feng had the section go to masks. I didn't put one on, and after the 3rd man glanced at me, I stopped being asked about it. Contact, I said. Something's watching us. They went into a circle without a word. Which was correct, and which didn't help, because the feeling wasn't from one direction. It was from every gap in the fog at once, and there was nothing polite about it. It was open, personal dislike. A scream came from above. There was a shape on a heavy branch, a wrinkled ape face, twice the size of a macaque, the body of a full-grown man. It pulled its lips back off black and yellow teeth and shrieked, and several hundred more answered it from every direction, including behind. First wave came in fast, and the section put it down in the air. Disciplined fire, no panic, bodies coming apart above the leaf litter. Ceasefire, conserve ammunition. They melted back into the fog. Wei Feng changed a magazine. Since when do these things have tactics? That wasn't an attack, I said. That was a probe. They were measuring our range and our rate of fire. The next one will be worse. It was 5 minutes and it was much worse, and it came out of the canopy because they had gone up into the trees and come at us from above where nobody's muzzle was pointing. A man went down with his shoulder open through the fabric. "This doesn't work," Wei Feng shouting over it. "Ammunition's finite. They'll rotate through us in shifts and grind us down. To catch a thief, first catch the king." I was already unclipping. "There's an old male running this. Kill him and the troop breaks." "Which one?" "I'll go." I took a combat knife off my belt and left the circle. Behind me, Wei Feng was roaring for suppressing fire on the 12 o'clock, cover comrade Chen Ming, and to their eternal credit, not one of them hesitated, even though I'd just walked out of the only formation in that forest that made sense. The old male stood all the way up on his branch and beat his chest twice, and every animal on that hillside came off the defensive ring and came at the one thin figure in the open, which is what I'd wanted. I took the first one across the throat without turning my head, because it announced itself with a scream. 2 came down from above, and I went up under both of them and was 4 meters past before either landed. From the circle, what they could see was this: a figure going into the fog at a constant speed, and shapes falling out of the white on either side of it continuously, and the figure never once slowing down to do it. One of them told me later that this was the moment he stopped worrying about protecting me and started worrying about something else entirely. The old male came off the branch like a cannonball with the claws out for my throat, and the correct answer to a thing that jumps is not to move sideways. I went at it, dropped under the arc, and drew the knife across in one line, and the forearm came off at the wrist. While it was screaming at the stump, I finished the turn, put everything in my right arm, and drove the knife reverse grip into the back of the skull. The shriek stopped in the middle, and the entire hillside emptied like a tide going out. I carried the body back in one hand and dropped it in front of the section. Then I opened the skull along the suture with the knife and reached in and pulled out a scarlet worm as thick as a finger and as long as my forearm. Gentlemen, this is a Zerg larva. Any organism it infects loses its own nervous system and becomes maximally aggressive. I held it up so the men at the back could see. This one probably got too close to the nest. I passed it along the line. It came back around, still moving. I put 2 fingers on it and pinched it in half. After that, the fog got so thick that a man at the front of the file was a suggestion, and in the middle of it there was a bird, 3 meters of bird, ostrich-shaped with coarse red-brown feathers like hair, calmly stripping red berries off a bush with its head down. The youngest soldier forgot he was on radio discipline. "That's a MOA. Keep your voice." "Sir, that's a MOA. They went extinct in New Zealand over 200 years ago." "That's a distant relative of the dinosaurs, and it's eating a bush 8 meters away from me." "It's a herbivore, and it doesn't look infected," I said. "Go around it, photograph it for the archive, and go around it." 100 meters on, there was a second one, smaller and brighter, a pair. "This is a lost world," somebody said. "If there are Moa," Wei Feng said slowly, "could there be?" Every man in that file stopped breathing, because the word he hadn't said was doing more work than any word he had. "Almost certainly not," I said. "Dinosaurs need a very specific set of conditions: temperature band, humidity, and above all, an intact food chain that can carry that much mass. Lawai is a horror show, but it can't feed animals that size." Then, 40 minutes later, we found a lizard on a branch 1 meter long whose back and forelimbs and tail were covered in gray-brown feathers, and while we were all looking at it, it launched off a branch 30 meters up, spread 2 membranes, glided in a long curve across the gorge, and landed on another trunk without a sound. "No dinosaurs," I said. "Plenty of relatives, though." Wei Feng watched it climb. "This place is worth more to science than anyone has understood." "It would make a magnificent research station," I agreed, "if it weren't also the most dangerous square kilometer on the planet." And then a beetle the size of an adult hand went past my face, and I stopped enjoying myself. Dragonflies with a half-meter span, spiders like basketballs, centipedes 1 meter long working across the moss. Fungi standing higher than a man's chest. Somebody asked me why. "Oxygen," I said. "In the deep past, the Carboniferous especially, atmospheric oxygen was far higher than it is now, and you get giant arthropods, because that's the limit on how big a thing that breathes through its shell can get. Concentration up here has stayed archaic." I checked the readout on my watch and didn't love it. "Which is bad news for us. Our bodies are calibrated for modern air. Long exposure to this gives you oxygen toxicity, dizziness, nausea, abnormal excitement, and at the far end, your organs stop negotiating." Wei Feng looked around at his own men. "So the enemy," he said, "is the air. The enemy is currently the air. Give it 2 years and the air will be the least of it." Then the fog hit an invisible wall and parted, and Spectre Cry Mountain came up out of it. I sent the Divine Wing vertically to the peak and let it build. The three-dimensional map assembled itself on my watch over 90 seconds, and I stood there in the wet and watched a mountain turn into a diagram, and then I called everyone in and showed them. The nest occupies about 10 square kilometers. The heat sources you can see all through that structure are eggs at various stages. Nobody spoke. I want to ask you a question, I said. It's purely arithmetic. Height, 150 to 200 meters. Footprint, 10 square kilometers. And by this scan, roughly a third of the interior of that mountain has been hollowed into a three-dimensional comb. I looked at them. How many eggs fit in that? Or, put it the other way, how many of those things can you hide in there? They did it in their heads because they're soldiers, and that's a volume problem. Cougar got there first and went the color of the fog. If you packed it, he said, perfectly, using every cubic meter, at 20 centimeters long and 1 across, he stopped. Hundreds of billions. 100 billion is the conservative version of that number, somebody else said, and I watched the man next to him put a hand on a tree. That's a theoretical maximum, I said, and I said it fast because I could feel the shape of the silence coming. You will never get that density inside a real structure. What I will guarantee you is hundreds of millions. How is that better? It isn't better, it's just true, and I'd rather you carried a true number than a made-up one. I brought the model around. I've been reading everything the mercenary network has on these. To guarantee absolute dominance and fast development, the Zerg have an extremely brutal selection rule. They eat each other. At the hatching stage, the strong larvae consume the weak ones and use them as raw material for their own development. And out of that self-consumption, you get what they call swarm warriors, which are enormously stronger than the standard unit, and whose job is to guard the core and to hunt outside it and bring biomass home. Hunt, Wei Feng said. Yes. Organized, deliberate, coordinated hunting of anything alive, the way wolves do it, except there is no upper limit on how many wolves. I closed the model. At that point, Earth stops being Earth as far as people are concerned. We come off the top of the food chain and we become an input. Wei Feng said through his teeth, this is a war. It's a war and it started the day that thing landed. Nobody told us. That's all that's changed this week. I nodded at the mountain. We're standing at the front line, at the door of the enemy headquarters, and the enemy hasn't woken up enough to care yet. Then I gave the orders, and that was when it stopped being a briefing. Sensor line around the entire perimeter. High sensitivity thermal, seismic, atmospheric. 24-hour watch on the energy response inside that mountain, permanently, forever. And then what? Wei Feng said. What are you actually planning? I'll take a couple of men and go and have a look inside, I said, in the voice you'd use about stepping out for cigarettes. No. He had me by the arm before he'd finished the word, and I'd like the record to show that this took some nerve, given what he'd watched me do to a hillside an hour earlier. Do you understand the level of what's in there? Hundreds of millions. That's not a reconnaissance. That's a suicide. Your value to this planet is in command, not in a hole in the ground. I'll go. The three-dimensional map is on my watch, I said. I can find the key structures faster than anyone, and your men don't know Zerg. They'd go in and die learning what I already know, and I'd have to write the letters. I put my hand on his. You stay here and run coordination and support. If we get stuck in there, I need somebody outside who can come and get us. He deflated like something with a hole in it. How many do you want? 2. More bodies is a bigger target. I want good shots with steady heads. Every man in that clearing put his chest out. They were terrified. You could see it. Every single one of them was terrified, and every single one of them stood up straighter, and there is nothing I can write here that improves on that. 10 minutes, I said. Then we go. The entrance was about 3 meters across, and it was the wrong shape, not a cave mouth. Nothing in geology makes that edge. It was smooth all the way around, the way a hole is smooth when something either dissolved the rock or chewed it, and warm air came out of it that smelled like a bad tooth, and the mountain was breathing. That's not a figure of speech either. Air went into some of those openings and came out of others, and as it moved through the whole structure, it made a low sound with more than one note in it, which is where the name came from 400 years before anybody knew what was making it. No firing inside unless it's that or dying, I said. We're here to look. We are not here to win anything. The passages wandered. There was no plan to them and no logic, and the smell got aggressive about 40 meters in day, like a slaughterhouse drain that hadn't been touched in a decade, with a chemical note over the top of it that got into the back of your throat and stayed. The first thing we found was the head of an ape with the hair eaten off it, and one arm. That was all. No torso. No other limbs. Just those 2 items, placed a meter apart and the eyes still open on whatever the last thing had been. Further in, the walls started to sweat. A green-yellow fluid came out of the rock in slow beads and ran down. Cougar got a sample tube against it, and the tube hissed and smoked at the contact, and then the fluid inside the tube kept moving on its own, folding over and over like something thinking about it. Acidic, he said, watching it. Strongly, and reactive with, I'd rather not find out what. Then ahead, a sound. Bump, 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 slow, regular, wet. There was a macaque in the passage, bigger than a grown man, and it was standing at the wall driving its own head into the rock. Over and over, at the same tempo, with its arms hanging at its sides. It wasn't in pain. That's what I want you to understand about the inside of that mountain. It could not feel the impacts at all. It was doing it because something worse than pain was happening to it, and this was the only idea it had left. I came up behind it and took the head off, and in the wreckage of the skull there was a worm, moving. Parasites from here on, I said. Watch your feet and watch above you. And in that same second the man on the right wall was gone, not dragged, snatched. A hard yank backwards into the dark with no sound at all except his kit hitting the rock. Hold fire. He saved himself. In the middle of being pulled backwards through the air, in the dark, he twisted, got his knife out, and put it behind him 3 times without seeing anything. There was a shriek, and he came down on the floor on his own. I hit it, he said, from the ground, breathing hard. More than once. I took my light down to its lowest setting and put it along the floor. There were red pools and a broken trail going deeper in. That's the blood of a terrestrial animal, I said. So you were taken by something infected, not by something bred. If that had been a combat unit, it would have killed you where you stood and dragged the meat afterwards. It doesn't take you alive. A combat unit. There are a lot of Zerg types. The first thing an awakened nest produces is things built only to fight. They guard the core, and they kill anything that comes near. I helped him up. Call them soldiers. Soldiers are born to kill. It's the whole design brief. Remember our objective. We are not going near the core. We take 1 live Zerg, and we leave. If we wake the soldiers, nobody in this passage sees daylight. 60 meters further, the rock stopped being rock. The stone closed over with a dark red membrane, thick and slightly translucent, with vessels standing out on it, and every one of those vessels was pulsing in the same rhythm. Underfoot, instead of gravel, there was a spongy fungal carpet several inches deep that made no sound at all when you stepped on it and gave slightly, and I would like to state on the record that walking silently on a floor that yields is one of the worst experiences available to a human being. Blood pack, I said. Give it to me. I tore it open, threw it, and put all 3 of us into a fold in the meat of the wall. What came out of the dark to eat it looked like a caterpillar that had been enlarged past all reason. Hundreds of short legs under a fat, pale body. No eyes at all. The whole front of the head was 2 enormous mouths, and they never stopped working, even while it moved. Worker, I whispered. Lowest unit in the swarm. It collects and carries biomass into the nest. Most numerous thing in there, effectively, no threat. Both of them got ready for the order to take it alive. Instead, the instant it lifted its head, I was at its side, and there was a flash of cold light, and the head came off. You said we needed a live one. Cougar was staring at me. Why did you kill it? Because workers don't have minds. I was already bagging it. Every movement they make, everything they see, and everything they hear is under the direct control of the will of the nest. Taking that thing back alive would have been the single stupidest act of my life. It would have been opening a window in the wall of our own facility and inviting the nest to sit at it and watch us in real time. Nobody said anything. And remember what I told you above ground. These things are intelligent. They are not stupider than we are. They learn, and they adapt. And the standard human response to a new enemy, which is to capture it and poke it and assume we're cleverer, is the first paragraph of most of the tragedies I've read about this month. They looked at each other. Soldiers know that one. The body went into a heavy composite bag. Out the way we came. Don't relax. This isn't over. We were under 200 meters from the entrance, close enough to feel moving air, when I killed the light. In the dark, a pair of green pupils came on, then a second pair, then a third, then dozens, ahead of us, on both sides and above. They were the infected apes, and they were no longer shaped like apes. Joints bent the wrong way. Things moving under the skin that were taking their time about it. Mouths that had been opened up past where a mouth ends, dripping something that smoked where it hit the ground. The shriek that went up in that tunnel was a hunting horn. Back to back. Alternate fire. Rounds went into them and through them, and they came anyway, because pain had been taken out of the design. One of them lost the use of both hind limbs and kept coming on its front claws at almost the same speed. And that image is the one I still get occasionally. A man took claws through the shoulder and lost a piece of it. A second one got bitten through the calf in the scramble, and the formation came apart, which in a corridor is how everybody dies, so I stopped shooting. I got the wounded man's arm over my shoulder, took the second one by the back of his webbing, and pulled both of them out of the middle of it, while wearing a 100-kilo bag with a dead worker in it, and put rounds through the nearest eye socket left-handed as we went. My magazine ran dry about 8 meters from the light. The other man's had been dry for a while, and he hadn't mentioned it. and then a completely different weapon opened up from the entrance and cut a corridor through everything in front of us. Wei Feng, on one knee in the mouth of the cave with a machine gun, screaming something cheerful and obscene. "Have you been kicking a hornet's nest?" Something like that. Fogs lifted. Birds at the extraction point in 5. Outside in daylight, I stopped and looked back. "That was too loud," I said. "The will of that nest knows we were in there now." I was watching the entrance where a mass of shrieking, boiling animals had come to a halt about 4 meters short of the open air, as though there were a wall there. Those apes are just animals with a passenger. They're not the problem. The problem is what comes out looking for us if we stay. Cougar was staring at them. "Why have they stopped?" "Because the nest just woke up, and it's frightened." I watched them mill at that invisible line. "It's a newborn. It has decided that this mountain is its home, and it's holding its infected inside the boundary it has drawn, because it doesn't yet want anything of its own outside where it can't see it. We went in and killed something. That's a threat to the will, and this is the will answering." "Then the safe zone gets bigger," Wei Feng said slowly, "as it gets stronger." "Yes, and when it has enough real soldiers, it will stop being cautious, and what comes after you down that slope will not be parasitized wildlife." I hitched the bag up. "It will be actual swarm formations. Fast-pack units that run in groups. Blade units that open armor. Things that walk into you and detonate. Flyers. And tank-grade animals the size of a heavy truck, in numbers with no ceiling on them. There is a reason the Zerg fight the human sphere to a draw across an entire galaxy." The helicopter took us out over the ridge, and I looked down. From the air, Spectre Cry Mountain is an animal lying down. That's the only way to describe it. The black entrances are marks on a hide, and I felt something look at me, straight up through several hundred meters of rock and soil, directly into the middle of my back. Cold and adhesive, with the curiosity of a newborn in it, and, underneath the curiosity, an appetite that had no bottom. I turned around so fast I hurt my neck. Nothing. Fog, black holes in a green slope, a helicopter making noise. The feeling let go, and the sensible part of my brain immediately filed it as altitude and adrenaline, and I let it, because that was easier. Back at the base, the medics took the 2 wounded men off at a run. 4 researchers in fully sealed suits wheeled out a sealed cryo unit, and the bag went into it, and they treated it the way you treat a thing that is worth a career, which it is. Wei Feng gave me a bottle of water. I drank all of it. "Get on to your superiors," I said. "Tonight, 50 kilometers. 50. A 50-kilometer radius around Laowai. Highest category exclusion. Every road closed, air patrols around the clock, and a standing order to fire on anything that comes out of that range." I looked at him. "Anything living, including if it looks like a person." Wei Feng's jaw worked. "You understand that's a military region order. That's not a request I can make." "I understand exactly what it is." I looked back at the mountains. The will in that nest saw me today. It knows people exist, and it knows we're a problem for it. Right now it's weak and it's curled up in its cradle. It is also learning and adapting and growing, and one day its soldiers walk out of there. I handed him back the empty bottle. "Until we have an answer, nothing leaves those mountains." He didn't argue, but I watched him take it, and I watched what it cost him, and I understood something about him then. He is a soldier. He is very good at an enemy with a front and a flank and a supply line. What I had just handed him was an enemy that lives under the ground, does not move, does not negotiate, will not be provoked, and is quietly turning an entire mountain range into a fortress at a rate nobody can measure. And every single day he does nothing about it is a day it gets better than him. On the flight back, I brought up the ground-penetrating scan on my watch and looked at it for a long time. The range showed as a half-transparent grid, and deep underneath the whole structure, far below the lowest chamber, there was a cocoon. It was enormous. And it was beating, slowly, like a heart in no hurry at all. The train got into Donghai at 6 in the evening, and my watch lit up on the platform. It was from Ironhide. There was no greeting on it, which is how I knew. "Mara is missing. I'm pulling people together and going out there. Are you in?" My thumb had already answered before I'd finished reading it. "On my way." At the hotel, my classmate was mid-flow about the shopping. "And I'm telling you, Ling Ling has a 300% turnaround rate. 300. We walked down the pedestrian street, and people's eyes fell out of their heads. 2 different people asked if I was somebody famous. Me. The bed had disappeared under bags. I did not ask for the card back. "Stay a few more days," I said. "Something's come up and I have to go a long way. Spend what you like. Don't be careful with it. If you hit a problem you can't solve, call the police. They'll handle it." Ling Ling looked up from a data panel. "You are in a hurry," she said. "Can I assist?" "No. Stay here." I picked up my jacket. "Your back only just closed." She didn't argue, which I appreciated, and she didn't say be careful, which I appreciated more. Ironhide was in a black vest cleaning a tactical knife when I came aboard, and he didn't look up. 10 hours ago, I tried to raise Mara. Didn't connect. Figured interference. Happens on contract. Happens all the time. He turned the blade over. I've called 11 more times since. He put 7 portraits up in the air. Mara's was one of them. It was a candid. She was laughing at something off to the side. Every single avatar was gray. That's her whole crew. Every mercenary on that contract. Unreachable. All at once. He put the knife away. The conclusion writes itself. I've put the word out to everyone in the circle who has any connection to her. People are already moving. He chartered a small ship out of his own pocket, which I want to note because he never mentioned it and I only found out about the money later. Port, then a run out to the nearest artificial wormhole node, then a transit fee that made me wince, and then the stars stretched into colored ribbons and everything folded and squeezed and came back, and it took less than 30 seconds, and then an hour of ordinary flying. Greystone from orbit is blue. Half-orcs, Ironhide said. Old civilization. They respect nature and they respect strength, and they've got their own rules about how you survive down there. Watch your mouth and watch your hands. Some civilizations love mercenaries. Some hate us. This one hasn't decided in 400 years. There was a girl waiting at the foot of our ramp with white fur on her ears and a heavy tail and amber eyes that had already worked out exactly how much we were worth. Ironhide gave me a badge in the shape of a spiral galaxy, language synchronizer and mercenary ID at the same time. Put it on. The ruling class down there will read it instantly and it saves an enormous amount of conversation. Then we went into the upper city. I want to describe it accurately because for about 11 minutes I thought it was wonderful. A floating billboard the size of a building with a model on it who had eagle's wings, advertising a personal flyer. Traffic at the main junction directed by a minotaur in a high-visibility harness who was extremely good at his job. A fox in a waistcoat running a street stall, haggling with such energy that he was spraying the customer. Wild animal faces and beautifully cut suits and technology that made Earth look like a diorama. Her last signal came from this city, Ironhide said. 50 million people live here. Without local resources, looking for a missing person in that is a joke. So I went through a fixer and got to the planetary lord's eldest son. He'll help. A pause. For a consideration. Black aircars came down at the curb. The first thing out of the lead vehicle was a tiger man in an excellent suit, wearing an anxious, ingratiating smile, and he got down on the ground beside the rear door and straightened his back and held the position. Because he was the step. And down his spine, without looking at him, came a thin man with a pair of elegant horns, pale to the point of illness, with completely uninterested eyes. The social structure of this world, I said, is broken. Nobility can do anything here, Ironhide said. Don't react to it. The horned man looked at Ironhide. You're the Federation mercenary. That's right. His eyes went across me for less than a second and dismissed what they found. There are only 2 of you? 2's enough. Brave. Let's hope the ability matches the noise. Inside, the vehicle was not a vehicle. It was a lounge with wheels. He reclined with a woman on each side of him, a snow leopard with cold eyes on his left, a cat girl on his right who was peeling fruit and feeding it to him a piece at a time, and when he had finished eating, he wiped his mouth on the cat girl's tail. Nobody in that cabin reacted, including her, which is the detail that told me what kind of planet I was standing on. I'll be honest with you, he said. A group of Federation mercenaries did come to see my father a few days ago. About what? How would I know? He waved a hand. Not everyone is qualified to attend my father's meetings. What I do know is that they left the estate and were never heard from again. He let that sit. But I'm the eldest son. I can find out where they were last seen. Name your condition. I do like dealing with intelligent people. He smiled with his mouth. Catch someone for me, my dear brother. He said the word dear the way you'd hold something with tongs. He has done something on this planet that cannot be forgiven. He's a criminal. Bring him to me undamaged, and I'll open my entire intelligence network to you and pay you properly, in star coins. Your brother. In my view, only power exists, he said. The word brother is a noise people make. The file came up. A young man with the same elegant horns, an open, delighted smile, standing in front of a sea of flowers, and underneath it, in red, extremely dangerous. On the way to the transit platform, a goat man in rags came out of the crowd at a dead run, the way a hare runs. 2 patrolmen in beautifully pressed uniforms came after him with shock batons. Stop. Lower city vermin. He fell and split his head open on the walkway, and they got around him and used the batons, and one of them put a boot on the side of his head and leaned on it. You, how dare you come up here without a permit? Lean. Is the air up here for things like you? And the crowd came over to watch, smiling. An elderly woman in a lot of jewelry squealing with delight hit him harder, and a well-dressed man nodding along with the satisfied expression of a person watching the correct thing happen. Don't look, Ironhide said. We have other business. I looked away. The applause went on for a while. Is it always like this? Yes. He didn't soften it. There are two cities on this planet, upper and lower. One is a paradise and one is a furnace, and we're going down to the furnace because that's where our target is hiding. At the platform, there was a bright energy barrier down the middle. On one side, wide upholstered seating, unhurried, well-dressed people, and a light scent in the air. On the other, a narrow metal bench, packed shoulder to shoulder, faces gone completely numb, in clothes that had been repaired more than once. Same platform, same train. The lower city has a sky the color of lead from the stacks. The air is sharp in the throat within a minute. The buildings lean on each other. The cabling overhead is a spiderweb that sparks occasionally and that nobody looks up at. The water runs across the ground because there is nowhere else for it to go. At a stall selling synthetic food, run by a dark-skinned horned woman with a genuinely kind face, Ironhide pointed up at the smoke. The distinguishing feature of this planet, he said, is that the class system is obscene even by the standards of a galaxy that doesn't care. Under 0.1% of the population holds 95% of the wealth. They live in the sky. That's where we just came from. Everybody else is packed in here. Born here, raised here, works their whole life for people in the upper city, dies here. He paid for 2 blocks of gray-brown paste. Anyone from down here who sets foot up there without a work permit is treated the way you just watched. All of it is held up there. Food, water, energy, the air they breathe is filtered up there and metered down here. Born in the upper city, you never have a worry, you get the best education, you inherit, and you stay upper forever. Born down here, you are lower for life, and so are your children, and so are theirs. He turned a block of paste over in his fingers. If somebody up there needs an organ, a healthy one from a young person down here runs to tens of thousands. If somebody up there kills somebody down here, there's a fine and no charge. If somebody down here insults somebody up there, he shrugged. There's a schedule for that. It's detailed. Then he held up the paste. And this is made from the food waste they throw out upstairs. Most people down here live on it. He ate it. I stood in a street with sewage running past my shoe and looked at the sky and thought about a compound in my city where the security staff are all ex-servicemen and the rebuild paperwork has already come down, and I did not enjoy the thought. So why is the Lord's younger son hiding down here? I said. If the hierarchy's that brutal, the people here should hate him more than anyone. Ironhide grinned around a mouthful of garbage. You didn't actually believe that file, did you? No. Good. Because the horned one is lying about something, and the shape of the lie is obvious. He swallowed. The brother isn't a monster. He did something the nobility couldn't forgive, and the poor were insanely grateful for, and that is the only reason a man with those horns can walk around this district without being found in a canal. He wiped his hands. And the elder son has a very specific plan for what happens when we bring him back. We found him because of the queue. Around a corner, past the bins, there was a line of people going out of a doorway and 30 meters down the alley. An exhausted mother with a child on her hip. A bent old man with a stick. A young man with a filthy bandage on his arm and a number written on his hand in pen. A middle-aged man came out ahead of us, stuck his leg out and flexed it, delighted. It's so much better. It genuinely hardly hurts. Dr. Finch is a miracle worker. And my boy's fever broke, the woman ahead of us said, to nobody, for the 4th time. From that powder he gave us. It broke in the night. Inside it was one room with a curtain, which is a hospital if you are standing in a place with no hospitals. At the back, a young man in a clean white coat was on his knees on the floor dressing the ulcers on an old man's legs. Clean features, skin much too pale for the lower city, and a pair of elegant horns that did not go with the room at all. He glanced up at us, took us in completely, and went back to the bandage. He finished. He went through the aftercare instructions with the old man twice and made him repeat the second one back. Then he stood, dropped his gloves in a metal bucket, and washed his hands. You two are mercenaries. Your brother sent us, Ironhide said. He says you've committed a serious crime. At the word brother, something went across his face and was gone. He and I are not on the same wavelength, he said. I'm not going. Please leave. Ironhide moved to take him by the arm, and every single patient in that room stood up. The mother with the child, the old man with the stick, who had just been able to stand for the first time in a year, the young man with the bandage, all of them, without any signal, put themselves between us and the door. Ironhide could have gone through all of them in about 4 seconds. Which is precisely why he stopped, because a Federation mercenary who kills non-combatants gets a sentence that makes the crime look inexpensive. I'm very busy, Dr. Finch said mildly. Come back this evening and we'll talk properly. That evening, the room was empty and he was waiting in the one chair. Gentlemen, what do you think of the world I live in? I think it's not much of a world, I said. Heaven for a few and a furnace for everybody else. That's what I think too. He looked at his own hands. The irony is that until quite recently, I was one of the few. I lived extremely well, and I did not consider the people down here to be people. I thought of them as a resource that walks, something born to be stepped on. He said it flatly. No performance in it at all. Then one day I was at the central hospital in the upper city, and I saw a young man on the ground outside it. He worked up there. He was a permit holder, top graduate of the best school the lower city has, which is a sentence that means his entire family had been carrying him for 20 years so that he could be that. He'd been hit by a vehicle, broken leg, bleeding badly. His colleagues carried him to the hospital. He stopped for a second. And the security staff would not let him through the doors. He didn't have city status. There is no provision to treat a person without city status, so there was nothing anyone could do. He looked up. I stood 4 meters away and watched him hold his own leg and scream, and then get quieter, and then stop at the entrance of the best hospital on this planet, in front of about 30 people who were mildly annoyed about the noise. Nobody said anything. And that was the day I finally understood what everything I had ever enjoyed was standing on. He got up and put the kettle on, because he was that kind of person. So I left. But before I left, I used my father's authority to do the one thing I thought was worth doing. He got cups down. I granted full upper city status to every single resident of the lower city who works in the upper city, all of them, in one afternoon, with his seal. Ironhide started laughing. Do you have any idea, he said, what a status transfer costs on this planet? A family couldn't accumulate that across 4 generations. And you did. How many? 216,000. Ironhide laughed until he had to lean on the wall. So they stopped being disposable, Dr. Finch said. They can walk into any hospital. Their children can attend upper city schools. They can stand in the sun without a permit in their pocket. He handed me a cup. That's all. That's the unforgivable crime. Come with us, Ironhide said, wiping his eye. Seriously, stay here and they'll kill you. It's not a question of whether. And that is the exact moment somebody put a round through the door. I had him off the chair and on the floor before the sound finished, and the round went through the door and through the wall behind where his head had been. Outside there were dozens of modified motorcycles in that alley and orcs in leather plate with automatic weapons, and they had not come to negotiate. Ironhide put a shelving unit across the doorway and we went out the back. There was a rusted pickup by the bins with the key in it, because it was that kind of district, and the engine caught on the 3rd attempt. Behind us, the alley filled with headlights. Half-orc physiology is meaningfully above human, and I found this out when one of them came off a moving motorcycle and landed on our roof. Stay in the truck, I told the doctor, and don't move. Then I went out through the window and up. He came at my face with a knife and I put a hook into his chest and he went off the back of the vehicle into the dark. The rest opened up. Rounds hit the combat suit and came off it. Not dented, not marked. They made a noise like hail on a car and did precisely nothing. And I watched the understanding of that go through the men behind us in about a second and a half. He's armored! Bullets are useless! Get up there and cut him! 2 came up the sides. I broke the left one's neck and he went under the wheel of the bike behind, and I put a round through the right one's thigh and let physics finish it. Then I shot out the front wheels of the 2 nearest motorcycles, and one of them went into a wall, and the tank went up, and the shockwave took several more off the road behind it, which was the moment somebody in an SUV 200 meters back put a tube on his shoulder. Ironhide saw it in the mirror and threw the wheel right. The rocket went past my left side close enough to feel and took a crater out of the road ahead of us, and the fragments went into our right rear tire. The tire came apart, the rim went down onto the asphalt, and we went into a slide I could feel through my boots and finished it in the front of a building. Then 100 sets of headlights came around us in a ring. Ironhide spat on the floor of the cab, reached under the seat, and came out with a half-meter axe. This'll be interesting, he said. I unclipped the chainsaw blade. The one in front took his helmet off. Wolf. Gray through the muzzle, old scars, and the specific calm of a man who has done this a great many times. Run, he offered pleasantly. Go on. I don't care whether you're aliens or monsters. Every junction and every bridge in the lower city is closed tonight. The police are not coming. The military is not coming. Nobody is coming. He drew a machete off his back. It ends the same way for everyone here. Then, to his own people, brothers, cut up these 2 foreign mercenaries. The boss wants them in pieces and he's paying well for it. I would like to tell you about the next 40 minutes, but there isn't much shape to it. The bodies stacked up in layers, and it did not matter at all, because they came in a black tide, wave after wave, and out beyond the ring, more headlights kept arriving until the whole street behind them was a lake of light, and I worked out what the client was doing, which was elegant and which I hated. He knew what the 2 of us were. He wasn't trying to beat us. He was spending lives, dozens of them, deliberately, cheaply, in shifts, because he could afford to, and we couldn't. Ironhide had the axe head down on the ground and was leaning on it, and his chest was going like a bellows, and his arms had that heaviness that arrives all at once. The wolf stood outside the ring with his arms folded and got happier by the minute because he could see it, Ironhide's recovery between exchanges getting longer and the radius I was covering getting smaller. In. Whoever takes a head gets double. An orc came at Ironhide with a length of pipe and he took it on the shoulder, took it deliberately because he no longer had the speed to slip it, and opened the man up on the backswing and nearly went down on one knee doing it. 7 or 8 of them raised weapons over him at once. I took 3 off the right side with their blades still up, and I could not get to the rest. And then a motor came in over the top of 100 motorcycles. On the 3rd floor of the building beside us, the panoramic window came out into the street from the inside, and a heavy black motorcycle came out with it. There was a figure on it in red. At the top of the arc, directly above the ring, she stood on the seat and pushed off it backwards into a clean reverse somersault, and the bike went on without her and came down like a meteor into the thickest part of the crowd. And on the way down, upside down, she drew an energy pistol and put a shot into the smoking fuel tank. The blast went up as an orange ball with a small mushroom on top of it. Everything within 10 meters stopped being a problem. The pressure wave picked up dozens of orcs and their machines and moved them, and then a dozen more tanks went off in sequence around the edge of it. There was a burning hole in the ring. Mara landed on the roof of a truck, red suit lit from underneath by her own explosion, and whistled at us. Evening, handsome. I do hope I'm not early. Ironhide spat and started laughing and immediately regretted it. 30 seconds later, and you'd have been collecting me with a dustpan. She looked him over, and the laugh went out of her face. This isn't good enough. Then, to me, with an eyebrow. Well, I couldn't leave our pretty one out here on his own. That was an expensive entrance, I said. That bike looked new. And whose fault is that? She was already reloading. Who made this much noise? The entire Western District is shut. Did you want me to jog? The wolf was screaming at his people now, and there was something under it that hadn't been there 10 minutes earlier. Mara stopped smiling. We'll talk when everyone's alive, she said, and put 3 silver spheres out of her hand. 200 meters of solid smoke instantly. We went out through it, and behind us 100 armed orcs fired into a cloud at each other for quite a long time. An empty tower block, 11 floors up, no power, cobwebs across the stairwell. Ironhide slid down the wall and got the ruined suit off his shoulder and put medical adhesive into a wound I did not like the look of. Where are the others? I said. 6 of you went out. Why are you alone? Mara smiled without any of it reaching her eyes. Because I flew out here to collect a tax bill, she said. That's what the contract said, and that's what I believed until we landed, and then one of our people told me what the job actually is. She dropped onto a windowsill. A month ago, the Federation picked up Zerg traces in this system. They checked. Somebody on this planet is farming them. Ironhide stopped moving. Farming. Breeding facilities. Plural. Our real job was to find them, confirm them, and hand the coordinates to the Federation so a fleet could sterilize the sites. She turned her head. And whoever is paying for those facilities worked out what we were doing about 4 days ago and started hunting us. So we split up and cut our comms, all 6 of us, on purpose. From outside, it looks exactly like 6 people vanishing. Then we report it now, Ironhide said. He was already reaching for his terminal. This goes over everything. Zerg is priority 0. They'll have a response element herein. Tonight, Mara said. He stopped. One of those facilities is moving a shipment tonight. Fresh eggs, newly laid. She looked at both of us. Once they're out of that building and distributed across this planet, or worse, off it, finding them again is not an operation. It's an archaeology project. We do not have time to wait for the Federation. By the time anybody official gets here, it's a different kind of problem on a different number of worlds. I said, then we hit it while it's in transit. Both of them looked at me. A facility is a facility. It has walls and a routine and a garrison, and I don't want to fight any of that. I nodded at the window. But tonight they have to open it. Everything comes out of the ground and goes onto vehicles, and for a few hours, the eggs are in the least defensible condition they will ever be in, so we don't raid the building. We take the building and the shipment in the same hour. Ironhide showed all of his teeth. If those things hatch on this planet, he said, there won't be anything alive down here inside a season. We put Dr. Finch in a stairwell on the 9th floor with the door wedged and a captured pistol he clearly had no idea how to hold. Don't come out, Ironhide told him, whatever you hear. I'm a physician, he said. I hear a lot of things, and I don't come out. It's most of the job. The facility was a sealed alloy box with no windows, 4 floodlights walking across the walls, and a dozen armed orcs at the gate. Mara handed each of us a black cube about the size of a palm. High yield, 3 of those levels it. The target is the eggs, and the eggs will be below ground level. Everything about that building says the working floors are down. Place them as close as you can get. Ironhide nudged me with an elbow. Right, kid, let's test those eyes of yours. How many out front? 12 at the entrance, I said. 4 static on the posts, 8 on a rotating patrol, and 2 more on the roof lying down. You can see the barrel of one against the light spill. I watched the sweep for another 20 seconds, and the perimeter has a hole in it. The northeast corner gets a 3-second gap between floodlights, and the walls lower there because the ground rises. That's the way in. Mara looked at me for a moment. Well spotted, she said. That's what we'll do. The plan took 90 seconds to make, which is the correct amount of time for a plan. Ironhide would go west and be as loud as it is possible for one very large man to be. I would go in at the northeast, find the breeding chamber, place the charges, and leave immediately. The west side of the compound went up at 9 minutes past 2, which is Ironhide being punctual. I went through the northeast gap inside the 3 seconds, put a guard down on the wall walk, spent 90 seconds getting into his uniform and helmet, and then walked past 2 separate patrols at an unhurried pace with my shoulders rolled forward, because half orcs walk from the hips, and if you get that wrong, nothing else matters. Then I took the elevator down. I have thought about how to write the next part several times. It was a hall about the size of a school gymnasium, and down both sides of it, in rows, were transparent tanks over 3 meters tall, filled with a cloudy green medium. There were people in them, young half-orcs, suspended, with their abdomens distended to a size that the body is not built to accommodate, and under the skin at that point things were moving, not drifting, moving with purpose, in more than one place at a time, and they were alive. That's the part. Their eyes were open and their eyes were tracking. I stood there for about 4 seconds and did the only calculation available, and it came out the same way 3 times. There is no version of the next hour in which any of those people leave that room as themselves. When the eggs mature, there is exactly one thing that happens to the host, and it is the worst available death, and the tanks were not a prison, they were a delivery schedule. So the charges were not going to be a tragedy. The charges were the only mercy in the building. I was setting the first one when a patrol of 4 came around the end of the row, and the sergeant stopped and lifted his head and sniffed. Something's wrong. There's a foreign scent in here. He put a hand out and the others fanned. Who's in here? Come out. The answer was a knife across the throat. Hold fire, the sergeant screamed instantly. Don't hit the incubators. And that single instruction, which was completely correct, and which he gave in about a quarter of a second, and which is the reason he was in charge of that patrol, is what killed all 4 of them. Because a man who cannot shoot in a room full of glass is a man in a knife fight, and I was already inside it. Elbow into the ribs, blade up under the sternum. Second one, knee, then the base of the skull. Third, wrist, turn, and the blade went along the arm. 10 seconds. Then the siren started, and the lights went red, and somewhere above us, Mara started detonating things, and the whole hall shook. I got the last charge down in the center of the room and set it, and both end doors came open at once. Intruder in the breeding floor, kill it! 20-odd orcs opened up with no discipline at all, which was a mistake because I went between the support columns on rolls and they didn't hit me even once. They hit a tank. The glass took 2 rounds and gave up on the third, and the green medium came out of it like a dam letting go, and it put a person on the floor at my feet, and the skin of the abdomen, which by then was as thin as a cicada's wing, split. What came out of it was over half a meter long. The front end was a pale hand, enlarged past all reason, with 8 jointed fingers, and in the middle of the palm was a round mouth full of small teeth. Behind it, a long muscular tail. Every gun in the room stopped. I want to be accurate. Every gun in that room stopped, including mine, because there is a part of the human animal that pauses in the presence of a thing that is wrong at the level of design. The tail came off the floor, and it was fast, and it went over the face of the nearest orc, and the fingers closed on the sides of his skull, and the tail went around his throat. He did not get to make a sound. And then the rest of the tanks started going, because the first one had opened a floodgate somewhere in whatever ran that room, and glass came apart down both sides of the hall in a rolling wave, and hundreds of those things came out onto the floor at once, and the breeding chamber stopped being a factory and became a nursery, and then a hunting ground. The gunfire that had been aimed at me came apart into a dozen individual, doomed private struggles. The charge in the middle of the floor ticked down in red. They mostly ignored me because there was better on offer. One of them came off a column at my face, and I put the knife through the palm and took it out of the air. 2 more came together, and I took the legs from one and split the other on the way down. Upstairs, the building was already burning. Vehicles on fire, orcs running in 3 directions, nobody in charge. Chaos is the best cover there is. You can walk out through the front of a disaster at a normal pace, and nobody will stop you because everybody who might have has a more urgent problem. I got out into the open ground beyond the fence and ran until my lungs were on fire, and then I turned around. The earth jumped first, then the whole underground facility and the warehouse camouflage sitting on top of it swelled, silently, from my distance, like something inflating right up to the edge of what it could take. Then the fire ate all of it. The sound arrived several seconds late and shoved me in the back. There were 2 familiar figures at the rendezvous, standing with their backs to me under a rusted sign. I'm back, I said. Nothing. Now. Ironhide, on being told that a 19-year-old had blown a Zerg breeding facility, would already be shouting. He would be beating his own chest. Mara would have said something withering about the state of my clothes. What I got was silence. I put my hand on the knife and went in the way you go in, wide and slow. 30 meters, 20, 10. They turned around and the movement was wrong, jerky, and not in step with each other. They had no faces. There was one of those things sitting on each of them. I got the blade out and closed the last of the distance to do the only thing left to do for them. And Mara started laughing. She reached up, took the thing off her own face like a mask, and held it up by the tail, wheezing. No. Nope. Tell me we got you. Tell me. Ironhide pulled his off and threw it in the dirt and roared. I told you he'd jump. That's 100 coins. You're not weaseling out of it. Are you insane? I said through my teeth. Are you actually insane? Mara hung an arm around my neck. Oh, don't be like that. You've had a night. We wanted you to unclench. Nobody can keep their head in a vice for a week straight. It's bad for you. If you hadn't spoken, I said, I would have swung. She stopped laughing. Ironhide's grin went off his face like a light. We knew, he said after a moment. That's why we made noise when we did. 10 meters is where it stops being funny. He looked at the dead thing in the dirt. We're not idiots, kid. We're just not good people. Right, Mara said. Joke's finished. She was serious immediately, which is a trick I have never learned. I've already reported it. I have never seen that species before, and it is extremely dangerous, and the Federation is treating it accordingly. There'll be people here to take this off us shortly. As of now, our contract is complete. I was still looking at the discarded facehuggers. I know what these are. They both turned. There's a film on my planet, I said. It's called Alien. It's about 45 years old. There's a creature in it that is very close to this. It attaches to the host's face. It puts an egg inside the body, and then something comes out. There was a pause. Wait, Ironhide said. Say that again. It's a film. It's fiction. My father has it on a disc. Comes out how? Through the chest, usually. Mara and Ironhide looked at each other for a long moment. Logically, Ironhide said slowly, there is no mechanism by which anyone on your planet has ever encountered one of these. No. So either that is the single most unpleasant coincidence in the history of imagination, he said, or the man who made that film is an alien. He mostly makes films, I said. He's never hurt anybody. Ironhide considered this. Then he's a good person, he decided, and that was the end of it. Getting Dr. Finch back into the upper city through the normal channels was not possible, because the normal channels were exactly where people were watching. Mara knew a way, because Mara always does. The industrial zone runs ore trains up the shaft on a schedule, long strings of open cars full of dark rock going from the lower city, where the mines are, into the upper city, where the money is, which is the whole planet in one image, and nobody down there needs it pointed out to them. We went around 2 patrols and got into an empty car. Mara dug a piece out of the heap and handed it to me. It was much heavier than it looked. Local mineral. They smelt a specific alloy out of that excellent stock for hull plating. She wiped her hands. Take it home. Let your people look at it. If your species is serious about getting off that rock, they'll want to know it exists. Can I buy a few tons? No. Because Earth isn't a member and nobody is going to deliver ore to a door in your bedroom. She was already lying back on the pile. And you don't have a ship. What were you going to carry it in? Your pockets. And this is the moment I properly understood the shape of the box I was in. My portal opens from base number 7. It holds for a short time. It is 1 man wide. Because if it were bigger or longer or mine, I would have opened a door at the front of that train, driven the entire thing through it, and unloaded 100 tons of interstellar hull alloy onto the floor of my bedroom, and my mother would have found it in the morning and been extremely angry about the carpet. An hour later, the platform came up into the light, and we dropped off, went around the guards, over 2 walls, and into a crowd. Ironhide called ahead. Heard you got run round the lower city, the eldest son said. He sounded delighted. Ironhide put it to the younger brother straight, which is the only register he has. I know you didn't want to come, but there are people hunting you. Your brother is not a good man, but where you're concerned, he's not been a bad one. He wants to use me, Dr. Finch said, to keep the lower city quiet. Sure, maybe, and right now he's also the only person on this planet who can keep you breathing. Ironhide shrugged. What you did, the nobility hate down to the bone. If you want to live, stay near him and stop running. It was blunt, and it was true. A nobility that will hunt Federation mercenaries and a planetary lord's son in the same week is not a nobility with a brake on it. 20-odd armored vehicles came for him. And before they left, Mara said to the eldest son in the flattest voice I have ever heard her use, in the lower city we found a serious problem. Your nobility are breeding Zerg on living hosts. We're required to report it, and we have reported it, and I'd suggest you look into it thoroughly. We were given guest rooms in the estate, which is when I said the thing that made both of them sit down. Doesn't any of this bother you? Bother me how? Ironhide said with his boots off. He couldn't find his own brother. I counted it on my fingers. The eldest son of the planetary lord, with staff and an intelligence network several orders better than 3 strangers who landed yesterday, and he couldn't locate a man running a free clinic with a queue outside it in a district he owns. Mara stopped drinking. He insisted we do it, I said, and he gave us a very precise area to start in, and the moment we actually found him, within hours, professionals arrived to kill all 4 of us. You're saying he sent them. I'm saying I can't rule it out, but that's not my main theory. I sat on the end of the bed. My main theory is that he leaked it, deliberately, to the nobility, so they would come. And what does he get out of that? Everything. I've had a lot of time since to work out how to say this concisely, and I still can't. There's a word on my planet, politics. It's been running through everything we've done for about 5,000 years, and if you want to understand a family like this, you have to stop looking at who is angry and start looking at who ends up holding things. They waited. He's the heir. He knows the pressure between the 2 cities is going up and that it goes off eventually. And his little brother is right now the single most beloved individual in the lower city, a man who gave 200,000 people their lives back and asked for nothing. That is a threat to his throne, and it doesn't matter at all that the brother doesn't want it to be. So kill the brother. He can't. If the heir kills that man, the lower city burns down that week and he inherits ashes. I held up a hand, so he uses somebody else's hands. He makes 3 outsiders find the target. Then he lets the nobility do what the nobility do. And now look at the outcomes. If the brother dies, the nobility killed the people's saint, and every ounce of that hatred lands on them, not on him. If the brother lives, the nobility tried to kill the people's saint, and the hatred still lands on them. Ironhide put his drink down slowly. And us, I said. We're not incidental, we're the receipt. He knows perfectly well that a nobility hunting Federation mercenaries through the streets triggers a Federation response. If they'd killed us, then in one night his nobility would have insulted the Federation and the lower city simultaneously, and he'd have come to the throne with the backing of both. That's, Ironhide started, and then couldn't finish it. But it failed, Mara said. None of us died, not even the brother. So his plan came apart. No, it didn't, I said. He's careful. He had a second one. I nodded at the window and the smoke on the horizon where a breeding facility used to be. That facility was in a district he administers. The technology on this planet isn't primitive. That's a sealed installation with a garrison and a power draw and a logistics tail. And 3 foreigners who arrived the day before yesterday found it without any real difficulty. I let that sit. So the ruling class of this planet knew it was there. There is no version of events where they didn't, Mara said very quietly. He knew, and he left it standing so that we would find it and report it. That's what I'd do if I were him and I were that cold. Imagine what the Federation does when it learns that a planetary nobility has been farming Zerg in living hosts. It doesn't investigate, it arrives. I shrugged. And when it's finished, our young gentleman collects every single thing on the table. The Federation removes the nobility that has been obstructing him, for free, and without his name on any of it. Afterwards, to the upper city, he is the man who survived the purge and holds all the power. And to the lower city, he is the hero who broke the nobility, protected his brother, and saved the people. He never drew a blade, and he gets to be the last one laughing. There was a silence. Then what do we do? Ironhide said. Nothing. The fleet arrives in about 2 hours, and the nobility of this planet are already finished. I want to be clear about the next part, because I meant it. And I'm not saying any of this to defend them. They kept an entire city as livestock. They deserve exactly what's coming, and the sooner it lands, the better this planet gets. That aristocracy is rotten through and it needs cutting out. Ironhide worked it through and got there. We've got no proof of any of it, he said. It's all inference, so we let it run. We're 1-star mercenaries, I said. We are not going to change the politics of a planet. Then I smiled, which apparently is a thing that worries people. But there's no reason we shouldn't get paid for the part we did in it. We nearly died 4 times this week on his errand. Asking for compensation seems entirely reasonable. Ironhide started laughing so hard he had to hold his own ribs. Excellent idea. Excellent. Let's go and shake the young gentleman until he rattles. He received us in a room with a view of his own city. Young master, I said, you've been extremely generous with your hospitality, and we learned a great deal on this trip. The facilities where your nobility have been breeding Zerg on living hosts, for example, and your brother's history, which is genuinely moving. I let him hear all of it land. So let's not go around the houses. We're mercenaries. We work for money. Your brother is delivered. It's time to discuss the fee. We can't have come all this way for nothing. He set his cup down. How much? 1 million star coins. The cup rattled against the saucer, and a little tea went over the edge, and he saw me see it. Here's why that number, and I want to lay it out, because it's the only genuinely clever thing I did that week. Star coins convert into Greystone currency. Greystone currency does not convert back, which means every star coin that leaves that estate is gone permanently and cannot be replaced by any amount of local wealth. He had listened to our conversation in the guest wing. I'd assumed he would. You always assume that. The Federation fleet was under 2 hours out. A scheme he had spent months building was about to execute perfectly, and the single thing that could ruin it was 3 mercenaries making noise in the wrong direction in the next 120 minutes. And if his own arrangement came out afterwards, if it emerged that he'd known about human experimentation in his own district and had sat on it for personal advantage, the Federation would not care that he hadn't done it himself. An ordinary man he'd have had removed without a second thought. But we were 3 armed professionals. Killing us was not simple, and 3 Federation mercenaries dying inside his estate would be a paragraph he'd have to write personally. Very well, he said. I agree. I trust that the 3 of you will maintain the appropriate discretion. Naturally, I said. Our profession has always had excellent ethics. Pay the fee and our mouths close tighter than a bank. 330,000 each. Ironhide looked at the number on his terminal for a while. That's several years, he said. That's several years of work in one afternoon. Why only 1 million? Mara asked later on the way out. I'd have gone for 10. I looked up this planet's trade returns in the Federation registry. Their mineral exports make the Lord's house serious money. I put my terminal away. 1 million hurts him. It doesn't cripple him. That's the whole trick. You take the largest number that still leaves the other man a reason to pay rather than fight. Ask 10 and he stops calculating and starts committing, and then we'd have had to leave this planet the hard way. Ironhide shook his head. And here I was genuinely worried he'd have us cut down in that room. He wouldn't. The fleet was already inbound, and the fleet can see our position. I looked up. He could have 100 times the nerve, and he still wouldn't. He's a clever man, and clever men don't do stupid things in the last 10 minutes. We came out onto the square in front of the estate, and the sky over Greystone was gone. Not dark. Gone. There was a ceiling where the sky had been, and it went from horizon to horizon, and it had running lights on it in patterns that took 20 seconds to travel. Ironhide put his head back. Look at those, he said, and there was no swagger left in his voice at all. And that's a small fleet. That's a detachment. Next to that, we're not sand. The moment Zerg are involved, Mara said, this planet's future stops belonging to it. Every square meter gets scanned. Every living thing gets checked. It doesn't matter who you are or whose son you are. To that, you're an entry on a list. She turned to go. Resisting it isn't brave. It's a way of dying with paperwork. And then, once we were in the black and Greystone was a blue marble behind us, she said one more thing. The young master doesn't know it yet, she said, but the decision's already been taken upstairs. They're not cleaning Greystone, they're rebuilding it. Breeding Zerg on living hosts is over the line the Federation actually has, and there's a reform administration coming through that wormhole behind the fleet. She was watching the planet get smaller. Everything that boy has been building his whole life is about to be reassigned to a committee. 330,000 star coins. At standard contract rates, that is over 50 missions. That is a year and a half of not dying, compressed into one signature by a frightened man in a nice room. This is not an upgrade, I said, staring at the balance. This is going from a musket to artillery. First, a D-grade combat suit, 10,000. My E-grade had taken facehugger blood across the chest plate on the breeding floor, and the composite had gone soft and gray, and a suit that has been chemically insulted is not a suit, it's a costume. And then, while I was checking out, the market showed me an advertisement, because the market always knows. Thunder Interceptor, limited clearance, 4-berth cabin, 30 meters. Maximum velocity 20,000 meters per second, feel actual lightning, was 400,000. Now, 299,999. Order today and receive a spatial ring, value 10,000, absolutely free. Store anything, retrieve it anywhere. 299,999. I sat and looked at that for a while because it was very nearly everything I had. Here's the argument. For a mercenary, time is money and speed is survival. Every contract I had taken so far, I had reached on somebody else's schedule in somebody else's ship. A private interceptor is not a toy. It is the ability to arrive before the situation changes, and, much more importantly, it is the ability to leave. Plus the ring, which I had priced 2 days earlier out of curiosity. Space folding technology is tightly controlled by the Federation, and there is almost no civilian stock, which is why an object smaller than a coin costs the same as a house. And the reviews were unanimous, and every single one of them used the phrase value for money, which anywhere in the universe means somebody is going out of business. Payment complete. 299,999 deducted. My heart did a small unpleasant thing. And then it did a completely different thing, which I had never felt before, and which I am not going to be embarrassed about. I owned a starship. Estimated delivery, 1 hour. A courier in dark gray brought a small box to my quarters and had me sign for it, and inside was a silver ring. I put it on the index finger of my left hand, and something cool went up my arm, and then there was a picture in the back of my head, permanently, of a black interceptor sitting quietly inside a space that does not exist. Meanwhile, on Wangjiang Street in my hometown, a young man was on one knee. I got this in installments over the following week from 4 separate witnesses, all of whom described it as the best night of their lives. He was in a tailored suit with his hair slicked back, and he had an armful of red roses outside the most expensive restaurant in the city with a crowd. "Agree to be my girlfriend," he announced at volume, "and tomorrow the limited edition in my garage and the villa on the coast go into your name." The crowd had opinions. "Young Master Guo doesn't do things by halves." "Ugh, buying love. Vulgar." "Why is that vulgar? I'd say yes in a heartbeat." "I've never even sat in a car like that." "His family are property. They have a dozen cars and they rotate them." "Comparison is the thief of joy. Why isn't my father rich?" The woman he was proposing to was 1 meter 92 in a plain white dress, and she was standing among that crowd like a crane among poultry, and the young man on one knee at her feet looked, by every account, extremely short. My phone was going off like a fire alarm. "Lin Xiao. Wangjiang Street now. We're surrounded. Some rich idiot is proposing to Ling Ling. There are hundreds of people, and his security won't let us out. Wangjiang is across the city. By the time a taxi got me there, the whole thing would be over and somebody would have filmed all of it, which is when I had my idea. The interceptor came out of the ring and hung outside my bedroom window, 30 meters of black hull holding station over a residential compound in complete silence, and I opened the window and stepped out into the air, and the tractor beam took me up. Wangjiang Street, maximum. Down on the ground, young Master Guo was playing his final card. "I know you're not the kind of woman who cares about cars and houses," he said, projecting. "So, my family has a private jet and an estate abroad. Say yes, and tomorrow we fly to the Maldives, then skiing, then the pyramids, anywhere you want." The crowd came apart. A private jet. If she says no, she's just ungrateful. And Han Shui, my classmate, who is an ordinary girl from an ordinary family and who had been dragged into the middle of this, was very close to crying because there were men in black suits standing at both ends of the space and no polite way out of it. Then the noise stopped, all at once, as though somebody had put a hand over the street, because everybody was looking up. Something very large was coming down out of the night sky. A helicopter. No. There was no rotor and there was no sound, and that is the detail every single account includes, because a thing that size making no noise is worse than a thing that size making a lot of it. It came through the low cloud and stopped, 30 meters up, directly over Wangjiang Street. Is that a fighter? Whose is it? Is it new? How is it doing that? How is it just sitting there? A young man near the front tried to film it and had to give up because his hands were shaking too hard for the camera to focus. The smile came off young Master Guo's face in stages. He was still on one knee. His private jet, which had been the largest object in his life 11 seconds earlier, had just been repriced. A column of soft white light came down and settled on the plaza in front of the restaurant, and a figure came down inside it in black trousers and a white t-shirt. I did not look at the crowd. I did not look at the man on his knees, whose face I am told was doing several things at once. I walked over to Ling Ling and took her hand and said, "Come on." And then, to Han Shui, who had not moved, "What are you waiting for? Get in." The three of us stepped into the light, and it closed over us like water, and the beam went up into the hull with a sound like a held breath being released. The interceptor left a smear on the air, went through the cloud, and was gone. I'm told the silence afterwards lasted a long time, and that it was eventually broken by somebody saying, "What was that?" and that nobody was able to help him. And that the last thing anybody saw on Wangjiang Street that night was a young man still down on one knee on the paving with an arm full of roses, going white and then very red. Han Sui opened her eyes inside a lit cabin with a deep black sky in the canopy and the lights of the city going past underneath like a spilled jewelry box. She pinched her own cheek. Hard. "We're in the sky." "Yes." "What is this? Whose is this? Where did you get this?" "Oh, this," I said. "I was looking for something to do over the holidays. Found a job, earned a bit, bought a small plane to get around in. It's more convenient." Han Shu's mouth moved for a while without producing anything. A job, earned a bit, bought this, to get around in. Every word individually was a word she knew. Ling Ling, beside her, was completely relaxed, examining the cabin's air recycling with professional interest. "Where are we going now?" "Well, we're up," I said. "I'll take you round the world. It's quick. Alert. 2 F-45 aircraft closing. Threat level, low. Current position, over North America. I had forgotten to switch on the stealth field. I want that in the record because it is the single most expensive act of forgetfulness I have ever committed, and it cost me nothing at all, which is somehow worse. F-45, Han Shui said in a very small voice. Those are American 6th-generation fighters. How long have we been flying? 12 minutes? We're over America? What happens now? Do they shoot at us? In the lead aircraft, a pilot with the call sign Spectre was reading a return that made no sense. Eagle's Nest, Serpent 1, target acquired, profile is not in any database I have, track is stable, no evasive action, repeat, it isn't reacting to us at all. Serpent 1, you are cleared for Class B engagement, warn it, if it does not respond or continues on that heading, you are cleared to fire. His weapons officer wet his lips. Spectre, guess which unlucky idiot flew himself to us? Is this that 6th gen the Easterners keep bragging about, or the Russian thing they've been hiding? Shut up, David, focus. This one isn't ordinary. 90 seconds earlier, the entire base had gone to top alert because a Continental Defense Radar array had tracked an unidentified object from the Western Pacific into North American airspace in under 3 minutes, and there is no airframe on that planet that does that. They put the warning out on guard. The contact continued on the same heading at the same speed, as if the radio were a rumor. David, Spectre said, and I have some sympathy for how that must have felt. Ready the Sidewinder. With genuine pleasure. And at the exact moment his thumb moved. Wait. What is it doing? Because the contact had, without any warning at all, accelerated. And then it wasn't on the scope. Not jamming. Not a lost lock. Simply absent from the most capable radar network on the planet. Target lost. Eagle's Nest, target lost. Where did it go? And a few seconds later, a voice came up from the command floor that had something in it neither of them had heard from that man before. Serpent. Per satellite telemetry, the target's instantaneous acceleration exceeded Mach 60. A pause. Our radar cannot see objects at that velocity. 15 times their top speed. The two of them sat in their aircraft over Nevada and looked at each other through the canopies, and something they had both believed since flight school quietly came apart. Pacific, North America, and back into Donghai airspace in a little under 30 minutes, which is faster than the ballistic option and considerably more comfortable. I put Han Sui down at the end of her own street with her head completely empty. Chen Ming, she said. What are you? I'm an alien, I said. From the land of light, Nebula M78. And I put the ship away in front of her, which was probably unkind. Thank you, she said after a moment. For showing me, I won't tell anyone. Go to bed, call it a dream. Ling Ling and I walked back through the city at 1 in the morning, and she stopped at a Malatang stall. They apply heat to combine proteins and plant fibers of several species, she said, watching the woman work, and then submerge them in a spiced solution containing several dozen distinct aromatic molecules. The preparation is optimized to maximize stimulation of the taste receptors, which triggers an effective release the local population refers to as satisfaction. She looked at it a while longer. This is a very interesting civilization. It's Malatang. It's 4 yuan a skewer. I decided not to say anything. Earth is a wonderful place, she said. It is beautiful, and it is peaceful. I was assembling a sentence about how she should come back in autumn when the weather is decent, and she said, but I have to return. I stopped assembling it. I need to go home and study before I can apply for the next opportunity to come out, that fast. And there was an unfamiliar hollow feeling under my ribs that I didn't examine at the time. Before I go, she said, I would like to give you a gift. We turned into an empty alley, and behind her, silently, 2 enormous flawless wings unfolded. She reached back, took hold of the longest and brightest primary feather on the right wing, and pulled it out. I did not have time to say anything about that. This will let you fly for a short period, she said, holding it out. It contains enough for approximately 2 uses. I hope it is useful if you are in danger again. It was warm in my fingers, and there was something moving in it, and it was much heavier than a feather has any business being. Thank you, I said. Earth's open, whenever you want. I know. In my bedroom, I opened the channel, a slow, dark spiral turning in the air over the laundry pile. Well then, she said. Goodbye, Chen Ming. Goodbye. She stepped through, and it closed, and my room was exactly as it had been, which somehow was the worst part. At 6 the next morning, my phone tried to vibrate itself off the desk. Lin Xiao, you absolute. The noise Guowei was making is best described as a bore in difficulty. What did you give me? The genetic optimizer. I told you what it was. Why? I am a furnace. I am burning from the inside and the outside at the same time. Am I about to combust? Am I going to spontaneously combust in my own bedroom? I don't want to die young. Xiaozi, listen to me. There are 4 iron principles of male friendship, and one of them is that you don't lie to a man who is on fire. That's normal. Normal. It means it's working. Your cells have gone into accelerated metabolism. It'll settle. Nothing is normal. A pause, and then his voice dropped into the register he uses for confession. I have to tell you what happened. I was watching something. I'd spent an hour finding it, and right at the critical moment the internet died. I had a bad feeling. And the picture froze, he said, on the face of the bald man. There is a bald actor in this production, and he is a profoundly ugly human being, and the connection failed on a close-up of his face. And Xiaozi, his voice cracked, he was smiling at the camera. Right. And I lost control. I crushed my phone. He was almost sobbing. In one hand. It's in 2 pieces. And then I hit the wall, and my hand went into the wall. Xiaozi, I can see the pipe. I can see the actual pipe in there, and I'm calling you from my mother's phone. I put my head on the desk for about 5 seconds. Are you laughing? He said. Is that laughing? Have you no humanity left at all? What am I supposed to do? There's a prehistoric animal in here, and I am not holding the leash. Ahem. I sat up. The optimizer improves every gene in the organism, every one. Which means every system in your body has been enhanced without any regard for whether you were ready, including hormone production and grip strength and nerve conduction speed. I let that land. So it isn't your fault, brother. Technically, you didn't do that. Your nervous system did. There was a long silence. When does it wear off? He said, in the voice of a man abandoned by the world. Take a cold shower, genuinely cold. I stood up, and buy a new phone, and possibly some plaster. He hung up at speed. I did not tell him the rest, which is this. When that period finishes, Guo Wei is going to discover that his body and his stamina have gone permanently past anything that happens to human beings naturally, and he is going to attribute all of it to a month of push-ups. How many registered mercenaries are there? I asked Mara. Over 10 billion. And how many of them are 1-star? 9 billion. She said it without any particular emphasis. 9 out of every 10 never get past the first rung in their entire working lives. That's the whole shape of this industry. The step from 1 to 2 kills more people than any single contract you will ever take, and the payoff on the other side is large enough that the queue never gets shorter. I'm in. Good. An ambitious rookie is always better than a dried fish. She sent me the link. Rules attached. Confirm inside 24 hours. And for the sake of completeness, the mortality rate on the trial is 55%. If that frightens you, don't go. 2-star qualification trial. Location, Planet Pandora. Format, points-based survival. Hunt designated organisms for points. Accumulate the maximum within the time limit. Result determined by ranking. All participants issued standard equipment. Entire process monitored. Any interference with the standard loadout is disqualification. The rules ran to tens of thousands of words, and I read all of them, and somewhere in the middle, in a clause nobody quotes, they say the quiet part out loud. Mercenaries are the Federation's informal armed force. Temporary personnel die on the trial, and there is no compensation, no benefit, and no recovery of remains. The Federation does not collect its own bodies from Pandora because they are not technically its own bodies. The Federation has a real army. What the army gets is doctrine and logistics and a pension. What we get is the dirty, the heavy, and the fatal. But, and this is why I said yes before I'd finished reading, a standardized trial is the fairest ground I had ever been offered. Everybody in the same suit with the same blade. My interceptor, my ring, my D-grade armor, all of it left at the door. Total surveillance to prevent anyone cheating. Strip out the equipment and the money, and what's left on that planet is what a person actually is. What should I watch for? Killing each other, Mara said, is tacitly permitted. On a hunting trial. It's a ranking. Killing another candidate earns you no points at all, but it removes somebody above you, and every year a substantial number of people die on Pandora with their backs to a monster and a blade in them from the other direction. She shrugged. Everyone knows. Nobody writes it down. I confirmed my entry. That afternoon, a news item surfaced on my phone. Mystery fighter sighted over Donghai. Are they here? I tapped it. 404. The requested content does not exist. I searched Donghai and Fighter and got a scattering of articles and 3 video links, and every single one of them opened on a blank page, and when I refreshed the search, the headlines themselves were gone. Not just the search engines, social platforms, forums, video sites, everything, everywhere, being taken down in real time with a precision that was frankly beautiful to watch. No clumsy blanket takedowns, no obvious gaps, just a very steady invisible hand performing surgery on the internet. By evening, several 100 million people had collectively forgotten that anything had happened over Wangjiang Street. Out of my window, a man with a short haircut was trimming the flower beds with genuine attention to detail. A woman in a baseball cap was walking a German shepherd along the path at a pace the dog clearly found insulting. Both of them had moved into Block 11 3 days ago. I didn't have to study them. I'd stopped having to study them a week ago. Since the day I walked into that institute, the number of new faces in my compound has gone up steadily, and every one of them is polite and physically capable and around 30 and has no visible occupation. International competition is a great deal less friendly than the news makes it look, and I had become a national asset without noticing the moment it happened. The next morning, the black sedan was outside my building at 7, which the grandmothers in the courtyard noticed and discussed. The conference room was the same one. The faces were the same faces off the evening news. In the corner, there was a camera with a red light on it feeding somewhere I didn't ask about. I put a case on the table. I'm here to keep a promise. Inside, in black foam, were 5 translucent helmets, and beside them, in its own recess, the second divine wing I had promised them 2 days earlier. These are consciousness helmets. They do one thing. They put the mind of the wearer into the virtual network of the galaxy. The universe has an internet, somebody said. You can think of it that way. It's more real than that, and considerably larger. Rather than explain it, I picked one up. I'll enable projection and you can see what I see. White light filled the room. A city. Streets with 3-meter lizard people in blue scale walking down them, and winged people overhead, and half-meter 4-armed creatures moving between everybody's feet at speed. And above the city limits, no sky, open starfield, with ships going over in a slow river of light. Is this the capital of the galaxy? Somebody breathed. Is this their central world? No, I said. This is an ordinary city, in an ordinary system, belonging to one of many civilizations. On the scale of the galaxy, this place is a pebble. Possibly less. I let them look for a while. Earth took 4.6 billion years to produce us, and we're proud of that, and we think of ourselves as the universe's favorite child and the only intelligence there is. I changed the view. The truth is that people are extremely common. We are sitting in one system, at the far end of a minor arm, in the deep countryside. The city shrank to a point. The point folded into a planet. The planet folded into a smear. And the smear opened out into a full spiral of a few 100 billion stars, turning slowly, with our entire region a barely marked speck out on one edge. To everything out there, I said, Earth is still an infant that has never once left the cradle and knows nothing about what's in the room. Nobody said anything for a long moment. Then the case of helmets sitting on that table stopped being equipment and became something else, and every person in that room understood it at the same time. They went in one at a time, 3 minutes each. I watched their faces from the side of the room, and every one of them came out having seen a different thing, because you find what you are looking for. The materials man saw a fabrication process and came out gray. The energy man saw a power architecture and had to sit down. Somebody saw a weapons demonstration on a public feed, an ordinary advertisement, the kind that plays while you're waiting for a train, and would not describe it afterwards. Later, in the side room, I gave old Zhao the lump of ore. Local mineral from a mining world, I said. They smelt hull-grade alloy out of it. Hand it to your aerospace materials people and tell them it exists. He turned it over in his hands. And to get into this federation, we need a permanent base on the moon. Actually permanent, actually staffed, actually ours. I sat on the arm of a chair. That's the entry test. And once we're in, the nest under that mountain stops being a thing 7 billion people die of and becomes an item on somebody's schedule. Old Zhao walked over to the shelf of models along the wall. He ran a finger along a launch vehicle, then along a fighter, and then he stopped on a small model of a space station and left his hand on it. You're right, he said. This planet is on the line between living and not. He didn't turn around. The order's already gone out. This year's astronaut intake has been expanded by a factor of over 100. Everybody who can be moved is being moved. I got back to find Guo Wei with his shirt off doing curls in his own living room. Xiao Zi, feel this, feel the arm. He flexed. I could kill a bull. One punch. I ate 5 bowls of rice this morning, 5 big ones, and there is still a hole in me that goes all the way down, and I've got energy coming out of my ears and nowhere to put it, and then he was off. I think I might be a heavenly emperor born at the appointed hour. He put his hands on his hips and tilted his head back at 45 degrees, which is a thing he does. When the spiritual energy returns to the world, I, Guo Wei, shall enter seclusion for 10 days, and I shall emerge unstoppable, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. In the end, I shall rule alone and suppress all enemies, and all of you will address me respectfully as Emperor Zhang. And should things go badly, he continued, vengeful spirits shall rise and turn the mortal world into a prison. And when the world calls my name, I will appear, and I will end the age of the supernatural. I laughed until it hurt. You laugh? You dare mock the future heavenly emperor? Old demon Chen, you are disrespectful to me before my ascension. Today I shall destroy you here for the dignity of the throne. He came at me like a bull. I stepped aside and hooked his ankle, and all that bull-killing power went straight into the floor, face first. I sat down on his back and took an apple off the table. How are we feeling, future heavenly emperor Guo? You cheated, said the floor. Do not underestimate the potential of a young man. Fortunes turn every 30 years. If you have any nerve at all, you will wait 1 year and fight me honestly. Train for 100 and you're not a match for me. Nonsense! Once I have filled my body with spiritual energy and mastered the divine techniques. Stop. You've read too many novels. I got off his back and pulled him up and stopped smiling. It's a technological product. It improved your physical parameters. That's it. That's all it did and all it can do. He rubbed his chin, disappointed. Now listen to me, because this part is real. I waited until he was actually looking at me. The value of that thing is beyond anything you can imagine. From today, every change in your body is explained by regular training, nothing else. You do not show off your strength to anybody, and you never, ever say the words genetic optimizer out loud. Come on. Who am I going to? If that leaks, I said, you don't become the heavenly emperor. You become a subject, strapped to a table in a facility with a number instead of a name, in a country that may or may not be this one, and at that point, there is nobody on this planet who can get you out, including me. The color went out of him, and the sweat came back. Understood, he said. The transport for Pandora was a black military hull with a boarding queue you could not see the end of. Warhammer came out onto the platform in silver, 3 gold stars on the collar, and the whole hangar went quiet without being asked. Base 7 has registered 73,642 candidates for the Pandora trial. He let the number sit there. As a person in charge of this base, I'm pleased to see this many faces that want to be stronger. Being pleased is not the same as approving. He looked along the ranks. By the historical figures, out of 70,000 applicants, the number who will hold a second star at the end of this is not more than 700. It may be fewer. Somebody near me shifted their weight. Remember this, Pandora is dangerous. Every animal on it can kill you, and so can most of the plants, and so can several things that are neither. I don't care which world you're from or who your family is. Down there you have one identity, and it is candidate. He turned to go. Want 2 stars? Show me the ability. Anyone who passes gets a gift from the base. Good luck. Through the viewport, Pandora came up blue-green under a heavy atmosphere and white cloud like a gemstone on black cloth, and in orbit around it there was a station the size of a floating continent with ships around it like bees at a hive. Mara looked at it beside me. 10 million, she said. 10 million what? 1-star candidates. This trial. Just this one. 700 out of 70,000 is 1 in 100. I did not do the other piece of arithmetic out loud. Processing was a metal corridor and we went down it like parts on a line. Verification, then issue. E-grade suit, E-grade chainsaw blade, standard pack, nothing else. My ring came off and went into a sealed tray with a number on it and I watched it go. Hundreds of drop gates. Assignment is random. Mine was D-77. Mara drew B-13. Ironhide got F-42. Well, Mara said. So much for that. Find high ground when you land, she added at the gate. Look at the terrain before you do anything else, and stay away from anything you can't identify, no matter how many points it looks like. Ironhide thumped my shoulder hard enough to move me. Survive, kid. You still owe me a bottle. There were 100 of us in that pod on the way down. An old mercenary with half an ear missing was cleaning his nails with a small knife and looking around at us with the expression of a man reading a list. First time on Pandora, he said generally. I can tell. Every year we get a load of you who've heard it's a good place to make your name. He didn't look up. Here's the truth, free of charge. Every animal on that planet is harder than it looks, and most of them are harder than you. A large man with a scorpion tattooed up his neck snorted. If you're afraid of dying, go to a care home. Points come from killing something worth points, and something worth points is something that can kill you. That's what I'm here for. Ah, the old man said. Last year we had a lad exactly as confident as you. He went back to his nails. We found one leg. Then the doors opened. The trees on Pandora go up, and the canopy comes together into an umbrella that cuts the sky into fragments. The moss underfoot is inches thick. There is luminous pollen suspended in the air that moves when you walk through it, and flowers the size of cars. It's beautiful for about 3 seconds. Then the ground started to beat. Far away at first, a drum, slow, then faster and then angry, and birds came up out of the canopy in a sheet screaming. There was a line of yellow dust coming through the forest, and the trees ahead of it were going over. Herd, run! I remembered exactly one thing, which was Mara saying high ground, and I went for the biggest trunk in reach and got up it. They came through underneath at a speed nothing that size should manage. Boar-shaped, elephant-sized, several hundred of them. The slowest man off the pod didn't get a sound out. Another one, the scorpion tattoo, did something brave and completely uninformed, jumped, landed on one of them, and drove an E-grade chainsaw blade into the top of its skull with his full weight behind it. It left a white scratch. The animal shook its head once, the way a horse does at a fly, and he went 30 meters into a rock face like a dropped coat. When the dust settled and I came down out of that tree, I counted fewer than 60 of us still moving out of 100. Pandora teaches the first lesson in the crudest available format, and it teaches it inside 90 seconds, and it does not repeat itself. 3 men came down out of a different tree about a minute after I left. I know this because they told me later, at some length, under circumstances they did not enjoy. The one in front was short, with triangular eyes and a hooked nose, and the other 2 called him Brother Cobra. "You're certain it's him," said the thin one, who was built like a length of bamboo. "Because I'm not walking this jungle for nothing." Cobra brought up a panel and turned it around. My face was on it. "It's him. I thought I recognized him on the pod." He put it away. Vulture spent a fortune to avenge his brother. He bought the transit logs of every vessel that passed within range of that planet in the relevant window, cross-referenced the manifests, and filtered it down to a few thousand possible names. He shrugged. "This one's on the list. A few thousand. So what? Whether he actually did it or not is not our problem. He's on the suspect list. We kill him, we photograph it, we send it in, and we get paid." Cobra started walking. "And there's no risk in it because on Pandora nobody investigates anything." "And the trial?" "What trial?" He didn't even turn around. "We've entered this thing 11 times between us, and not one of us has ever passed it. We'll take money instead." The big silent one, Stone Bear, spoke for the first time. "Cobra's right. Take the money. Go home. There'll be another trial next month." "He looks soft," Cobra said. "Follow him, and keep him alive. If this jungle eats him before we do, we've got nothing to photograph." Pandora is about 20 times the size of Earth. I did the sum standing on a ridge that first afternoon, and it settled a question for me. Finding Mara and Ironhide was not a plan. It was a hobby. 20 Earths of jungle and 2 people in it somewhere, so I went hunting. The first thing that came for me came out of chest-high grass, a gray-green scaled head, a mouth with the wrong number of teeth in it, and then the rest, 2-legged, about my height, with yellow vertical pupils and a very specific way of not blinking. I recognized it. Everyone would recognize it. It's in the films, and it's in every museum on my planet. Mara had warned me about this, actually. "Pandora isn't a naturally occurring ecosystem," she'd said. "The Federation has spent a few 100 million years collecting interesting things from all over the galaxy and dropping them there to see what happens. So when you get down there, don't waste time being surprised by anything on the grounds that it doesn't make sense. Nothing on that planet makes sense. That's the point of it." I went at it rather than away, because that is now simply how I do this, and the blade went through hide and tendon and spine without noticing any of them, and the head went up. Velociraptor eliminated, plus 50 points. 50 points for a dinosaur, there's a sentence. Then, 7 or 8 black things came at me together, and these were worse because these were built for it. Wolf-shaped, but with 3 legs under the body arranged in a way that let them change direction without slowing, and no eyes at all, not closed, absent. They hunt on sound and scent, and they were very, very good at it. 6-legged blind wolf, plus 20. And this is where I finally used the thing I'd bought. The 8-fold sword is not a set of finishing moves. That's what I'd expected, and that's not what it is. It's a structure, a rising sequence, where every strike takes the recoil of the last one and puts it into the next so that a man of ordinary strength arrives at the 7th exchange hitting harder than he could have at the first. Which means it is not designed to kill the first thing you meet. It is designed for exactly what I was standing in. First form, coiling wave. The lead wolf came apart along its own length. Second form, stacked peaks. The blade came up in overlapping layers, each one starting where the last one ended, and the pack hit that the way surf hits a breakwater, and every block loaded the next strike, and the next one was faster, and the next one after that was faster still. 7 times blind wolf, plus 140. Current total, 190. I stood in the wet grass with my arm ringing and understood for the first time why a 5-star mercenary had put a 100,000 coin technique on the shelf for 1,000. He wasn't being generous. He was fishing. He was looking for the specific kind of idiot who fights the way he fought, and I had walked past his window and put my hand up. In synchronous orbit, in a room with a wall made of several hundred screens, 2 men were arguing. I know about this the way I know about a lot of things, because Warhammer enjoys telling a story and does not care whose dignity is in it. Warhammer, your 7th is a disgrace this year. The speaker was roughly twice the width of an ordinary person, and his voice arrived like weather. 10 million candidates, 3 hours in, You have fewer than 100 people in the top 100,000. Warhammer drank his tea. Numbers aren't quality, he said. Base 7 takes the elite route, unlike Base 6, which takes anybody with a pulse and a grievance. Then he expanded one screen out of the wall. Wild Peak, what do you make of the boy? Wild Peak looked at it for a while. Decent. Blade work is clean, no wasted motion, doesn't panic. He shrugged. And so what? There are 80,000 promising young people on that planet today. Promising is the cheapest thing in this galaxy. And if I told you, Warhammer said, that he registered as a newcomer 1 week ago. Wild Peak's face did a thing. He got up, he walked to the screen, he put his face close to it and looked at how young I was. A week. He turned round. Are you making fun of me? Do I look like I'm making fun of you? His name is Chen Ming. I ran into him on a contract by accident 7 days ago. He'd soloed a crusher. Warhammer put his cup down. I thought at the time he was unusual. It seems my instincts remain in working order. And then, because Wild Peak is a professional, the horror on his face turned into something much more practical inside about 4 seconds. Old Thorn, let's talk. He sat down heavily. I have 5 outstanding new registrants this intake. 5. Take all of them. I'll trade you the lot for that one. Absolutely not. Don't be like that. He's a rookie. Potential is potential. Wild Peak spread his hands. Do you know how many geniuses are buried on that planet? By dusk, I had 2,800 points and a ranking of 203,000, which was nowhere near good enough because the guaranteed band is the top 100,000, and Pandora's Day is 10 hours long. I want to be precise about what that means. It means the night is a very long time, and everything on that planet that has been hiding all day is waiting for it, and the danger curve after sunset does not rise. It steps. From a tree, I watched a dozen mercenaries come through the undergrowth in pieces of their own kit, running the way people run when they have stopped making decisions. Behind them, moving faster than they were, was a snake. The body was thicker than a barrel, blue-black and scaled. It had wings, fleshy ones, useless for flight and enormously useful for what it did instead, which was to launch and glide 30 meters at a stride so that it covered ground in a series of leaps like something skipping stones. Azure-winged flying serpent, known for speed and for the second worst neurotoxin in the region, 3 seconds on an adult grazing animal the size of an elephant. For a human being, it is not a survivable event, it is an administrative one. Minimum 5,000 points. I watched the last man in that group get caught by a jet of dark green fluid that came out of it like a hose, and he did not get a sound out either, and I did the arithmetic on my own strength honestly, which is a skill I recommend. 5,000 points. And the same outcome. So I went the other way. 10 minutes later, I found the clearing. Something enormous had been through it repeatedly over a long period. There were dozens of snapped trunks laid flat in a rough circle, and old bone fragments in the litter, and under a split boulder, in a nest of dry grass, there was an egg, pure white, with a pale blue pattern coiling through the shell, and bigger than a basketball. Fortune favors the bold, and it favors the bold considerably more when the bold has just watched the alternative. I got it into my pack, and I was halfway across the clearing when a shriek came in from the east, furious and getting closer. I went the other way at everything I had, deliberately choosing the worst ground I could find, broken rock, dense growth, watercourses, and changing direction every few hundred meters, because a scent trail is a straight line and I was not going to give it one. 2 kilometers later, in a hollow, I looked it up. Azure-winged flying serpent egg, estimated market value, 100,000, 300,000 star coins. I read that 3 times. Boar tusks, an entire afternoon of extremely hard work, had come to 700. Application. The principal value lies in specific bioactive proteins within the albumin, which are highly effective at reversing signs of aging at the genetic level and slowing cellular senescence. Consequently, in very high demand among the women of the Milky Way. So it's face cream, the most dangerous object I have ever carried, taken from the nest of an animal that could kill me by breathing at me, and its market is face cream. I packed the bag out with dry grass and broad leaves so it wouldn't knock about while I ran, because 200,000 star coins does not survive being jogged with, and then I went on. The feeling of being watched had been with me since midday. Around the 8th hour, it stopped being a feeling. They came out of the tree line in a half circle, which is what people do when they have practiced. Cobra showed me a lot of yellow teeth. Lucky day, boy. Leave what's on your back, and we might let you keep breathing. I am not stupid. 3 men who have followed a stranger for 8 hours through hostile ground want 2 things, and the bag is only one of them, and nobody who has spent a day pacing you says we might let you keep breathing and means it, so I put both hands up. All right, I said. All right. Don't. You can have it. And I started, slowly and clumsily, to take the pack off. The thin one came forward, rubbing his hands. Cobra and Stone Bear stayed exactly where they were, watching, relaxed, because what is a boy going to do? And at the moment his hand closed on the strap, The fear went out of my face. The movement of taking the pack off is a rotation. I finished the rotation. The pack went into his face, and the blade came up out of the low position underneath it at an angle nobody polite would use. His arm came off below the elbow. I was in the undergrowth before Cobra finished shouting, "After him, I'll take him apart myself." And then I gave them 4 kilometers. There is a thing nobody in that jungle knew about me, and it is not the serum, and it is not the technique. It is that I ran distance for my school for 6 years in a country with 300 million people in it, and I was good at it before anyone put anything in my blood. So I ran them through mud, I ran them up gradients. I let the gap close to 20 meters and then opened it to 80, over and over for the better part of an hour, and I let them see me every time it closed. Cobra had spent his entire career being the most dangerous thing in whatever clearing he stood in. That night he learned what it feels like to be outclassed by somebody who has not turned around yet, and he did not handle it with grace. He hacked a bush apart on the right and got branches. He spun on a rustle behind him and got wind. "Come out!" His voice had gone up. "If you've got anything between your legs, come out and face me. What is this, hide and seek? Come out and die." And in the second his shout ended, the chainsaw blade came alive at his feet. A shadow went across the ground. There was a coldness in his right leg, and below the knee, his legs stopped being attached to him. Stone Bear came in with a fist aimed at my head, and I put a whip kick into his chest first, and a man built like a tower went backwards without any of his strength doing him the slightest good. I walked over to Cobra, who was on his knees. There is a conversation to have with a man who has decided to take both your property and your life, and I couldn't think of a single line of it. So I put the blade through his heart. Stone Bear got up. He came at me with the chainsaw running and swinging, cutting the undergrowth to pieces, screaming, and I went sideways along the mud, and the blade went deep into a trunk and stayed there, and I came up under his arm. Then I walked back to where the ambush had started. There was a dark patch on the ground and a single arm and no thin man. I did not go after him. A one-armed man with an untreated wound at night on Pandora has an appointment he cannot miss, and I had 12 hours left. Outstanding. Wild Peak was standing up. "Give him to me. 20. My 20 best new registrants for that one boy." "Sit down." "Old Thorn, sit down, and I'll tell you what you just watched." Warhammer hadn't moved. First, he faked a surrender, which cost him nothing, and bought him the only 3 seconds in that clearing where nobody was aiming at him, and he spent those 3 seconds putting the nearest man out of the fight permanently. 2 down to 1 exchange. Wild Peak sat. Second, he did not fight the remaining 2. He went into terrain that suited his body and made them chase him in it for an hour, and he let them see him constantly so they'd keep spending. He wasn't escaping. He was doing the work. And third, he waited for the loudest man to be at his angriest, because a furious man's attention narrows to about 10 degrees in front of his own face, and then he came in from the ground. Warhammer finally picked up his tea. He handled 3 registered mercenaries like they were livestock in a pen, and he is 19, and he has been doing this for 8 days. He drank. 20 green recruits. For that. Wild Peak went a color. "My 20 are not nothing," he muttered. 2 years of training and... Warhammer pulled my file up on the wall and left it there. "Base 7 has not produced a talent like this in a very long time," he said. "So I want to be clear with you and everyone else who is going to come and ask this week. He is not for sale, he is not for trade, and if I hear that anyone has approached him directly, I will take it personally." The extraction point was a river valley, and it looked like the aftermath of something rather than the end of a test. Mercenaries sitting, mercenaries lying down, a significant number of people with an arm gone, and a smaller number with more than that gone, and the medical teams working down the line at a pace that told you this was completely normal. Mara waved me over from the station concourse. 9,000 exactly, she said. Right on the line. She jerked a thumb. Ironhide's on 8,900. Both of their overall rankings were past 90,000. What about you? You were far too relaxed on that pod for a man who didn't have a plan. 12,350. She hit me on the shoulder hard enough to hurt. You've been hiding it this entire time. Lin Xiao points, 12,350. Overall ranking, 1,232. A Federation officer read the line out to the concourse. The qualifying threshold for this trial is 8,500. Mara closed her fist. Passed. God, I'm glad I gritted my teeth and spent 100,000 on that C-grade serum, or that would have been very close. And then the board updated with the base summary, which is the number I actually want you to sit with. Base number 7, candidates entered, 71,255, returned alive, 44,678, qualified, 485. 71,000 went down, 26,500 did not come back at all, and 485 people have a second star. Ironhide came past holding his own elbow. Medical first, I think the arm's broken. I'm going home to sleep for 3 days, Mara said. And you, she pointed at me, you are now a name on this base, 1200th overall. That's not a rookie result. That's not a result at all, actually. That's a mistake in the system. At home, I put the shredded E-grade suit into the matter disposal unit and stood in the hottest water I could get for a long time and watched the blood come off in stages. Lin Xiao rank, 2-star mercenary. Privileges, contract payment ×2. Market discount 20%. A large number of gray-listed contracts unlocked at the bottom of the page, and then further down, in the market, Thunder Interceptor, list price 300,000, 2-star price 240,000. I looked at that for a while, because a few days earlier I had paid 299,999 for a limited clearance on a 400,000 coin ship, and it turns out the list price has always been 300,000 and the clearance was a discount of one single coin. The schemes of the universe are extremely sophisticated and I have decided not to think about it. D-grade genetic optimizer was 10,000. 2-star price, 8,000. I bought 3, which emptied a large hole in my balance and which I did not hesitate over for 1 second because the arithmetic on that shelf is the only honest arithmetic in the universe. Every coin you don't put into your own body is a coin somebody takes off your corpse. Then I went to sell an egg. Base number 7's Market Street runs all the way around the inner ring and never closes because a base with several 100,000 mercenaries and staff on rotating shifts does not have a night. Freshly forged ship cores, overload protection included, 10 times compensation on any counterfeit. Buying unicorn horn, any quantity, price negotiable. Sir, look at this. Antiquities from Wenming 3. Brother, I can see you have an unusual bearing about you, and this particular light blade would suit you perfectly. The place I wanted had a sign that said, "We buy anything," and a fat proprietor with a jeweler's loop screwed into one eye who was turning a dark claw over under a lamp when I came in. What are you selling? I put the egg on the counter. He adjusted the loop. His eyes went up it slowly, from the base to the crown, and then he sat back. Azure-winged flying serpent. A pause. How did you come by that? Name a price. He walked around it. He tapped it in 2 places with a knuckle and listened. He leaned in and smelled it, which I did not enjoy watching. Then he dusted off his hands and held up 2 fingers. That much. 200,000. 200,000. It's a good egg, and that's an honest price. Done. I checked the market 3 times on the way over. 200,000 was exactly what I expected, which meant he was an honest man, which on that street is a genuinely remarkable thing to be. Back at the dormitory, Mara was packing bottles into a crate and Ironhide was attempting to fit a war axe into a rucksack that was visibly not designed for one. We're moving, Mara announced. We're what? We're 2-star. You do not house 2-star mercenaries in a corridor with shared washing. She dropped another bottle in. The Federation package includes private accommodation, 10s of times the floor space. And a gravity chamber, said Ironhide to the rucksack. The new block was in the core of the base and there was no verification at the door. The building AI reads the badge and the door simply isn't there anymore. Block B, Building 3, 701, 2 and 3 will be neighbors. I took 702. Just under 200 square meters. Living area, bedroom, a training floor, a bathroom with a door, light gray carpet. A synthesis unit in the kitchen that will make you anything you can name and several things you can't. A weapons service station in the corner with a full tool wall, and one wall that is entirely window, looking out over the starport where ships come in and go out all night, every night, forever. I stood in front of that window for a while. My sister does her homework on the floor because a desk won't fit in her room. That's the thought I had, standing on the carpet of a 200 square meter apartment I had been given for free by an interstellar government, and it is the thought I have had every single time since. Notice, Mercenary Chen Ming. Report to the Assembly Hall, 3rd floor, Building A, Central Administration in 5 minutes for the presentation of the 2-star Mercenary Badge. The ceremony was much smaller than I expected. No music, no speeches about destiny. Several hundred newly qualified 2-stars in rows, and Warhammer reading names off a list and reading out the mercenary code and handing over badges. Mara turned the gold star over on her collar with her thumb. That's it? I thought there'd be a bonus. A mercenary I didn't know came up beside me as the hall emptied. Mr. Chen, a moment. An officer would like a word. The reception room had 1 man in it. He was roughly twice as wide as anybody needs to be, and there were 3 gold stars on his collar. Sit down, said Wild Peak. He didn't waste time, which I appreciated. I'm one of the persons in charge at base number 6. Would you be interested in developing your career with us? He put his elbows on his knees. I've read your file. From registration to 2 stars in the time you've done it is not a short record, it's an absurd one. And your homeworld isn't even a full member, which tells me something more useful than the record does. What does it tell you? That you have no connections, no patron, and no inheritance, and that every single thing on that file you did yourself. He said it as a simple fact. You're outstanding. Come to base number 6 and I'll give you the best growth resources we have. Instructors, priority on contract selection, and a fixed salary of 50,000 star coins a month. I want to be honest about what that number does to a mercenary. We do not have salaries. We have contracts, and between contracts we have nothing, and a man who breaks a leg badly enough eats his savings, and then eats his equipment, and then stops being a mercenary. A fixed monthly figure is not money, it's a floor. It is the single thing our entire profession does not have. Sir, I said, that's an extremely generous offer, and I'm genuinely grateful for the assessment. But I'm not planning to leave base number 7. I met his eye, because he'd earned that much. I've been doing this for a very short time, and I am much weaker than my record makes me look. What I need now is a foundation, not an income. If I take the money before I've built one, I'll have a very comfortable 18 months, and then I'll die on a contract I wasn't ready for. Wild Peak looked at me for a while. I extended 3 invitations at this base, he said. You were one of them. People spend careers hoping for a conversation like this. Think about it properly. Thank you for the offer, I said. I've thought about it very properly. 270,000 in the account. The D-grade suit and the C1 blade were adequate, and the next tier up costs 10 times as much for maybe 40% more performance, which is the worst deal in the market, and everybody knows it and everybody buys it anyway. So I went to a section I'd been avoiding because it's the section where the real money goes. Guidance techniques. The principle is straightforward once somebody says it out loud, and nobody on Earth has ever said it out loud, because on Earth it isn't true. Open space is full of radiation. All of it. Stellar output, cosmic background, the constant sleet of energetic particles that our atmosphere spends its entire existence keeping off us. Out there, it is simply present, everywhere, at all times, for free. A guidance technique is a breathing structure that takes that ambient energy into a living body on purpose and turns it into growth instead of damage. It reminded me of something, and it took me a minute to work out what. Space-induced mutation. We put seeds on orbital missions, let cosmic radiation break their DNA in interesting ways, bring them back and grow out the ones that came back better. We've been doing it for 50 years and calling it agriculture, except a seed is a very simple machine and a human being is not. Stardust breathing, 80,000, gently directs cosmic energy into the body, slow, steady improvement, no side effects. Raging tide breathing, 120,000, simulates stellar tidal cycles. Crimson sun breathing, 300,000, absorbs stellar radiation directly to temper the body. And then the one I bought. Starry sky guidance, 150,000. The cosmos is the hammer, you are the fire. Through countless temperings, forge a body fit for the stars. Enormous difficulty, enormous ceiling. Balance, 120,000. The other techniques open gently, that one does not. The first page is a warning, and the second page is a set of filtering rhythms, because raw cosmic energy is not clean, and if you take it in unfiltered you do not get stronger, you get an interesting medical case. The cosmos is the hammer, your own flesh is the billet, your spirit and your will are the fire. And you do that over and over until every bit of dust is beaten out, and what is left is something that can stand up in a place that was never built for people. That's the sales copy. The actual experience of the first session is lying on a training floor at 3 in the morning with your teeth locked, learning to breathe in a specific ratio while something that is not air goes through your chest. The next contract came with a line in it I had to read twice. Clearance Operation, Sector K7. A small pirate group is intercepting transiting vessels. Composition, 1 2-star, 21 star. Base payment 8,000 coins, plus 1,000 per pirate eliminated. Composition, 1 2-star. That's me. That's what that sentence means. That's the job. Old Edge found this funny before we'd left the dock. He was in his 40s, with a scar across the bridge of his nose, and he looked me up and down in front of everybody. You're commanding this? I don't know your face. There were several laughs. I walked to the front of the bay. My name is Chen Ming, and I'm running this operation. Intelligence puts the pirate vessel in the K7 asteroid belt. The task is simple. Find them and remove them. I looked along the line. Stations. Nobody said anything else, and here is why, and it is not because I was impressive. In this profession, once a contract begins, the commander's order is absolute. Refuse it, and the least that happens is you are removed from the contract without pay. There are no fools among people who have survived to be 1 star, and every one of them did that arithmetic in about a second. The K7 belt is thousands of kilometers of rock in every grade from mountain to gravel, and radar in it is close to useless. Density's too high, Old Edge said at the plot. We open up with ship guns in this, and we bury ourselves in our own shockwave. Which is why there will be no ship guns, I said. Their base is a hollowed-out asteroid. Our assault craft is faster and it can force a hard dock against their hull. We go in through the docking tube on foot. There was a pause. Boarding? That was a young one at the back who hadn't learned to keep it in yet. He wasn't wrong to say it. Boarding in space is the worst tactic in the catalog. You give up your own hull, your own guns, and your own maneuver, and you walk into a sealed volume that the other side knows and you don't, and everything after that happens inside 2 meters. If you're afraid, I said, stay on the ship. Your payment will be 0. We found them behind a rock, and they ran, and we put the grapple field on them and pulled them in against our own hull, and the 2 ships came together with a bang that went through everybody's boots. Iron Tower went first with a full-height alloy shield. He was the biggest man in the section, and he had not spoken once. The pirates had no energy weapons. What they had was chemical propellant, which is to say they had guns from the same technological era as Earth. Their gunner emptied a belt into that shield, and it sparked and rang and did nothing. And then a thin blue line came out through the shield's firing slot, and there was a hole in his forehead with charred edges. Inside, the ship was empty, completely. 6 compartments and no crew except 1 body in the passage. That's it? Old Edge rolled it over with his boot. 1 man out here taking freighters on his own? What was the plan, suicide? The whole thing had gone perfectly, which I have never once found reassuring. I put my pistol away and brought up the chart. Intelligence is wrong. This isn't a base. This is a listening post. 1 man, 1 hull, sitting in the rocks watching what goes past and calling it in. My finger went out to the edge of the belt and stopped on a dim, dead planet. There. Old Edge looked at it. That's a dead world. No star nearby, no light, no registered resources. The Federation wrote that off decades ago. Nobody goes there. Yes, I said. That's why it's the safest place in this sector. The band isn't in the belt. The band is there. I closed the chart. New heading. It looked like a burnout coal the size of a world. Masks on before the ramp. The atmosphere here will kill you and it won't be quick. Gravity was about a quarter of Earth normal, which is entertaining for exactly 1 minute and then dangerous because 2 men took their first proper stride and went 8 meters and had to be talked down off a ridge. The scan found a cave complex 10 kilometers out. 48 life signals. Somebody whistled. 48 ordinary people. That's a good day's pay. Don't. I said it flatly enough that the whistling stopped. Yes. Their baseline. Yes, physically they are far below every person standing here, and they board starships for a living, which means they have found weapons that work, and a weapon that goes through an E-grade suit is not difficult to buy if you know a man. I brought up the terrain. Nobody dies today because they thought this was easy. The plan took 2 minutes. Remove the sentries silently, make noise on the outside to draw a portion of them into the open, take that portion apart, then go in. There was a transport at the cave mouth twice the size of the one we'd taken, with a skull painted on the hull, and a handful of pirates and exoskeletons standing around it talking, completely relaxed, because in 14 years nobody had ever come to this rock. Electromagnetic rifles. Silent, flat trajectory, no flash. I gave 3 of them to the best shots I had, and took the 4th myself and assigned targets by number. 4 men went down into the gray dust without a sound between them. Then I sent the Divine Wing in. Tunnels. Living quarters. Domestic rubbish, empty bottles, somebody's laundry. And then somebody saw the drone. Federation gear, that's a Federation drone. Mercenaries are here. A dozen of them broke for the transport, and the rest went to ground behind rocks and started shooting at everything. 20 mercenaries came over that ridge in quarter gravity like artillery shells. You have to understand what low gravity does to people who have been genetically optimized. They did not run down that slope. They arrived on it in a single leap each from 200 meters, and the group heading for the transport was finished before most of them had turned around. One of my people threw his chainsaw blade in mid-flight, and it went through a pirate at the foot of the ramp and pinned him to the hull, and the skull painted on the side stopped being the most striking thing about that ship. Exoskeletons came apart like envelopes. It took under 10 seconds. I didn't even get a burst off, somebody complained. Early bird, somebody else said. And I stood there and thought a thought I did not enjoy, which was, a baseline human being is desperately fragile, even in armor, even with a weapon. There is a gap between them and us that is not skill and is not courage, and it is exactly the gap between my mother and me, and I had never had to look at it in a good light before. Inside the cave, they had built a bunker out of scrap. Antiques, somebody laughed as the rounds came off our plating. Are they tickling us? 1 3-second burst of energy fire went through the scrap and through the 3 men behind it, and then the drone screamed. 4 heat signatures, enormous ones. The floor started shaking, dust came off the ceiling in sheets, and out of the dark at the back of the cavern, 4 pairs of huge red eyes came on at once. They were over 3 meters tall, and they had skulls and flames painted on them by hand. Mech suits. 4 of them. One arm each ending in a rotary cannon, the other holding a chainsaw blade the length of a car. The first man they got was a 1-star who was still turning around. The armor-piercing round did not stop in him. His E-grade suit came apart like a wet envelope, and there was a cloud where he had been standing, and then there wasn't. "Those are storm pattern," Old Edge said, and his voice had gone somewhere I hadn't heard it go. "Those are Federation Army issue, anti-Zerg frontline units. One of those costs over 100,000 coins, and you cannot buy one. You have to be issued one." He was backing up. "How does a pirate band on a dead rock have 4? I put a shot into a canopy at 40 meters. It left a white mark the size of my fist on the armor glass, and I watched the mark fade out. The mech took a construction loader in half with its blade sideways, the way you'd cut a cake. Spread out. Nobody goes frontal. They spread. They used the terrain, because they were professionals. And I watched the fear come into that cave, and it did not come from cowardice. It came from arithmetic. Every man in there had spent years acquiring skill and reflexes and a weapon he'd saved for, and all of it had just been made irrelevant by 4 objects that our weapons did not mark and whose weapons did not need to be aimed. I went looking for the seam. Every armored thing has one. I picked the knee joint, waited for a reload cycle, went in under the arc and put the C1 across the actuator housing with everything I had. The blade came off it. White scratch. Nothing. Somebody had thought about that too. Of course they had. It was built to fight Zerg, and Zerg go for joints. The mech, extremely annoyed by the fly, kicked, and I went sideways off the ground and left a dent in the rock where I'd been, which left exactly one route in, not the machine, the pilot. The problem is that 3 meters of vertical distance is not a jump, it is a targeting solution. Their fire control takes your launch vector and puts the burst where you are going to be, and there is nothing you can do about that in the air, unless you can change direction after you leave the ground. I put my hand into my chest pocket. "All units, concentrate fire on the canopies. I don't care that it doesn't work. Make them look at you." 6 or 7 beams went into armor glass and did precisely nothing except make 4 machines turn their heads at the same time. I closed my hand around the feather. I had expected violence. It wasn't. It came up through me like warm water in spring, all the way out to my fingers, and everything that had been holding me down let go at once. Not strength exactly. The removal of weight. I pushed off. 2 of them got their cannons round in time and put a wall of metal into the air between me and the target, and I turned in the middle of it. There is no word for what that felt like. I changed my vector twice with nothing under my feet, and the burst went through where I had been and where I would have been, and I came down on the roof of a mech cockpit with my knees bent. The pilot's face, 30 centimeters below mine, through the glass. He looked up. The mech leapt and shook itself like a dog, and I put the chainsaw blade down into the canopy. Cracks. Second strike. Third. 4th, 5th, and the teeth went through. I pulled the blade out, got the pilot out through the hole, dropped him off the side, and put myself into a seat built for somebody twice my size. And a page of the mercenary handbook came up in my head from the orientation module I'd resented reading. Basic Mech Operation Chapter 4, the one with the diagrams, because the best weapon against a mech is a mech. He's got inside. Can he even fly one? Left hand on the power gate, right hand on the stick. 3 of them came in on me at once, and I slid the whole machine left, and a chainsaw blade the size of a bus went into the ground where I'd been and threw up a curtain of sparks. Thumb on the weapon stud, the 6-barrel spun up on the left arm, and the rounds, as thick through as my forearm, went into the cockpit of the one that had missed, and it dropped onto its knees and stopped being anything at all. Third brother. The second came from behind. I hauled the stick, and the whole machine crouched, and his blade went across the top of my hull and took the paint off the skull. Then I put the entire torso around in one movement and brought the blade up through him from the hip, armor, wiring, cockpit, all of it in one pass. And the last one turned and ran for the transport. Going somewhere? 2 short bursts, both knees. He went over like a felled tree with sparks coming out of the joints. And then there were 3 burning wrecks in that cave and 1 machine on the ground with a man inside it. They pulled him out like a dead dog. Old Edge had a knife at his throat before anybody else got there. "Lucky boy, you're still breathing." I came over and crouched down. Where did the mechs come from? Federation Army stock does not fall off the back of a vehicle. That equipment is tracked from foundry to unit and back. Go to hell, I'm not telling you anything. Old Edge did not argue with him. He simply pinned the man's left hand to the rock through the palm with his knife, took out a second, thinner one, and started talking about what he intended to do with it, and he described the first item in enough detail that 2 of my own people looked away. I am not going to write down what he said. I let it happen, and I want that on the record too, because I could have stopped it and I did not, and 30 seconds later the pirate was talking so fast we had to slow him down. Black market. They came off the black market. We paid a fortune for them. Who's the seller? I don't know. I swear I don't know. He was crying. He only ever contacts you online. He's careful. If you've got the money, he'll get you anything, any grade. He doesn't care what it's for. He gave up a tablet, encrypted interface, transaction records, in star coins, all of them to the same receiving string, and the string was noise. An anonymous account, the kind that exists specifically so that this conversation can never go any further than this cave. Complete deniability. That's what I was holding. A record that proves a transaction happened and can never prove who was on the other end of it. Search the whole cave, I said. Nobody's hiding at the back. The cave went a long way in, and most of it was crates, corporate crates, half a dozen different interstellar logistics marks stenciled on the sides, in rows, stacked to the roof, in a cavern on a planet the Federation had written off. And in the far corner, in the dark, there were cages, big ones, welded out of scrap and rusted through at the joints, and there were people in them, torn clothing, matted hair. And when they heard boots on the rock, they pressed themselves backwards against the bars, all of them, at the same time, which is a thing people learn. One of my people, a woman I'd exchanged perhaps 10 words with, got to the first cage and cut the alloy lock off with a vibro axe, and she was crying while she did it, and she was swearing steadily the entire time. Thank you, said someone inside. They took us off a transport. They kept saying they'd sell us on somewhere far out. We assumed that was it. You're safe in here, I said. The ventilation works. There are no toxins in this section, so stay put and stay together. We're Federation mercenaries, and there'll be a recovery ship for you shortly. I looked around at the faces. And when you leave, forget everything you saw in this cave. All of it. That isn't a threat. It's the most useful advice anybody will give you this year. One of my mercenaries had been doing sums on the crates. Commander, he was almost whispering, I've totaled the manifests. There's over 1 million coins of cargo in here. He looked around at the others. How are we splitting that? We could. Every eye in that cavern came to me, and I watched a very specific idea start to spread. We're not touching it. Commander, that's corporate freight with recorded serials. Selling it privately doesn't make us rich. It makes us findable. And it makes us findable by legal departments that employ people like us. I turned away from it. The clearance ship is inbound, and it takes possession of all of it. Then I gave the order that nobody understood. Our dead get buried, properly. Put a stone at the head of each one. They did it. Nobody asked why, and I didn't explain. And 8 men who had come down with us went into the gray dust of a planet with no name and got a rock each with nothing written on it. 13 of us went home out of 21. The clearance vessel was several times the size of our lander, and it opened its belly, and engineering machines came out of it like ants. Contract complete. On the way back, the cabin filled with the sound of terminals. 5,000. I got 2. 500 each. 6,000 then. 6 here as well. Good day. I stole one off Hui at the end. 4 for me, just the base rate. I was at the back the whole way and never got a shot. 1-star base was 4,000 plus 500 ahead. Somebody sidled over to Old Edge. Brother Edge, what did you end up on? Old Edge didn't open his eyes. 7,000. There was a small collective intake because subtract the base, and that's 6 pirates, on his own, in a cave. And then the same man raised his voice so the whole cabin could hear him being loyal. Then Commander Chen must have the highest of all of us. I'd bet it's over 10. And frankly, we only got out of that cave because of the commander. The rest of us would still be in there. I didn't look up. Base 8,000, kill bonus 7,000, total 15,000. The boldest of them craned round far enough to see my screen, and then said it out loud because he couldn't not. 15,000. His base is 8. That's double ours, so that's what 2 stars pays. He worked the rest out live. And look, 7,000 in kills. He's not getting 500 ahead. He's getting 1,000. Same cave, same pirates, double. The mood in that cabin curdled in about 4 seconds. What's the noise about? Old Edge said from behind closed eyes. Do you think the pay is unfair? Nobody answered. Then go and get qualified. He opened his eyes. It's an open trial. It runs every month. Nobody is stopping any of you. He looked down the row. How many years have you all been 1 star? Go on. Say the number out loud. Silence for the rest of the flight. And he was right, and it was also not that simple, and every man in that cabin knew both halves. The trial is open to anyone. The trial also kills more than half the people who take it, and there is no compensation, and the Federation will not collect your body. I filed the pirate tablet with the duty officer and went to get something to eat. The market street was doing its usual business, and I ran straight into Mara and Ironhide coming the other way, loaded up. Ironhide had raw meat over 1 forearm in slabs. Mara had vegetables. Are you catering something? Lucky night for you, kid. Mara hitched the bag up. Chef Ironhide is in a mood and has decided to demonstrate the cuisine of his homeworld. Then she dropped her voice. You probably don't know this. 50 years ago, that man was the finest chef on his planet. She said it perfectly levelly. Then the Zerg came. And afterwards he became a mercenary because there wasn't a planet to cook for. I looked at him, arguing with a stallholder about the fat content of something, entirely happy. Over dinner I told them about the mechs. The smile went off Mara's face, and she took me out onto the walkway, away from people. You handed the tablet in, she said. Good, that was correct. She checked both directions. Now stop. Mara, I'm serious. Whoever moves army standard equipment to pirates in bulk is not a criminal you can chase. That's a supply chain with a signature on it somewhere very high up, and that signature is not going to be found by a 2-star. She held my eye. This has happened before. Mercenaries with too much curiosity about exactly this question have disappeared. Not died. Disappeared. There was a cold feeling in my back. I had understood the principle. Ironhide had told me the day I met him that the strong write the rules. What I had not understood until that moment was how deep the water goes directly underneath the place where I was standing. Understood, I said. I'll be careful. Just keep it in your head. She was already switching moods, the way she does. Right. Better subject. We're going off base for a few days. Where? The trial planet. She grinned. No rules, no regulations, endless monsters, endless fighting, and everybody there for the same reason, survive and maybe earn. You can use anything you like down there, on anything you like, and nobody will ever ask you a single question about the methods. I'm coming. I hadn't finished I bought a guidance technique last week, I said. I have been sitting in a room breathing at a wall. What that technique needs is not a room. Mara raised both eyebrows. Good instinct. That thing costs an obscene amount, but for restructuring a body, there's nothing better. She looked at me a moment longer. You've already worked out which road you're taking, haven't you? The monsters down there are tough and they don't die quickly. That's exactly the material you want. Then let's go. Where's the fire? She turned back toward the door and the smell coming out of it. Even if the sky falls, first you eat. Come and try the chef's barbecue. It will ruin every other meal you ever have. Behind an unremarkable window on the 3rd floor of a dormitory block, several people watched us walk away. The room they were in was thick with smoke. There was a thin man in it holding onto the window frame with his only remaining hand, with his right sleeve hanging empty at his side like a dead snake. Are you joking? Said the big man in the chair. His face had been broken and reset more than once, and his name on this base was Gore Edge, and everybody knew it. That kid, that is the killer Vulture is paying $5 million for. There's no mistake. The thin man didn't turn around. This, he moved the empty sleeve, is his work. I would know him in ashes. He finally looked at them. You haven't fought him. You have no idea how strange he is. I never even saw the knife. Everyone in that room understood what the empty sleeve meant incidentally. A mercenary who loses an arm loses the trade. Regrowth exists. Regrowth costs more than a 1-star will ever hold at one time. Doesn't matter how strange he is, somebody said, licking his lips. Doesn't even matter if he's the actual killer. With what this one's putting up front, the trade's good either way. The 3 of us couldn't take him, the thin man said, so I sold everything I had left to come to you. You're 2-star, you're veterans. For you, it isn't a problem. His voice cracked slightly. Do it, and every coin I have is yours. Generous. I want him dead. He said it very quietly. I want to watch it. Gore Edge clapped him on his one shoulder hard enough to rock him. Then we'll help you, brother. One more thing. The thin man stopped him at the door. I looked into his record. He went from 1 star to 2 in under a week. He waited. Do you understand what that number means? A week. Gore Edge actually laughed. You're rattled, that's all. He's a lucky rookie. There's a few every year. Some kid finds a good seam in a quiet corner and comes back rich. He shrugged into his jacket. Whatever he is, he's a boy who scraped onto the 2nd rung last month. Next to men who've been licking blood off a blade for 11 years, what is he? It isn't luck. Get the money together and sit still. You'll watch him take his last breath with your own eyes. We'll take the head off and you can kick it about the yard. The thin man opened his mouth and found he had nothing to say to that. 20 minutes later, somebody came in from the corridor. They've gone. Portside. Where to? Trial planet T-37. Small transport, 30 berths, lifts in half an hour. To 37, Gore Edge said, and something moved in his face that made the man who had reported it take a step back. Ironhide's barbecue is worth describing because it explains the man. He cuts everything into pieces far too large, which is wrong, and then he is right about every single thing after that. The skin goes to a color I have only otherwise seen on lacquer. The fat renders and drips and catches, and he does not flinch when it flares. And there is a spice on it that I could not identify then and cannot now, and the first bite arrives in your mouth as an argument. He drank most of the 95% spirit I'd brought him and was visibly, uncomplicatedly happy. The transport out was 30 berths, and it was mostly loners, or pairs, or threes. Mara sat by the viewport and briefed me the way she does, which is by making it sound like gossip. T-37, it has life on it. The Federation surveyed it and marked it as being of no value. The environment is hostile, the magnetic field is chaotic, and precision equipment doesn't work properly anywhere on the surface. The native fauna is extremely aggressive, there's a lot of it, and it evolves fast. So they abandoned it, and then noticed that a planet full of things that kill you is exactly what mercenaries need, and stopped calling it abandoned and started calling it a training environment. She looked out at it as it came up. So remember this, there are no rules down there, there are no laws, and there is no rescue. The only rule is fight and survive, and the only thing you can trust is the weapon in your hand. We landed at Hunter's Keep, which is the single human settlement on that world, and looks like it. Welcome to T-37, Mara said, hoisting her pack. Come on, little genius. Now the actual work starts. The jungle was dim and wet and close, and it smelled of soil and rot, and there were things making noises in it that I could not attach to any animal. Incoming, Ironhide said. 3 shapes came down out of a tree with no sound at all, cheetah-sized, covered in fine black scale with eyes a deep unpleasant red. Shadow cats, Mara said. Mind the claws. They open anything below C grade like a letter. And then she and Ironhide both took 1 step backwards, in unison, and left the front to me, because that was the arrangement, and neither of them had felt the need to say it out loud. I went forward, and I opened the technique. The heat came up through my chest, exactly the way it does on a training floor, and then everything went wrong. Because a training floor is silent, and your pulse is at rest, and there is nothing in the room that wants you. Here my heart rate was already high, my muscles were already loaded, my attention was already narrowed, and the flow snagged. It stuck, for a fraction of a second, somewhere behind my sternum, and the blade came round half an inch late. A claw opened my forearm from elbow to wrist. I rotated out from between the other two and put 6 meters between us, and the blood went down my hand and off my fingers, and Mara did not say a single word, because that is also the arrangement, fast, and the angles they choose are dirty. And now, the actual lesson, which I got in about 4 seconds because I had nowhere else to put my attention. You cannot consciously steer a guidance technique in a fight. Not ever. The moment you spend thought on it, you have taken thought away from the animal in front of you, and there is no version of this where that ends well. It cannot be a skill. It has to become an instinct. And the only way to make something instinctive is to stop thinking about it and think about something else instead. So I stopped tracking the energy entirely and put all of it on my breathing. In, out, still, moving. There's a line in the general principles that I had read 4 times and skimmed past every one of them. Breath is the source of strength. And when the rhythm of the breath and the rhythm of the blade lined up, the thing that had been stuck found a channel and simply went, on its own, the way water goes when you remove your hand. The 3rd cat came at my back. I did not turn around. My body knew where it was before I did. The blade came up and back in a rising arc without any instruction from me at all, and a head went up over my shoulder and past my ear. So that's how it works. After that, every breath put something into my arms and into the blade. The techniques didn't change. They were the same 3 basic movements I'd been doing since my first week. But there was a violence in them now that had not been there 90 seconds earlier. 2 more short snarls and it was finished. Mara came over and sprayed my forearm with something that went cold, and then very cold, and I watched the edges of the wound crawl toward each other. 3 shadow cats on your first contact, she said. That's better than 90% of newcomers manage. The technique integrated more easily than I expected. Obviously it did, she capped the spray. Guidance techniques are built for combat. That's what they're for. 100 repetitions in a training room are worth less than 1 application out here, and every instructor in the galaxy will tell you that, and nobody believes it until it happens. The next 6 hours were the best 6 hours of my professional life. A crocodile thing came out of a swamp with a mouth that opened wider than the rest of it. A wild bull-shaped animal that charged in a straight line every single time, which sounds stupid until you're standing in front of it. An acid beetle that spits a stream of something you cannot let touch you. The techniques did not change. The angles did. The timing did. Where I put my weight and when changed constantly and got better in a way I could actually feel happening, hour to hour. At the start, Mara was calling out the weak points. By the 5th hour, I was finding them first, and I was not looking for them. I was simply arriving at them. And somewhere in there, the guidance technique stopped being something I switched on and became something my lungs did. After 6 straight hours, Mara called it, and Ironhide built a small fire and started cooking things he had been carrying since the keep, because of course he had. I heard it before either of them did. A tremble, a long way off. Then it resolved into hooves, thousands of them, and then a chorus of terrified bellowing coming up out of the deep jungle in a wave. I went 30 meters up a tree. There was a dark front coming toward us, and it was not one species, it was all of them. Animals that spend their entire lives eating each other were running shoulder to shoulder and trampling each other to get forward, and I could see mercenary uniforms in among them, 4 or 5 men running in a panic in the middle of a stampede, which is a death sentence with extra steps. Whatever frightens the apex predators of a planet was behind them, and gaining was red. Mara came up beside me, and the humor went out of her face completely. That's a bloodthirsty ant swarm. She was already moving. What is that doing this far? Go, now. Out in the middle of the herd, a rhinoceros-shaped animal with silver horns and the shoulder height of a 3-story building ran out of stamina. The red went over it. It bellowed once. The mass went down. And 3 seconds later, when the red moved on, what was lying in the mud was a perfectly clean white skeleton, still arranged in the shape of an animal that had been trying to get up. Not gnawed, not stripped. Clean. Don't look. Run. If that catches us, we are all finished. We went off a 30-meter canopy and ran. And the sound behind us was the thing I still don't like thinking about, because it wasn't thunder and it wasn't hooves, it was a rustle. Millions of very small mouths working at speed, all at once, like silkworms in a shed, amplified into something that got into your inner ear and vibrated there. They're too fast. Our fire, our packs, and the clearing we'd been sitting in were already under it. I ran the numbers while I ran, which is a habit I recommend and also cannot switch off. Rate of closure, distance, terrain. 5 minutes. Maybe less. Fighting was not an option, and this is important. It was not an option because of a category error. There is no individual combat unit at any star rating that beats a number. You cannot cut a tide, which left leaving entirely off the surface, which meant the ship. Which meant open ground, because you cannot unfold 30 meters of interceptor inside a canopy that dense. I took us up onto a bare rock shelf, and Mara saw what it was before I said anything, and Ironhide came up last and turned around and understood. This is a dead end. He set his feet and got the axe up, and I want to record that he did it without a second's hesitation, on a bare rock facing a red tide with a broken jungle behind him. Get behind me! The interceptor came out of nothing over that shelf, and the beam came down and took the 3 of us when the leading edge of the swarm was 100 meters out. From above you could see the whole thing properly, the rock we had been standing on going red, and the swarm not stopping, not even slowing, splitting around the outcrop and rejoining, a river several kilometers wide with no head and no tail. Ironhide sat down on the deck plating and wiped his face. That, he said, is worse than Zerg. It is, Mara said. She wasn't joking either. Zerg kill you first and eat you afterwards. Those things start while you're still using it. We came out of that run with 60,000 coins of harvested material between us, split 3 ways, and I want to note that neither of them suggested any other arrangement. You were quick today, Ironhide said, on the flight back. Spar with me. Absolutely not. Mara didn't look up. You will fold that boy in half with that axe, and I will have to carry both ends of him home. Consciousness pods. Nobody actually gets hurt. The simulation was a ruined city. Ironhide's axe is as tall as I am. The first swing was worse than anything any animal on that planet had thrown at me, and I went sideways, and it took a crater out of the road. Good reflexes. The backswing came round wide, and I leaned inside it and put the blade into his ribs, and he clamped it against his own body with his forearm, and threw a fist at my face with the other hand. His style is enormous, wild, and completely unbothered about defense, and underneath it is a decade of experience that punishes every single thing you do twice. For about 40 seconds, I was simply not good enough. Mara told me afterwards she was surprised, because Ironhide was not going easy on me, not at all, not by a fraction, and she had expected him to, but she also noticed the thing I was counting on, which is that my footwork never actually broke. I was losing. I was not being moved. So on the next big swing, instead of breaking distance, I went in, all the way in, chest to chest. And a man who generates power through a 2-meter arc cannot put anything at all into a punch from 20 centimeters, and the chainsaw blade came up from underneath at an angle nobody polite uses and stopped under his chin. Another inch and it would have been his throat. Ironhide looked down at it. I lose, he said. That's good. That is very good for a few days' work. Brother Ironhide, you let me. Ha, don't be modest. It's a bad look on you, and it's a lie. He straightened up. I put everything on the table. I lost. And I am in a mood, so I am buying dinner. He bought me something called Starseed Dew. It arrives looking like tofu pudding, white, soft, holding its own shape barely. Then the waiter pours something over it that isn't salt and isn't sugar. It's milk. Animal milk from something with hooves on a world I will never see. It goes to nothing on the tongue. The dairy and the faint alien sweetness fold into one another, and the warmth of it goes all the way down and out into your arms. That's excellent. It is. Ironhide was looking at his bowl. It's the delicacy of my homeworld. My planet was famous for its food. Across 4 systems, people came for it. I stopped eating. Then one night the Zerg came through a wormhole, he said in the same voice. Their queen never even showed herself. They simply dropped spores from orbit. Thousands of them all over the surface, and inside every single one there was a fully formed swarm warrior. He turned the spoon over. By morning, every city on that planet was a slaughterhouse. And the Federation fleet arrived late, and when they got there they understood that the Zerg would use my planet as the staging ground for the next 3, so they deployed a new weapon. He put the spoon down, and they erased it, all of it. There is nothing there. There isn't even a rock with a name on it. Nobody said anything for a while. Then he looked up, and his eyes had gone somewhere else. I asked a friend to go and look at your Earth nest, he said. Properly. Close in. I went cold. It's worse than either of us thought. That's not an ordinary nest, kid. The size of it means one thing, and only one thing. He held my eye. There is a queen incubating in there. I put my spoon down too. Queens are a specific thing, Ironhide said. They are not big soldiers. They are born as queens, and the birth of every single one of them has a dead civilization attached to it somewhere in the record. And they are not animals that bite. Understand that first, because everything else follows from it. They're intelligent. They command. He held up a hand. Take 100 million Zerg with no queen. What have you got? A herd. An enormous, mindless, disorganized herd. You lose ground to it, but ground is all you lose because it does not think. It just arrives. He turned the hand over. Now put a queen on top of it. Now that same herd faints. It encircles. It sends its worthless units in first, deliberately, in a wave you have to shoot, and it counts your shots. And when your barrels are hot and your line has thinned in one place, its best warriors open you exactly there. Zerg with a mind behind them are the nightmare that every civilization in this galaxy files under the same heading. And you can't kill one. Not once she's fully hatched. Almost certainly not. He looked at his hands. There's more. They say a queen is beautiful, not impressive, beautiful, in a way that stops things that have never in their lives stopped for anything, and an adult one can take a sentient being who gets too close and unmake them mentally and turn them into hers, which means a civilization does not necessarily notice it is losing until the losing is complete. So when it hatches on Earth, Earth becomes their first fortress in your system. He said it flatly. And after that, it isn't your planet that's finished. It's every rock in that system, out to the last one. The way mine went. I looked down at the bowl, the last dish of a civilization that isn't there anymore, in a bar on an asteroid, going cold in front of me. A few kilometers out on the T-37 wasteland, a small drone was circling very quietly, and 5 men and a one-armed man were watching the picture it sent back. Brother Thorn, what are we waiting for? There's 3 of them. There's no hurry. Goredge didn't move. We're still inside the keep's observation envelope. A lookout came in at a run. There's a group of 2 stars come back through the north gate, 20 of them. They ran a desert black scorpion for most of the day. It killed 4 of them and went to ground. Every head in that room came up. The desert black scorpion is the apex animal of that planet. 1/10 of a milligram of the venom will kill several thousand baseline humans. And that venom is the raw feedstock for a class of anti-venom that people pay unreasonable amounts of money for, and a live one is almost impossible to find and considerably harder to survive. They're carrying casualties, the lookout said. They can't pursue. Brother Thorn, that thing is out there right now, wounded, and nobody is following it. Goredge thought about it for exactly as long as it deserved. Then the boy lives a little longer, he said. Scorpion first. Boy afterwards. We found it at night, because the Divine Wing found it at night. It was bigger than a city bus. Entirely black. And the carapace was split open in 5 or 6 places, with dark green fluid coming out of the cracks and leaving a trail behind it that a blind man could have followed. Mara took one look at the feed and told me to get in the interceptor. I went the other way. Strike while the iron's hot, I said over my shoulder, which I accept was insufferable. For the record, on any ordinary day, I would not have gone near an apex predator on a planet like that. That is not courage, it's arithmetic. But this one had spent an entire day being ground down by 22 stars, and it had lost something well north of 9/10 of what it was, and an opportunity like that arrives once. It ran for 10 kilometers. I know how far, because I ran all of it, and because at the end of it the thing stopped and turned around and I could see it thinking, 1. There is only one of you, and it came apart with rage, because whatever else that animal was, it had spent its entire life at the top of a food chain and had never once been chased. The tail came over. I went under it. And I had already seen what I needed to see, which was that the underside was a mess. The crossed lacerations of a full day's fighting, all of them leaking, none of them closed. I came up beneath the body, put the blade into the softest part of it, and immediately broke 50 meters back and stood still and watched. Then I did that 31 more times over the next 2 hours. That is the entire technique, and I'm not going to dress it up. With a drone overhead, I had something that animal did not have, which is a view of itself. I knew where the tail was going before it did. I stayed exactly 1 heartbeat outside the arc every time, and every single strike I made went into a wound that was already there and made it slightly worse. Up on the ridge, Gore Edge watched all of it through a scope. He's good, he admitted. There's a reason he came alone. Brother Blood, do we move? Move for what? To kill a scorpion? He didn't lower the scope. Or to do a day's free labor for a 19-year-old? He settled in. Let him grind. The boy is an excellent whetstone. He'll take the last of that thing's strength out of it, and when they've both gone down, we'll walk in and pick up everything on the ground, the goods and the boy. At the end of the 2nd hour, the scorpion stopped using the tail because the tail wasn't working and did the only thing it had left, which was to charge with its entire body. That is what I had been waiting for. The blade went through the front leg, thicker through than an adult's thigh, and the leg went away, and 8 tons of animal slewed sideways and went down onto its own flank. I ran up the tilted carapace to the join behind the head, put both hands on the blade and drove it into the seam and held it there while the teeth went through the nerve cluster underneath. It shrieked once and stopped. I cut out the venom gland, sealed it, and put it in the bag. They came in on me from 4 directions while I was still sealing the bag. I went for the interceptor, and a white line came off the ridge and took the hair off the side of my head, and the rock 2 meters behind me stopped being rock and became a puddle. An energy sniper rifle. Private ownership of one of those is not a licensing issue, it is a sentence. The second shot came at my lower back and I twisted, and it went across me instead of through me, and the D-grade suit opened up in a hole with molten edges and put a burn across my side that I felt 3 seconds later. Run! Mara, coming out of the tree line with Ironhide behind her. They have a sniper. The third one was already coming, and it was aimed at my spine, and I did not have time to be anywhere else. Ironhide stepped into it. He got a heavy alloy shield into the line, and the beam did not go through it, and that is the only good thing that happened in that second. The impact drove him backwards. The ground under him split. His boots cut 2 furrows 30 meters long, and he stopped when he hit a rock face. The center of the shield was glowing red and smoking blue. His shield arm was shaking, and there was blood coming down it. That's C-grade, Mara said, staring at the ridge. That rifle costs 200,000 minimum. Up on the ridge, Gore Edge's smile came off. He blocked a C-grade energy sniper with a shield. It's not the shield, somebody said. It's the man. The shock should have killed him through it. Then we'll see how many more he can take. I put the interceptor's beam down. Mara got Ironhide's arm over her shoulders. His other arm was hanging at an angle arms don't go, and the tractor field takes time to cycle, and 3 of us was not going to happen before the 4th shot. Yan, take him. Keeps the rendezvous. And then I turned around and ran directly away from my own ship into the deep trees. He's insane, somebody on that ridge said. Forget the other 2, Gore Edge said. The gland's on him. All 4 of them came off that ridge like dogs. Mara told me later that from the cockpit climbing out, she could see it. White flashes going off in the canopy below her, again and again, tracking away east for a very long time. Morning. The suit was cut in a dozen places, and the hole in the side from the beam was the ugliest thing on it. I had been running through jungle for 9 hours, and my legs had opinions. I ate a nutrient block sitting in a tree fork, and it did what those things do, which is to return your energy without doing anything at all about how you feel. The drone showed me the picture. 5 of them, camped on a rocky slope 10 kilometers from Hunter's Keep, and 800 meters away from them, up a tall tree with a powerful set of optics, the one-armed man, watching the keep's north gate, which told me the entire plan in one image. They were not hunting me anymore. They were waiting for me to come home, and they intended to do it at the gate. The jungle is the best hunting ground on that planet, and it is also the best cemetery, and it does not care which one you think you're in. I covered those 800 meters in 10 minutes. You do it by only ever putting weight on moss or on wet leaf litter, and by never at any point being in a hurry. And you do it while the man in the tree hums to himself, tunelessly, out of boredom, because he has been sitting up there since before dawn, and nothing has happened. The trunk was 30 meters of smooth bark with nothing to hold. I have a half-foot alloy short blade for exactly this. You run at the trunk and you go up it for as long as momentum lasts, and at the top of that, you drive the blade in and hang off it, and then you do it again, twice, and I was in the canopy. He never turned around. He was completely certain that I had been chased through the dark all night, and that if I was alive at all, I was a frightened animal who would run for the keep at first light, straight into a rifle that would explain despair to me. He felt the cold on his neck, and then he felt everything else, and he tried to shout, to warn them, to do the one useful thing left, and the sound didn't come. He fell backwards off the branch and turned over once on the way down, and the last thing he saw in this universe was his own body coming down the trunk after him and standing on the branch above it, watching without any expression at all, the person he had spent his savings to have killed. I didn't bury him. I cut vines and dropped broad leaves over him, and in that jungle, where everything rots and becomes something else on a schedule, he would be gone in under a day. Then I took his place on the branch. The sightline was excellent. That's why he'd picked it. The foliage covered me from below and left one narrow window looking out over their camp, and I settled into it, and I became their eyes. 4 hours later, somebody came up through the undergrowth complaining, "Bloody stupid job. Sit and stare at a gate all day for one kid." He stopped at the base of the trunk. "Skinny, come down, I'll take it." Nothing. Asleep. Of course he's asleep. He did not climb up, because climbing is effort. He got out a cigarette and a lighter, and the lighter had been in a wet jungle for 2 days and gave him nothing but sparks. Typical, every time it matters. He heard somebody land behind him and turned around already annoyed, expecting a one-armed man. His pupils went to full aperture, and his hand went for the hilt of a very ornate curved sword, and he was fast. He was genuinely fast, and I think on most days of his life that draw would have finished the conversation. I was faster. The short blade went into the hilt, and my left hand closed over his mouth and throat, because the only thing that mattered in that clearing was that his friends 400 meters away heard nothing at all. Then there were 3 of them, and they sat together after that, with overlapping fields of fire and clear ground in every direction, which meant a frontal approach was suicide, and I decided to go back to the keep and take the rest another day. That is when I heard somebody calling for help. There was a hollow with a hand sticking up out of the soil, fingers moving, a voice underneath, muffled by earth, asking somebody to please dig. I checked the ground on 3 sides and started forward, and something went straight down my spine. Every muscle I own locked at once, and I threw myself sideways without any decision being involved, and a bone spike as thick as my arm came up out of the soil exactly where I had been standing, glowing a dull red. Then the whole hollow moved. What came out of the ground was the size of a car, and growing out of the middle of its back, rooted there, alive, moving, was a complete human arm, and the thing kept talking with somebody else's voice. "Help me. It hurts. Please, somebody. Lure bug. Lowest form of Zerg unit and the least dangerous one in a straight fight, which is why it never has one. It kills things far stronger than itself by asking them nicely, and then it grafts pieces of what it killed into its own body and learns to reproduce the sounds those pieces used to make. One pass, crown to tail, and it stopped. 40 meters on, in a clearing, there was a woman lying in the mud with long gold hair, and her legs were somehow part of the ground, and she was crying and asking me to help her stand up because she couldn't feel her legs, and she was so cold. I looked at her for about 2 seconds, then I ended it and put the blade into the earth underneath, and the ground bucked once and went still. I came up the rise past that clearing and out onto the lip of a valley, and I stopped. The valley floor was bare, and out of it, everywhere, from horizon to horizon, were human arms. Hundreds of them. Thousands, standing up out of the soil at every angle, in every condition, like a pale forest. Some of them were heavy and calloused, some were slender, and some of them were very small. And all of them were moving, and all of them were talking at once, in hundreds of overlapping voices. "Help me, someone help me, Mama, I'm frightened." I stood on that lip for a long time, then I went around the edge, on the rock, and I held my breath more than I needed to, and I did not go down into it. Deeper in, past the valley, the jungle had a scar in it. An open trench 30 meters wide that started at a hillside and went on further than I could see, with the trees on either side snapped off at different heights the whole way along. Something very large had come down at a shallow angle and had not stopped for a long time. At the far end of it there was a ship. Half the hull was in the earth. The armor was under moss and vines, and there were saplings growing out through the breaches, real ones, established, with trunks. That thing had been there for years. Which is not mysterious on T-37. Chaotic magnetic field, no reliable comms, no traffic. A ship goes down there and nobody answers, because nobody hears, because there is nothing to hear it with. Inside it was dim, and on an intact bulkhead there was a badge, faded but perfectly legible. Galactic Federation. At the end of the main corridor there was a compartment the size of a hall, with cylindrical containment tanks down both sides, each of them big enough for 3 or 4 adults, and most of them broken open from the inside. There was a plate on the deck at my feet. Specimen EC-07, species, lure bug, status, live dissection, neural pathway study, So it was not a wreck. It was a Federation biological research vessel, and the things out there in that valley wearing people's arms were not native to that planet at all. They were the cargo. There were more skeletons as I went forward, and then at the shattered command console, there was one that had been picked almost entirely clean, still sitting in the chair, pinned to the console by a structural column that had come down out of the ceiling. One impact, instantaneous, no chance to fight anything, and on what was left of the collar there were 3 gold stars. A 3-star, not a rookie who got unlucky. A veteran. The tier above everything I had met, the tier that Warhammer stands in, dead in a forgotten research hull in a jungle nobody visits, because a girder came down at the wrong moment. There was a black ring lying among the finger bones. I want to write what was in it in the order I found it, because that is the order that matters. Flash Series Interceptor, maximum velocity 600 kilometers per second, value 1,500,000 star coins, 600 kilometers a second, 30 times my thunder. Even with a 2-star discount, that ship is 1.2 million, and I could not have bought a wing of it. B-rank battle axe, Starbreaker, 1,500,000, 5 sealed cases, C-grade genetic optimizer, permanently raises physical parameters and advances genetic transformation, 100,000 each. 500,000 in 5 metal boxes, and in the corner of that inventory, among the weapons and the serums and a fortune in hardware, there was a brand new box of children's toys. Bright packaging, a cartoon bear on the front, piloting a mech, grinning up at the sky. Inside, transforming mech figures, a toy energy sword that lights up, and a small child's version of a mercenary uniform with cartoon printing on it. There was a card on top. The handwriting was bad, not uneducated. Bad the way a man's handwriting is bad when the pen is too small for his hand and he is concentrating very hard. To my dearest daughter, be as brave and as healthy as your father. But you are luckier than Papa because you get to stay near the people you love. Papa. And at the bottom, drawn clumsily, in the same pen, a smiling face. He was a father. He was a 3-star mercenary, and the record calls him a fatality on an escort contract, and what he actually was, on the day it happened, was a man on his way home with a box of presents he had clearly spent some time choosing. And all of it, the card, the bear, the little uniform with the cartoon on it, has been sitting inside a ring on a dead man's hand in a jungle on a worthless planet for 4 years, on its way to a birthday that happened without it. I stood there for a while. Then I put the Starbreaker in my hand and took one swing and cut through the column that was pinning him to his own console and lowered what was left of him down onto the deck. I carried him out on my back. I dug the grave with the axe because I had nothing else, full length and full depth, and I put him in it, and I stood over it for a moment with absolutely no idea what the correct thing to say is. Rest, I said eventually, which is not much. Then I filled it in and built the mound up properly, and I did not say anything about the box, because there is no point making promises to somebody who cannot collect on them. I just kept it. The ownership locks on the Interceptor had lapsed with time. It took the system 9 seconds to accept me as the new registered owner of 1.5 million coins of Starship. I took it up and then I turned it around and went back and put it in a hover over the Valley of Hands. I want to be honest about this. 2 hours earlier, I had gone around the edge of that place, holding my breath, being sensible, because the correct professional decision was to leave it alone. I was no longer interested in the correct professional decision. Fire. Several dozen ports opened along the underside of that hull at once, and what came out of them was silent, which is the part I did not expect and have not forgotten. The soil went to liquid, and then to glass. Every lure bug in that valley, and the valley they had been farming, and every voice in it, went out at the same time. When it was over, there was a shallow crater, a kilometer across with a smooth green-blue floor, and a thin blue smoke coming off it, and no sound at all. Then I flew back to Hunter's Keep. The parking apron outside the keep is a public place, and word travels across it faster than the ships do. Look at that. Look at it. Flash 7. I've seen that model in a trade center. That's over $1 million. An old mercenary with a goatee and a 2-star badge squinted up at it. Whoever's flying, that is a top-tier 3-star at minimum, possibly a 4-star on business. They all waited to see who would come down the ramp. What came down the ramp was a 20-year-old in an ordinary suit with a rucksack over one shoulder. Somebody actually said, out loud, "Are you having a laugh?" Because everybody standing there knew the numbers. A 2-star contract pays a bit over 10,000. To buy that ship at list, you would have to complete 100 missions and not eat.